Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of the kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
shot, and now you have to deal with three more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
Welcome, dringers and dingners alike, to the Pit of Spooks #1, Pit of Valor number 63. Tonight, we have ourselves a lot of blood to be passed around. Not for myself. This is just a little threatening over to Eric if he decides to talk a little bit too long. But tonight, we're going to have ourselves a match, a couple bangers, a finale to come through, and a lot of different guests to come through. So joining you tonight is going to be myself. So far, it's going to be All Mjolnir, Ingvingar, Kingston, otherwise known as, for short, Mick. And over to my right is going to be, or left, actually, excuse me, tonight, is going to be Eric, who is, go ahead and give yourself off, my man.
I'm the one. I know Kung Fu. I'm Neo, dude. Come on.
Okay, I like it. But with all that being said, everybody doing their proper introductions. Once again, serious on a serious note, everyone. Welcome to Pit of Valor number 63. Joining you tonight is me, myself, Mick, and over to my left is going to be Eric. But with all that being said, we have a banger of a matchup coming through you for today. For this first round, it's been a while since I've done some introductions, so I want to go ahead and bring it in all ecstatic like. We're going to have In Control Nation versus Vanquish. I mean, we usually get matchups like these later on in the night because both of these are some massive contenders, but we had this right off the start of the day. In Control, they sat there and found themselves winning time in, time out, at least getting to grand finals a couple times, just constantly, and Vanquish doing the same thing alike. So for this to go ahead and be our first matchup, I'm excited to not only see it, I'm excited to cast it, not only with that, also to be with Eric on this. Eric, I want to know, with everything coming through for it, with the old map picks coming through, I'm with the scent. You know how a scent is. We everybody loves the scent. Everybody knows the scent. What are you thinking about going into this matchup? What these two absolute fucking monsters are going to bring through and what they can really take on?
Well, as you said, man, I mean, a map that we see day in, day out, every single tournament, almost every single tournament. It's one of those that we've become so familiar with. It's as me and Sloppy Derek used to say, it is the free real estate of maps. It is it's always, in my opinion, a close one between most teams, unless, obviously you have the skill differential. But with these two teams, I'm sure we're going to see an absolute banger of a starting round. I mean, first round between these two is going to see just sparks flying, heads getting clicked, and bullets being dropped. Realistically, man, it's just going to be all around just a knockout of a game for us for game one.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. Everything to come through for In Control Nation especially. They're the ones I kind of have my eyes on. Vanquish, I feel like they've been iffy. I'd say every here and there they really feel themselves and they have a lot of momentum to work off of. But when it comes to In Control Nation, they have exactly what goes on and what exactly their name entails. They are in control constantly. I've never really seen them fall too short when it comes around to just knowing the maps, how to get those rotations through, how to get onto a site, and most definitely how to retake one, because I feel like their defense is a little lackluster, but they know how to get right back on the site. They know how to take the sites when it comes around to those scenarios, and know how to do it in such an efficient manner that it shows almost like it's an FBI break-in. So everything coming in for In Control, I feel like to some extent I have them favored for this matchup, but I'm looking forward to being disappointed to some extent. I'm looking forward to being wrong if Vanquish can really pull this through. Regardless, though, I'm hoping it's going to be close, and I'm hoping we can go ahead and get an overtime for this opener.
Oh, for sure, man. I think seeing a really, really long, drawn, but very close game is going to be how this whole day should start. I want to see tooth and nail fought by both teams. I want to see I want to see swings on both sides. I don't want to see just one domination or very close. I want to see back and forth, whether it's a few rounds here, a few rounds there. I don't want to see some large gap and a comeback. I want to see just a few rounds taken, a few rounds drawn left and right.
I think with that, I think you honestly may be asking a little too much. I feel like we could definitely get a lead to some extent when it comes around to that first half, especially being on that offense with all the viability when it comes around to just a sit generally. You get a Rain on a site, you get a Raze on a site, you get a Jet who can just find that ultimate to bring back those rounds. There's so much there that can really just add up to give yourself some success on the offensive end. Defense, we've seen it time in, time out. Killjoy is almost an essential when it comes around to a sit now. I mean, you go ahead and get that B site locked down. We see some curveballs go over to the A site. We've seen a little bit of differentials here and there, but overall, just generally speaking, I feel like there's a lot more to consider because offense is just, there's so much closed gaps. There's so much open areas for these people to really just make their maneuverings from, go ahead and take a site from, and have some kind of post plant set up and ready for that because you know you're going to have those sentinels. Be ready for those scenarios. Be ready to go ahead and get that utility down and find a way to just maximize its efficiency. So everything with that being said, we are still getting very close to getting all the players in lobby. We're kind of following through with here. But I mean, once again, to go ahead and double down on the fact that I feel like we will find a couple rounds and a couple leads that it really comes down to, but I feel like we'll find some returns here and there. I see we'll probably get ourselves like a 3-round lead, then a 3-round comeback, like streak back and forth to really keep it as close as possible, quote unquote, but it'll be in the manner that we don't really expect besides being a one-on-one.
Of course. Now, me personally, I've never seen these two teams. I've never seen either of them. They're new to me. So I'm definitely excited to see, some stars kind of break through, this first round, or more so make a name for themselves throughout this tournament. Do you think that potentially one of these two teams could be making it all the way to grand finals since you are potentially, more so familiar with them?
I feel like in Control, they're a lot more consistent, but I feel like when they fall short, they really start to fall. They really start to trip. They really start tumbling. But Vanquish, whenever they sit there and find themselves falling, they know how to get right back up and they know how to get that momentum going when they need it. So I feel like so long as Vanquish wins this match, they could definitely at least get to semifinals. But enough of the chit chat about these two squads and what they bring. Let's go ahead and see what agents they can put on our screen as we already see this loading screen coming through. And we're also going to see possibly the picks we were expecting, the Jet, the KJ, obviously, but we don't see that lock in just yet for the side of all In Control just yet.
Right. It just looks like Vanquish is just going straight forward. They know what they want to play, how they want to play, and exactly, who they are comfortable on more so, rather than In Control kind of taking a break, or not taking a break, taking it slow. And waiting out their picks.
I mean, obviously you talk about confidence. I mean, I've been sitting here on the side figuring out what is a Phoenix doing here, man. I love seeing Phoenix picks, and I love seeing him come out so quickly like that because looking at Mikey, he is feeling himself on this. To know that usually a Reyna is picked on this map. You see Reyna's a lot of times here, but to know that Mikey's going ahead and with that Phoenix pick, knowing how close quarters every single one of these engagements can be once you get onto the opposite side of the map, once you get onto that site, that run it back is going to be massive. And that is something I'm really looking forward to.
A little honest here. These shades make it a little hard to see who's all being picked. I did not realize that Phoenix was locked in that fast. I was looking at your face. You looked a little shocked, and I was confused why. I see now exactly what caught you, man.
I mean, just that itself, though. I love the Phoenix pick and also the fact that we see Vanquish going for a double duelist, even with them starting on defense. So, I mean, that's going to obviously be some kind of inhibitor to them. It's not exactly going to give them too many rounds off the start, so long as they just know how to frag out or really buy into that retake ideology to where they're essentially playing offense again, because we see In Control Nation going with the single duelist, going ahead with the double initiator, because you need to have Sova on this map, time in, time out. He's literally required. I feel like if you don't pick him, you are just throwing the match away into the dumpster and then setting it on fire after that. So, I mean, everything going through with it to know that double initiator over the double duelist selection is coming through for the side of In Control Nation. That's something that I feel like is going to be the biggest factor in consideration of who takes themselves a lead or who really gets the momentum flowing on this first half.
Right, and we do have 2 lined up on the side of Vanquish defending A, and it looks like there's going to be a hesitant push through the middle as that Astrid smoke goes up, kind of slowing them down on that.
Yep. I mean, it's a little bit of a slow start. I mean, we can definitely admit that, but everything going through and obviously the B push being the viable option here with how much kind of close it is to the spawn. I mean, you really don't have to go through too much of an avenue. It's not as choked off as A site. You have a little bit more maneuvering space. You have a little bit more in just entire area to be working with that utility. Everything coming through for him. I mean, it was a great setup, but when you know that you have a Killjoy over there, when you see that you have a Killjoy over on B site, you know Nano Swarms are possibly going to be coming out for that first round, and knowing that you have no armor to work off of, you really have no utility to go ahead and counteract that. I think it's a safe call for the likes of In Control Nation to say, you know what, A site may be a better hit.
Yeah, and a very, very long rotation over here, all the way through spawn from In Control. And I mean, there's going to be attention held by Ponder over here on B site. He's going to draw out those Nano Swarms. He's going to drop. What a shame. And now the push on to A is going to happen.
I mean, we only expected it, everything going through. I love the little Trojan horse play towards that B side to go ahead and say, all right, let's get these Nano Swarms out, get a kill, get that little distraction going on. But as you can see, the rest of the team is already on this A site looking to go ahead and get themselves a plant, which they've already found. And now they're in this post-plant scenario where you go ahead and get your respective KJ to get the Nano Swarms on that spike, find yourself a turret towards the back, which is already pinging out and ratting on these team members that are over on Heaven. As we see Faith grabbing a first, looking for a second, but Kaiwu's there for it. We're sitting in a 3v3 right now with everybody trying to do what they can, but the players in Hell are just putting too much damage down. The last couple players over towards Tree is going to be Aries looking for himself one, being in that 1v1 scenario. Sova v Sova with that bomb ticking down so slightly. Aries just trying to go ahead and whip him out, give him a little bit of a fake, looking for the closer, but it's not going to be enough time as In Control Nation find themselves a first off that spike plant.
And a beautifully played round by In Control. And In Control Nation just waiting patiently, deciding where they want to go, making sure that Vanquish has to play their game, and a great rotation coming out by them after they realize that B may not be, you know, the exact call this round. They swing over to A, they get their plant down, they just play time, and simple as that, 1-0 in favor of Control Nation, round 2 coming in.
And one thing I'm really excited for going into this is usually you find yourself one of the top 3 fraggers buying themselves a rifle in the second round to be really working off of. But I mean, looking at Wallet already going ahead and rushing that Vandal, and you see not only is Vanquish also rushing these whole opposers, but I mean, there's just not too much results to go out of it. That goes ahead and gives them a free take towards this A side to say, we've already cleared it out, obviously. I mean, they've allocated all the resource like this. They only have pistols. Let's go ahead and get on this site, find ourselves a free round. But I mean, Wallet's still alive with that Vandal was something I was mentioning beforehand, having that Sentinel run it. But it's not going to matter all that much when you have so many players around the map just absolutely doing damage to close out the second in a almost instantaneous fashion.
Right, Kaiwu does get a trade, but it just doesn't. It really does not matter on that round. I'm sorry, Nobu gets a trade more so on that round. Doesn't really matter because I mean the money's there for the rest of the team of In Control Nation with those 2 rounds, and I mean third round should be a little more even coming in now. There is a big boy Odin now on Big Dog Eggsy, but we'll see. We'll see how much he's really going to do. He's going to hold it down on B, and he's got a few people to spray onto.
Oh, yeah, he's most definitely looking for it.
Close one.
But, yeah, honestly, I would have liked the call, but when you have everybody so close over to an edge to some extent, you're not going to find too many results because you know when she hits that round 3, you see Vanquish buying these 4 rifles, these furrow guns. You know that Sova's going to go for the Odin. You know that B's most likely not going to be that option unless you look for a late rotation when he's already gone over to that A side. But when we already see so much contention going on over here, you see Vanquish holding that A main area, trying to look for a couple picks here and there. They're actually not going to find themselves any luck because Wallet's going to be that first opener along with Aries to go ahead and give themselves a little bit more to work off of.
And now the rotation is going to come out by Vanquish. It's a little late after seeing so many in the middle site, more so in Garden on A. You would think that they would rotate a little faster, having 3 there already sought out.
You can definitely see this post plant coming through. You can see everybody trying to hold their angles as best they can, but Well, Vanquish going with this retake from Heaven. You see, obviously, actually looking to find anything with that Odin, knowing that you really can't be too aggressive with it because he's not going to find himself any luck as the rest of the Vanquish players fall so quickly to the rest of In Control Nation and give themselves a free upgrade off these rifles, buy themselves a third in a row.
And In Control Nation are exactly that right now. In control these first 3 rounds, only dropping a few kills each round. And I mean, just keeping up with their pushing. It's just very quick play, very methodical, and it's a little overwhelming, it seems, here for Vanquish.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you for our first 3 rounds. That's the last situation you want to be sitting in. You usually find that 3rd round to be a pretty easy win for the likes of your squad to go ahead and give yourself some more money to work off of, keep some players alive, really work with those rifles in hand. But with the situation they're sitting in now to already be reset back to these sheriffs, you're going to see them really trying to scrap out these rounds. But we do see every here and there a squad able to make the most of it. To find these rounds with the sheriff, go ahead and pick up a gun, work off of it, play even more so into it. But when you have Ponder and Ares pushing up into tree and grabbing themselves a double, you really just can't do too much about that as you get a free spike plant down and you get the rest of the Vanquish squad really just panicking to get on this A site and really finesse whatever they can with 3 players left.
And I mean, it's gonna be an uphill battle, obviously, this round, because Vanquish has 3 to the 5 of In Control Nation, and I mean, let's be real, Arsenal difference here is a very large canyon of a gap in terms of their placement as well on this map. 1 does get traded off, 2 get traded off.
Oh,
but in the end, it's not enough, and while with a nice 3-piece on that round.
yeah, and this really just shows In Control Nation the capability they have once they get ahead. Because as I said earlier, when they fall a little bit short, they definitely start to trip and tumble a little bit more so. But we see Vanquish being in those exact shoes right now. I mean, we see them really just falling short, and this is the round where they really say, okay, we have ourselves a bye again. We can't have this reset go through and them 6-0 us here in the first round. I get it. It's a rocky little start, especially the entire day, the entire series right now. But if we're going to go anywhere, we got to turn it around right now. Our mentality, our control, everything coming through for us. We're a double duelist. We're not going to have the best defense, but we got to at least finesse a couple rounds. Otherwise, we're going to be down the dumps for the rest of this entire game, thinking we're just going to get fragged out when it comes to that second half.
For sure. I mean, now is, like you said, the best time for them to kind of get themselves reacclimated and reset on this next few rounds. Because if not, this could just be over as soon as it started. Especially with a quick 4 up, 4 down rounds, you don't want to get bummed out immediately.
Yeah, and I think with that, this is a well-deserved timeout for him. I feel like it was a great allocation to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and get it going now while we have these rifles in hand. Figure out what we can do and also plan out a second round, I feel like, is what they need to do. They don't need to worry about this one. They don't need to sit there and focus on what they can do right now because they have rifles in hands. They just need to win these trades. They got to play off of each other and make sure to win as best they can. They need to go ahead and create a contingency plan. They got to make sure if anything happens at all this round or where they do fall short once again, they got to be prepared for that backup. They got to have that plan B ready in pocket to go ahead and execute when it comes around to it. Because as of right now, it seems like they're really just scrapping together whatever they can. And with only 1 ult to be working off of, knowing it's that KJ shutdown, there's just not too much you can go ahead and use as a stall. You got to kind of preemptively use it. We're talking about preemptive. We already see the Hunter's Fury coming out with Ponder grabbing that first pick. And I'd say a little bit of damage to play off of, but not enough for it to matter until you have Fake moving up towards this side.
Right, and that is now the op down from the side of Vanquish. Ripper going down was holding that op mid on Cat, but Ponder taking out Pollock. Now it's a 2v5. This could very easily be a full set ace, a flawless coming out from In Control potentially.
And that's the last scenario you want when you know you're getting reset. So when you see Vanquish at least find themselves 1 kill, but when you already see Ponder grabbing himself another on a big dog, and you see Kaiwu closing out Mikey, this is that flawless you were looking at. It's the flawless we're going to get, and it's the flawless that Vanquish has to bounce back from, most importantly, because now sitting at 5-0, In Control Nation is 1 round off a guaranteed even half, and with the way they're absolutely just rolling right now, I feel like this is not where they're going to stop. They're not going to stop at 6-0. They're going to want to go for more. They're going to want to go ahead and close out this game as quickly as possible to get themselves a really good start to the day, just in terms of momentum, in terms of courage, in terms of just general mentality, saying, we just did that against Vanquish, who sat there and found themselves in semifinal positions time in, time out. It's going to set them up for the day.
Right, and on top of that, it is a free op now on the hands of In Control Nation.
You got knob, but you also got a shutdown coming through. So we see in Control Nation trying to look for these detains as much as they can to go ahead and get a little bit of a lockdown going through. But with Nobu actually finding that first pick with the Nano Swarm, this is finally possibly a turning of tides for the likes of Vanquish, but they got to go ahead and get a little bit more to work off of because they found the trades, they found some damage to really give themselves an edge to work with, but they got to get the flanks to come through, and that's all on Nobu, who's going to fall to Ares to that operator.
There's that op that I was just mentioning that they gave up last round. It's being used against him, but Ripper takes Ares right out of the game, gets taken out himself by Kaiwu. Kaiwu's going to close this gate, and now looks like the plant is going to be on B as you see the last two members of In Control Nation scrambling to get on site.
Yeah, and that's really all they can do when they've already found themselves a little bit of a turnaround. They had that first pick against them, and they really didn't have too much out to work off of. Knowing that Sky is only at half, that's the healer available to them. And we haven't seen Vanquish really try to go for any of these rifles that have been dropped from the likes of In Control Nation. They haven't looked for a way to go ahead and get themselves an even fighting chance. They want to just go ahead and take that straightforward approach with these sheriffs. And honestly, I respect it. But when you see Axie with that old Ares in hand, he definitely has himself a little potential to be playing with. But you've got to find these right angles. You got to make that move quick, because with that spike counting down, it could be a repeat of round one to where you win the fights, but you just can't get that defuse going down.
Oof, and Ares trying to get something off of these sprays, these quick flicks. Nothing exactly coming out. Pollock hiding in this corner. Not really much he can do. The trade comes out onto Axie, and Pollock's the last one left in this 1v2. Gets caught by Faith, and off-site runs In Control. 6th round goes to them.
It was a great effort.
It was a great effort. It looked a lot more promising this time around, but it was not enough. But in terms of even rounds right now, this is where Vanquish really have to pull it back. In terms of artillery, in terms of shielding, they are dead even on firepower and defense. It has to be this round to start this comeback for them.
Oh, I'm definitely with you there. And when you look at how much resources In Control Nation allocated that last round, it shows that they're finally starting to trip up a little bit. That Vanquish finally got themselves an edge to play off of, and In Control Nation kind of freaked out because they weren't used to being in that scenario where they were really behind in a round. So you can see they allocated 4 ultimates to that last one. Vanquish is sitting on all 5 now. So with these rifles in hand, with the full armor to be playing with, this is where their potential can really start to come through and get themselves a first, so long as they use everything correctly. And I think it all comes down to the intel given off this recon drone, where you find absolutely nothing. So Ares is going to be a little bit shy and a little bit disappointed by that. But when you find Ripper going ahead and picking off Faith, that's a great start for him. And I feel like it should be a lot to be playing with to go and consider towards the middle of the map. That's now opened up a lot more. So you can now grab that spike and you can start making a move somewhere.
Exactly. And now this 5v4, a little bit of breathing room here for Vanquish. Ooh, shots are going to come out and take a little bit of health off of Pollock, is it? I'm sorry, Polkin. But trades come out. Polkin grabs Ponder. Ponder grabs one for himself. Now a 4v3 in favor of Vanquish. Still looking good for them.
Most definitely is. When you see these trades coming through, how much damage is being dealt from their side and how much they really have to work off of. Getting that Sky a little bit more dinked down is going to be just really beneficial across the board to go ahead and grab some more shots, make sure you can get those heals going through. But when you got a Hunter's Fury coming out, grabbing a double from Big Dog, that's going to be a massive pick for the likes of Vanquish to go ahead and say, all right, it's a 1v2 against a Sentinel of all people. Let's get on this side, boys, and let's grab ourselves a round to be playing with.
Oh boy, here we go. 1v2 situation, and it does not go in the way of In Control Nation finally losing control of this round, and Vanquish pull one back for themselves. This right here is what they needed, and this right here is what they should be using to move forward and start taking some rounds off of In Control Nation.
And they only used one ultimate in that round. They only used a Hunter's Fury from Big Dog, and it was a massive one at that. It went ahead and grabbed 2 picks for them to be working off of, put them in that 1v2 scenario, which I'll admit it's a little bit shaky when you see how much you really had to finesse there in the end with so many trades to come through. We still saw Wallet grab himself a shot there at the end, making it look almost doable for a second. But I mean, with so many players that died, when you really don't have that much money to be working with, because it's the first round that's really turned over, you don't have that much economy to be playing with. So we really got to make some room here. You got to make some work out of this. You got to go ahead and double down and make sure to go ahead and finesse this round to some extent, just as scrappy as the last one was. With these rifles in hand, with the Blade Storm to come through, You may find yourself one with Ripper, but you need to grab another, buddy. You got to grab yourself some more picks, and Big Dog will be there with the backup.
And beautiful now, 3 versus 5 in favor of Vanquish on this round. Again, they were down in terms of firepower coming into this round, and they are making it work as well as they can.
Oh, they most definitely are. You see everything coming through for them. You see all these ultimates coming out. Or even at that, you really don't need, I mean, I say all these ultimates, but whenever you get a kill with the Jet, it's essentially a second ultimate. I mean, every single time it resets, it's another ultimate to be playing with because you get a complete refresh. So we already see that second one coming through. You still have the Astral Divide, and quite honestly, it's a good call to be making, but you don't need it when Mikey's going to be pushing up towards that B main, grab himself a shot, and the setup's coming through. Kaiwu will sniff out. But when you get the rest of the squad there to go ahead and say, all right, we can do this rotation. Sky, Kaiwu, he's getting in every single engagement. As a healer, that's the last thing you really need, but as an initiator, he's doing a darn good job of grabbing those frags.
Man, listen, I love watching Jet plays and all, but I love watching aggressive Skies get these kills as well, man.
And honestly, it's a matchup we're going to see right now because Kaiwu is going to be the one to win that against Ripper, shutting down that Blade Storm. But with Fate still standing, the run it back already being invested for Mikey to go ahead and get some intel on where these players are sitting at. He knows one's around health. That's where he got killed from, but he needs to know where the other one is because there's 2 players still there. He needs to go ahead and allocate this where Big Dog can be making a play of his own, and he will to go ahead and find Vanquish. Their second here in a row. A little bit of a comeback to go ahead and be spelled out here.
And I mean, like I said, man, that last round was what they needed to start their comeback and to really reset themselves and get themselves going. They just needed 1, and now they've gotten 2, potentially moving into 3 here. We're gonna have to see how they play it, though.
And I told you earlier, man, it was just going to be some gaps here and there, and it was going to be one squad really trying to bring it back. I was expecting 2 or 3 rounds, but 6? That was a little unexpected, I'll be quite honest with you. But everything going through for them, they're making the most of it. We see Vanquish going ahead and grabbing themselves 2 in a row, having some econ to work with. But with, I mean, In Control Nation having so much money to play with, they're really not feeling the repercussions just yet. They're really not feeling punished because of how much they've done. They've already guaranteed an even half. They still have a lot of money in pocket to be working with. If this one gets shut down, they will have themselves a round where they actually have to save to some extent. But with Polkin grabbing that first kill, it seems promising. You just got to grab the heals to know that you can re-engage. And with these Seekers coming through, already showing everything, all the potential, we see the ultimates, we see the shutdown going through. That could be a little bit of trouble for Vanquish to know that they actually have to cipher themselves out of the site real quick.
Right, and Killjoy coming out from In Control Nation is going to push Vanquish off the site a little bit, just to ease up the pressure, allow them to get onto site, but Mikey's going to already take one out while this push is happening. It doesn't really matter. Kaiwu trades back onto Nobu for a 1-for-1.
Yeah, you already see the trades coming through. You see a little bit of contention here on this site, and with the Nanoswarm to come through, honestly, I thought it was going to get there towards Ripper to go ahead and flush that operator out a little bit more so. But as we sit in 3v3 now, because Kaiwu just found himself 1, we see trades coming out, favoring Control Nation, getting them right back on track to get themselves an even further lead.
Yep, and they're going to get 1 round closer to that 13, and that is not going to be good for Vanquish. As you see, their money is still very, very much so in the gutter after this 9-round game that we've seen, and a dominant one more so by In Control Nation, keeping the money in their favor at almost all times.
And everything going through for him, I even said that last round was really going to be the one that would force him back into a save to some extent. They really haven't had to deal with pistols at all in this entirety of this game besides that first round where you're really forced to use them. So everything going through for them to go ahead and get that reset, keep 2 players alive. They have a lot of money still in their bank. They really didn't have to invest too much. But if we're talking about investments, we already see a Hunter's Fury coming through out of Ares to grab himself 1. Almost looking for that second shot as it was very close, as he could almost know that a man was there. But with Ripper grabbing a trade and possibly a rifle off of that as well, it really just comes down to Polkin, who's just going to go right into his demise, find himself to go ahead and be picked out, opening up this A side.
Oh, and what a tragedy this turns into. 4 versus 3 in favor of In Control Nation's shots coming through these smokes. Ripper not in a good spot, and Wallet taking him out. Mikey grabbing Ponder for himself, though. Now a heal coming in for Mikey, trying to do what he can to survive this round and make the biggest impact he can.
And I really can't blame him. This is all you have to do now. It really just comes down to time in, time out, Vanquish. They have to find themselves around off these hero plays. And quite honestly, I don't know if the clutch ability is there, but when you already see Harry's grabbing himself one, getting a trade to some extent, Mikey pulling it back, he's gonna be the last man standing, saying, honestly, I don't know if I can finesse this. So a save is gonna be the great option when you have that bomb taken down so much already. There's no way he can go ahead and get this. Keep the right for the next round. Go ahead and really just collect what you can, man, because it's been a rough going so far for the likes of Vanquish, for In Control Nation, now sitting at 8-2. So with only 2 rounds left, you got to make sure, with this next one being a save and the one after that being possibly another buy, you got to give yourself that edge where you can.
For sure. And I want to point out that Mikey is 1 kill off, or 1 ult orb, depending. But I mean, realistically, on defense, probably not getting that ult orb. But
yeah,
1 kill away from that running back, which could potentially be a huge swing for them. Basically getting, essentially getting, a second chance at getting some kills out there on maybe an aggressive push or, a really aggressive defensive play. We'll see.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I'm looking forward to that because that running back, I feel like he has to use it offensively or for a retake, but his teammates have to flush out of that site because they can't give off too many kills. We've seen it time in, time out. They get a little bit too aggressive on that defense right off the start. They go ahead and get a couple picks onto themselves, and then they just have no defense on that site whenever that spike does go down, forcing yourself into a 3v5 for these retakes or a 3v4, which still isn't very favorable. So I feel like they should just back it out, play off these ultimates they have in hand, go ahead and get themselves ready for this last round by finding themselves another one to be working with, because a 3-9 in all reality isn't all too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, well, as whatever rounds they can take at this point, I'm sure Vanquish will accept and be completely happy with, because as of now, it is a very rough second half that they're looking at to basically go into.
Yeah, and quite honestly, they just have to win this one. I mean, they're going to already be reset. They don't have too much to work with right now. They're just going to be forced out of this game to some extent. And with the lead that we already see In Control sitting nation on, it's not going to matter all that much because Vanquish is going to find themselves the first couple picks of this round, grabbing 2 of the In Control Nation players on a retake scenario. So you finally see this plan coming out and flourishing, showing, all right, we just got to play for the retake, find whatever picks we can while it's being sniffed out by that turret. But it doesn't matter with Kaiwu in the back, able to go ahead and get killed off by Mikey. Last man stands gonna be Wallet, looking for that 1v4 as he does find old Polkin, but Mikey's gonna go and grab a 3-piece to go and close out this round, giving Vanquish their third.
There you go. And as you were saying, this round, I mean, better be, 1 round in their favor than no rounds at all. And full buy coming, well, not exactly a full buy because you do have half shields coming out for Nobu and Polkin, but that Ares, listen to me, good lord. the Odin, step up from the Ares in hands of Big Dog, potentially in the right spot too, because if you look at where In Control Nation is lined up this round,
what a disappointment.
I know.
You had all that build up for it, looking for a
I was ready.
pick, but Big Dog does find himself one.
There it is.
Knowing everything coming through, hearing all those gunshots go through inside of that old B main area, you know they're going to be there eventually, especially when you see so many teammates falling. So we see so much gunshots come out already. We see Big Dog looking for one of his own, but Ares will get that trade. He's the last man sitting in the 1v2 for this last round of the half, and Vanquish looks like they're spelled themselves a little bit of a comeback if they can finesse this. They just have to go ahead and double down the site. They have to play off of each other. And so we already see a pinch play coming through. This is going to be disastrous if Ares finds the pick on the Polkin to go ahead and get himself onto the site, find himself in a 1v1, especially with that Hunter's Fury in hand. He's found himself a lot of potential with it. Big Dog as well. I mean, the Hunter's Fury is looking almost like a gun of its own in this game.
Oh, no. Oh. Polkin does reveal himself. Ares, is he going to try and swing all the way to A?
I like this. I really like this if he does go for
30
that.
seconds left.
No way.
He is.
No way.
He's leaving Nobu in the dust. Nobu is left in the dust right now. You saw him go for that pinch, trying to go and outplay the man, but when you go ahead and just crouch walk the entire way because you're afraid of getting picked off, you've already sacrificed that potential of being afraid that Spike's going to go down because it's now headed towards the A site. It's being planted right now, and this allows Ares to go ahead and have some potential here so long as he gets that recon dart up, because with how much time is going out, He sees Polkin, grabs the tag onto him, has that recon dart to double down to see if anybody's with him. He's playing this so methodically, and he knows where he's sitting at, so he can play off of it with Nobu there in the pinch play, shooting that door, giving a little bit of a reveal going out. It doesn't matter because he wins the gunfight to give. All vanquished, they're fourth here, sitting at a much better half than we expected.
For sure. It was looking a little grim. Nobu surviving with 5 health on that trade, by the way. But nonetheless, pulling it 4-8 at the half, and now another chance to really come back in this game. If Vanquish can start getting some plays of their own on offense and really swing this game.
And quite honestly, with Vanquish, as we mentioned earlier, the double duelist setup, they are set up for this aggression. They want it. They wanted to be on this offensive side. They were hoping to stick out as long as they could on that defense so they could find themselves to just completely flip the table. Not only out of aggression with seeing how many rounds you let In Control Nation find onto you, but also just in terms of strats. When you go ahead and put that aggression, you shove the table into your opposer's face, there's really not much they can do. They're staggering. They're just figuring out what just happened to them. And honestly, that's the approach they're going for, finding such a large rush up the middle and looking to go ahead and grab that middle control to be working off of, to really open up the sights and the entirety of the map to give themselves more of an educated decision.
Right through the center, and now we're gonna see, oh my goodness, the first trade comes out, Nobu grabbing Faith, and now In Control Nation little hesitant now to push through those smokes or through this mid side or mid piece as well, but Ponder is gonna grab Ripper on this rotation off to A.
Everything going through for him. It's a great little 1-for-1, but knowing that Sky doesn't have those heals for herself, it's going to be a little bit of a deficit for the likes of In Control Nation if they don't find these trades to come through and be very favorable for him, because Kaiwu doing the same exact thing on defense as he does on the offense. But you see the trades coming out, you see the heals coming through for the rest of the squad, but nobody's going to be there to grab a pick of his own, setting the team to a 4v3, and Nobu for a third, absolutely massive. And he's already grabbed the shot onto Ares. He's looking for another one to go ahead and give himself another kill. But with Mikey there in the trade, everybody really getting themselves an edge to be working off of. Vanquish find themselves a massive little lead here for the first, because Ponder's the last man standing. The double swing coming through. 11 health sitting on this man's health pool. With the aggression coming out, you got to find this pinch. Just go and find his shot. Go and close out that round, giving Vanquish the first of the half.
And there it is. That is 5 rounds now in favor of Vanquish. Not yet a comeback, but if there's going to be one, this is how you started off in the second half of this round.
Oh, of course. You find yourself a little bit of a force to be working off of. You get Ripper in those shoes saying, all right, I'm a Jet. I didn't do too hot last half. Give me that Phantom, boy. Let me see what I can go ahead and work with. Let me find this Phantom in hand. Let me go ahead and work with these full rifles. See how many picks I can get in this one. Let's get this momentum rolling, because we saw Mikey have a great side over on that defense unexpectedly. And honestly, I love the play to go ahead and let him sit on the back burner for a little bit, play with that Spectre, get in your face, play off those curveballs. But honestly, with Ares sitting there in the back, finding a trade of his own, it's going to be a little bit of potential to go ahead and hold these sites, but you got to find more to be playing with.
For sure, and taking out Nobu, who has been honestly an absolute killer on the side of Vanquish. That's going to be big for them potentially. And Ponder getting spiked down now. Mikey trading 2 of his own, though, in the midst of all that. Oh no. Oh no, it does not matter though. In that situation, Vanquish just takes out the remaining members of In Control Nation. A little bit of a mishap there, tossing that sheriff over. Just I don't exactly know what that was.
I don't really think it's that big of a deal at the end of the day. When you see Vanquish grabbing themselves some forces to work off of, you see them grabbing to have a lot more guns to be playing with. This is the round where the turnaround really either A, starts because they go ahead and get themselves a third to play with, they get themselves a 7-8, or we see them starting to fall short a little bit, because In Control Nation, now they have these rifles in hand. We saw them win a lot more trades in that last half we've been playing off of. So I think the big differential right now is going to be these utility, how well they can really be allocated, how well they can be just manipulated on these sites, and who really falls for this first blood, because we see some shots going through towards this spawn of the old CT, but we don't see enough kills just yet coming out for either side.
And I mean, big mess about to happen here on B site as Vanquish pushes in. Bullets are flying. No kills go through yet. Nobu gets one.
Oh!
Wallet trade. Oh, good lord. It is a mess. And now 3v2 situation in favor. Never mind 2v2 situation.
And you can see there in the back, I mean, Ripper not having that much health to work off of. You don't have a Sky on your team. You don't have heals. That is only Phoenix's job. So Ripper's looking for whatever shots he can. He's hoping to close off Faith first, but when you see Ponder just having the perfect angle to get that double, honestly, you kind of set yourself up for failure there. But it was a great attempt from Vanquish. They just kind of cut themselves short. And when they only had the Spectres to be playing off of and the bonus of the last round, we kind of saw it coming to some extent.
Right, and Ponder getting such a great lineup there for those last 2 kills to clear the site off and take that round. It is definitely not what Vanquish wanted, but it's what they're going to have to deal with now going into this next round.
Yeah, and with it now being a 6-9 game, I mean, that's not really all you really want for Vanquish. You want to find one more round. You want to at least be in a 2-round close-up if it came to worst case scenario when you're getting on this comeback. But honestly, with now them having all that money from that bonus fee, going ahead and buying these rifles, this is going to be as even as we get. But honestly, when you go ahead and get that Bladestorm here on the side for in control, it's not going to be as even as you think, buddy. You got to go ahead and make sure to close out that jet as fast as you can because Ponder there on the edge absolutely doing work. Or at least that's what we're hoping out of a Bladestorm. But Ripper, the opposing jet's going to be putting in work of his own on the opposite side of the field, looking for a pick here and there, looking for something to be working off of because, I mean, it looks like a little bit of a split push right now, a little bit of a flush out because they know that Ponder's there.
There it is.
No. Oh, no. They know Ponder's there, man. They are sitting there. They see the Bladestorm, and they're saying, do not touch wine right now. Or so help me God, you either A, die, or B, die. I mean, both options do not help you here. So we're going to go ahead and hit on this B side, get the Killjoy shutdown to come through, see what time we can buy over there, and go ahead and get the rest of the squad to flush out because right now, with all that utility already being put onto Ponder, he's going to be camping out, but with all that Sova damage that's already gone through from those Shark Darts, it's going to give him a lot to work off of, a run it back to already get intel in sight to show you that Faith's there, but honestly, Faith has enough shots so where she can protect herself. So everything coming through out for the side of old Vanquish. They're going to get onto the site, get that spike plant going down, getting ready for a 4v3 for a retake that's going to be coming out here soon.
And I mean, Wallet just sprang through the ground here. Kaibu's going to find a kill on Zapolkan, and that is not what you want right now. But Nobu with a huge flank to find 2 of their own and Ripper to close it out. Huge for Vanquish.
You see right there, those are those plays they need to go ahead and get back. You need those clutch plays. You need those players really getting out of their element and just working some kind of curveball. And Nobu being a sentinel and a flank player, I mean, this guy needs to be playing Yoru, quite honestly. I mean, with how it just goes ahead and gets around, we saw it time in, time out. That's the second pinch play he's made and been successful with. So honestly, just double down on the ideology, brother. Go ahead and keep working with it. Find yourself a whole entire play style around it. But honestly, the Killjoy is the curveball that makes it that successful because you don't expect it. But one thing we don't expect is possibly In Control Nation find themselves around if they can win with these sheriffs. And we already see Ponder grabbing it first, but Nobu able to trade out for Ares. But surprisingly, I'm honestly just shocked that Ponder made it out alive when he was just sitting right there because he's going to find himself a second.
No way!
And a third! An absolute massive couple picks there for Ponder to get themselves an edge to be playing with and a blind to come out to see whether or not they can pick up these rifles safely.
Oh my God, Ponder absolutely going huge, finding 3 kills of their own. And now Vanquish kind of got to play this a little different. They're over on the A site. They lost 3 on the B site. You don't see any more aggression on the B site, so you have to assume that they're potentially going A, but they're currently swinging right back to B. I don't think this is going to benefit them at all the way that they think it's going to.
I mean, they never really got on the site. They wanted to go ahead and expect that the rotation was going to come through, that they were going to have a lot to be playing off of. But now you don't only have Sheriff players sitting in this B main area. You got Phantoms and Vandals waiting for you as Ponder finds a 4th and honestly has a lot of potential for the 5th. But Big Dog's going to go ahead and find himself a first of the round, looking for this 1v3 of his own. But with Kaiwu just shooting through for the smoke and finding himself another kill to close this out. That's going to get In Control Nation onto that double-digit checkpoint I talk about time in and time out, getting only 3 out from closing this out and a 4-point lead as well.
And I mean, that right there, Ponder absolutely showing up for his team on a round that they should have not won for sure. Just absolutely taking initiative and running the whole site for the side of In Control Nation.
I mean, I said it to some extent. I said, we're looking at curveballs. We're seeing Sentinels go ahead and go for these old lurking plays. But, I mean, a curveball is you're not expecting a Sentinel to go ahead or at least Ponder to find himself a couple shots. And you're also not expecting a Hunter's Fury to come out that early, as we do see a shot to come through, but not enough to grab himself a kill, as that was a very early investment on ult, which I'm kind of confused about. But it could pay off here in these later stages if you don't find Sky a little bit too quickly to already give you those heals. Everything going through for Vanquish. They got to get on this side. They got to win now. Otherwise, I feel like they're just closed out, especially sitting on the weaponry they have right now and their wallets not being in their best favorable place.
And Kaibu did spot out one member of Vanquish, did not spot the second, but it's going to be a pull off of the B site from Vanquish. And potentially we're going to see a push here unless they decide that they need to full send it back to B. But I don't think that's going to be the case. It looks like they're about to fully commit with this Sova drone coming out.
And honestly, I can't blame them. They got to choose a side eventually, right? I mean, it's a 5v5. You get a Blaze Storm on the field on the attacking side. You got to make the most of it. You really got to hope that Ripper can come through, find himself a pick, because with nobody in heaven, that double updraft is going to be a little bit wasted right now, but that's okay. You go ahead, get on this site. You know that everybody's in heaven, just kind of hanging back a little bit. Make the push, boys. You got to get on this site. You got to get that spike down with 13 seconds left. The Hunter's Fury to come through. In Control Nation find themselves 2 members short now, with Vanquish already investing another Hunter's Fury of their own, looking for that, trying to find themselves a setup to go ahead and close out this round, because you got 3 players in the back. They're all looking for their own angles to really be pushing off of, but when you see the setups from these squads, man, Vanquish looking like, I'm just going to go ahead and call they win this round. Oh, the Ponder's still alive. Never mind.
Oh, Lord.
Oh!
Oh! One more time, Mick. What did you say?
I said Caster Curse really sucks, dude. Quite honestly.
Oh no, what an absolute disaster. They all line up and fall right down, the domino effect. Oh goodness, In Control Nation, that has to feel good. And we're gonna watch this one more time as Ares gets on site. Ponder taking out Nobu. Ares taking out 1, 2 of his own, and Ponder grabbing Ripper as well on the backside. 4 down in a matter of seconds to make this a 2-round game in favor of In Control Nation.
And honestly, like I said, that was a round they needed to win, because you look at them now, they're going for these budget buys. They have almost nothing to work with, and this next round is going to be a match point. We saw In Control Nation already find themselves a Sheriff round, but honestly, Vanquish doesn't have Ponder on their team. They don't have that man who can make those plays. Ripper's a great guy and all, but I mean, so long without that Blade Storm already be invested in that last round when they had the rifles to be working with, you had so many resources ripped from your hands when you really just couldn't get on that site and miss all those blades, because Wallet's already gonna be in the back looking for one of his own. You see Ponder now getting on with that operator, finding a kill of his own. Everybody getting their fair share of this fight, as the last man sitting is gonna be Big Dog in the back saying, "All crap, all crap, all crap."
Everything is on fire for this team on the side of Vanquish. Everything just kind of melting away in front of their faces, essentially. And now Sova Dart is going to come out, but that recon bolt will not find Big Dog. He's going to hold this angle. He knows that there's someone behind him potentially.
30 seconds left.
Ares checking his... Oh! Ponder.
Bye, buddy. Rest in peace. We'll see you maybe in this next round, because honestly, we have to see every single one of these players of Vanquish in this round, and so forth and so hence, because it's match point. That's really all we can break it down to. You see a 5-point lead, everything coming out for Vanquish right now. I mean, all bars have to be really just ripped out right now. They got to use every single ultimate in hand. They have to sit there and get every single resource on the field. And with this being their last buy, I really do like the fact that they have themselves a fighting chance. Knowing that they have these rifles in hand, they have these ultimates to be playing off of. They have a Hunter's Fury, which could be set up for a post plant. But when you already got Big Dog fighting Ares, it just hurts to see that you find yourself such an easy fallen member that early when it comes around to that match point. Now sitting at a 4v5, we see Vanquish still trying to get on this site, looking for whatever they can finesse because they have this man advantage. But in Control Nation, with the Blade Storm now coming out as I talk about it, the shutdown also available, and that Cosmic Divide, a retake would be absolutely massive here. But it all starts with Ponder grabbing that first kill with the Blade Storm, falling, and with the rest of his teammates still alive, they gotta work some wonders.
And a little bit of damage coming out from those shock darts. He hears the muffled sound of the two that are on the other side of that wall. And now we're gonna see Wallet dropping his ultimate now to kind of zone off. Doesn't matter. Ripper's gonna be taken out before it even comes through, and Nobu's gonna grab two of his own, and that right there is a round back for Vanquish. And that is exactly what they needed for themselves. And now an op in their hands for Ripper, who's been on this op all round. Or not all round, more so all game. Excuse me.
I'm going above.
This has to be another big round for Vanquish. And oof. It is asking a lot. It is asking a lot for sure. But if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Vanquish.
Oh, I completely agree. We've seen them time in, time out in those, like, I would say long haul scenarios where they really go ahead and start fighting for these overtimes to go ahead and look for a way to win them out in those scenarios because they trip up a little bit every here and there. But quite honestly, right now, that's not their biggest concern. It's just getting to that overtime. They got to win these next four. They got to work off the rifles they have in hand. They got to work with the economy they still have to deal with. And you got to make sure you don't have the first member to fall. As we already see Vanquish getting a little over antsy, almost going ahead and falling to the operator in Ponder's hands because he's looking for one. You know he's hungry, but he's not hungry enough because Polkit is going to find his first meal out of the man himself to go ahead and give themselves a little bit of a breathing space on the A side, with Wallet being there as well, grabbing the trade.
And now Spike is not going to go down. Oh no, Kaibu catches him and Faith catches Big Dog as well. That is not what you want on this side of Vanquish. And now a long set trade coming out from Nobu, taking out Ares. Oh Lord, this 2 versus 1 is not. I'm sorry, 2 versus 3 is not what you want right now if you're
30
Vanquish.
seconds left.
Oh, I'm kind of with you. You have no spike down. You know it's held hostage on that side. Everybody's setting up around it. It's almost like you're playing defense to the highest extent right now because the last man standing is going to be over here on the edge. It's going to be old Nobu by himself with 11 health and no heals on the field. I mean, that's the stinger when you don't have that sky. You don't have that potential to be working off of. And with him already having to look for the setup, it takes 4 seconds to plant a spike, but it only takes 2 to go ahead for Wallet to close out this game. As we see in Control Nation grabbing the first round of the day in this best of 1 series, knocking Vanquish out for the entire night. What a heck of a start to go ahead and be looking at.
Oh yeah. Oh man. I mean, it was a close game though. It was a close game. For sure, there were moments where it looked like Vanquish could have taken this whole thing back into their hands and won the whole thing and progressed into the next round of this tournament. But In Control was exactly that. Just, I mean, really, really gripping onto their lead and not letting it slip that whole game.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Everything going for In Control, I think it all started on those first couple rounds. They grabbed themselves such a massive lead. We saw Vanquish kind of come back from it to some extent, but knowing that you have to rip out all your efforts just to get there, just to get to a point where you're kind of back in the discussion to winning this matchup, instead of actually getting yourself a tie game, that is so much work almost for nothing. And it really sucks unless you really do go the full 12 mile, grab yourself the entire of the match, or at least go to overtime in that stage. But when you know that you're falling that far behind, and when you don't start on the offense, you're going for a double duelist, that's a huge investment that you really just got to make sure to say, all right, we've already grabbed ourselves 4 rounds on this first half. We got to make sure to run with it. And we just didn't see that on their offensive end to go ahead and really qualify themselves to go ahead and take that double duelist setup because I just didn't feel the impact of it.
Yeah, it kind of fell short, that whole attacker side for them. It just didn't come through in the way that we thought it might. You know, the aggression was there, but it wasn't executed, you know, to its fullest extent.
Yeah, and I think it all came down to the duelist diff also just generally. When you look at Ponder being that number one picker, being that number one fragger on the entire field, going 27 and like 13, that's you want to know the second highest KD of that game? I'm sure y'all just saw it a second ago. It was 16 and 16. That is a massive differential when you have a Jet going off just like that. When you have that Jet that not only can find yourself some kills with the operator here and there, switch out for a Phantom that his teammate has dropped, get closer, having that adaptability to be all over the field, knowing, okay, I can't push with an op, so let me pick something else up. Oh, it's a save round, I need a sheriff? Who cares? I'll grab a 3-piece, close out the entire round, give my teammates free guns for everybody. You know what? Who cares? Giving them that potential to be working off of. When you have Ponder in your squad, I feel like he was the major consistent, that constant denominator through the entire game to show that no matter what kind of fractions you have coming through, no matter what you can bring to the table, you got to pick him off first. Otherwise, the round's probably already going to be scrapped.
Agreed. Ponder absolutely carrying most of that game for his team. Just, I mean, good Lord. If we can just recall the 3-piece on defense with just a sheriff, man, I mean, no, wait, was that? No, that was him.
Yeah. That was definitely him.
Yeah. No, I'm making sure that I'm not getting it wrong with Ripper, but yeah, no, it was him. Good Lord. I mean, dude, that had to, one, feel good, and two, was also a huge swing in terms of momentum on that defensive side.
Yeah, we saw Vanquish finally getting themselves going, getting themselves back into the game a little bit, getting a discussion going for them and under their side. But I mean, at the end of the day, when you lose a save round like that, when you give so many players that are still alive to be working off of those rifles, and we saw the reset come through. We saw the team saying, all right, maybe let's go for this A side. Okay, we've been here long enough. We haven't really engaged yet. Let's go and rotate back around. You could just tell midway through that round, they were already choked up. They just didn't know what to do in that scenario, saying, how do we react to this? They now all have rifles to be playing off of, and we didn't give them any of those. They had sheriffs, and now we just literally gave them free upgrades, making them that much more deadly. If they could do that with a sheriff, who knows what's going to happen when we try and get on a site and they have a Phantom. We saw the trades come through, everything play out for In Control, literally just holding up to their name as best they can. But with that being said, we're going to see Vanquish going home for the night, grabbing themselves an easy little week to go ahead and give themselves a little bit more time to hit that ranked ladder, being working with it. But it's not that big a deal because honestly, they could be doing that, I'd say, at the GLG gaming facility coming here soon. Honestly, I feel like that'd be a pretty good call. When you have that coming over in Rochester, New York, over in a 22 stories high in the sky, I feel like they could go ahead and get them, they could definitely get themselves in control in their own aspect, but so could you. So long as you just find yourself going to our website. We also have a 3-month membership for the price of, like, I'd say it's like a discount to some extent. I mean, you'd have to look it up because your jaw's going to drop when you see it on the website. But if we're talking about jaw dropping and we're talking about everything kind of getting hot and heavy in here, I also want to talk about these socks, because if you type in !socks in the chat, today is the last day of this fundraiser. The last day. I mean, I cannot stress that enough. We've been selling these socks for weeks in, weeks out. This is the last day to get your chance. We got 3 colorways, so you got options. You're not forced to go and pick one. You can pick all 3 if you want to support us. But I mean, with that, so long as you just go to !socks in chat, go to that link that you're provided and buy yourself a pair to help out everybody over here, because these costumes aren't cheap. You can find yourself to go ahead and help out the squad of old GLG here at the end of the day. But with that being said, this will be the closure of our first matchup. We'll get into a second one here soon, joined by myself, Mick, and Eric once again, because we're not going anywhere just yet, baby. We're here for the long haul. But with that being said, we got to get a break of our own, and we'll catch y'all here in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that beautiful first round between In Control and Vanquish, we saw In Control move on to the second round, Vanquish going home early. But now, back on Ascent. I know you all don't have to cheer that loud. I can hear you from the comfort of my own studio here. How excited you guys are for another Ascent map. We're going on to round 2 between Rock Bottom and Project 1. Now, Rock Bottom having come in last week and winning the whole 60-second Pit of Valor. This could be either a one-sided slap or it could be a close game. We never know with these Pit of Valors. But Mick, how do you think this one's going to go?
Honestly, Rock Bottom, they have a title to defend now. I mean, they won themselves last week, Pit of Valor, as you said. It was in a pretty dominant fashion. They were really feeling themselves. And quite honestly, I feel like with them coming back in this week, it's almost like a king coming back to his throne. He just kind of waltzes up, has his little pimp walk, and he's like, you know what? I'm feeling myself. You know, let's go ahead. Let's get ready for this. Let's go ahead and defend my title. And I feel like Rock Bottom is going to bring that energy today. When you see the amount of players, the amount of potential, the amount of just fragability he has as an entire unit, and the amount of antsiness they have to already get in his agent select, I know they're looking forward to this one as much as we are.
For sure. I mean, one person that we have to keep our eye on this round is Perseverance. That man is not that at all. He is a legend. He is a monster. He is a sort of boogeyman in the dark on this jet. One of the scariest players I've seen in all of these Pits of Valor that I've casted. That man is something special for sure. Not to say that the rest of the team isn't, but good Lord, Perseverance definitely left his mark on me last week.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. Perseverance. He was that guy, pal. He was that guy. He was absolutely going off, doing everything he could, just absolutely just carrying his team. And I mean, everybody was just riding the wave. It didn't even really seem like that much of a carry. Everybody was just doing their part, but he was just that much more exemplary than everyone else. So going through into here, honestly, one thing I'm really excited to see is my authority on that Soba, because I mean, that's a comfort pick. I see my authority on Soba time in, time out, just absolutely making the most of that and doing such a great job when it comes around to doing the role of grabbing that intelligence, working off of it, and grabbing picks of his own. I mean, he's not even really forced to go ahead and get into that combat. He does it on his own. He says, all right, well, I'm going to grab the intel. I don't need to make any calls. I'll go and take the shot myself because I'm that sniper. I'm that man who can go ahead and penetrate through walls of the Odin. And I'm going to look forward to seeing that today. But, I mean, Shrouds on that Cypher, that's something we don't really see, I feel like, too much when it comes around to all Ascent. I mean, I feel like Killjoy's a much better option, but a Cypher could definitely make a curveball, and so could Project One, so long as they win this first round and get themselves an edge to go ahead and force in the seconds.
And already you're going to see kills being traded. Fairy to Jake and Perseverance to Fairy, but good lord.
Yeah, everything going through for him is a great little start for him, and that also opens up the middle of the map a little bit more, so to know they already kind of rubbed out Flonsa to some extent with Kaiden there on the edge to grab a kill of his own. You know they're in the back. You know they're on the side. Go ahead and rush that B site. Boy, get on that site. Find yourself a planet to be playing with, because it's not going to matter too much when you got Le Viper on the side just doing absolute work, grabbing himself a two-piece to go ahead and get Project One a very astounding first round.
I was just going to say that only one dropped on the side of... I'm sorry, not Project One. Project One. Sorry, the banner confused me a little bit. Anyways... I mean, one death on the side of Project One, that's got to feel really good on that first round against Rock Bottom, you know, the returning champs. But it's only round one. You have the rest of this map to be played out on the side switch as well. So we're going to definitely see what's going to happen in these next coming rounds.
Yeah, and I love that out of also the side of Project One, not going for that Vandal buy or that rifle buy generally in the second round. You see it time in, time out, just... I say here recently where you have that one player looking for that half shield, looking for that rifle to be playing off of, but Project One saying, no, we're going to go with the old down and dirty, play the typical way, get this full armor, get these sectors, and get some kills with them, baby, to go ahead and give themselves a massive opener. Already a 5v0, actually. By the time I even finished my sentence, they went ahead and closed that round out. And in a just amazing fashion from Project One to just be running with these first two, as we see Rock Bottom saying, all right, time to break out the rifles. This is where we start running with it.
And this is now where Rock Bottom is very, very scary. This is where we're going to see some kill trades really coming out. A lot more, I don't want to say methodical play, because I mean, that last round was kind of just a funnel in, see what we can get. And if we get something great, if not, okay, next round. But this is now next round, and I'm a little scared for Project One here. Unless they are some dark horse that we did not know about.
Oh, I'm definitely with you there. Everything going out for them right now. They just got to find the right angles. They got to find the right little places to be really just working into these sites, because you see the way they're allocating themselves out across the map. They're fairly spread. They're looking for a pick either here or there. They're looking for something because they don't know where any players are right now. Everybody's so tucked away. You can see old Kai just watching them. Just be like, yeah. We double cover this. We win this. But everything going through for them, they got to see a guy to at least win against. And we haven't seen that just yet, with Project One being so methodical, playing this as slow as possible. And so once they hit tree, I think that will be a great little avenue. As you already see Jake with the opener, and Kaiden has a little bit of a trade over towards Shrouds. Not that big of a deal with a Cypher on the offense, but with the trades coming through, we're now signaling 3v3, A site being the move for the likes of Project One to looking and closing this one out.
And Perseverance picking up another kill onto Flonson, making this a 2 versus 3 in favor of his team. And kind of now coming around slowly. Viper is going to do the same thing, but on the backside of A. I don't know if this is going to really work in their favor. The Matt is being seen there by the tip of his head.
With that spike counting down, you got yourself a 3v2 scenario. You got the setups coming through for everyone. Rock Bottom just holding this site like they're on defense. It's a great setup. But when we talk about setups, look at this boy. Look at this boy trying to do what he can. Well, a Viper trying to grab himself a pick as much as he can, trying to put in some work. Too many members there. It was a great attempt, but it was an even better round for Rock Bottom to get themselves the first on the board. To leave 3 players alive, still with these rifles to be working off of, and some great little econ to be playing with as well.
For sure. And I mean, Rock Bottom, again, as we said, taking up their rifles. And, I mean, really just showing us what they're capable of. With guns in hand, shields on bodies. I mean, this is what we're used to seeing out of Rock Bottom.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Everything going through for Rock Bottom right now. They want to grab that first round. They want to get themselves on the board. They want to create a fight because they're not just going to go down just getting kicked and really just not retaliating to some extent. So you already see that little start coming through, them being on the offense. They want to make the most of this. They want to grab the edge to play off of. They want to get aggressive in your face, get perseverance, that momentum to be working off of to grab a couple kills here and there and absolutely run with it. But right now, it all starts with perseverance getting onto this site right now, getting on this B, looking for a player or two, as he already sees old Joshy there on the edge, trying to find some shots onto him. But you get the backups coming through. You've got the sites. You've got them getting onto here, finding the first 2 kills. Project 1 is now on the retake with that spike going down, trying to find anything, but Flonson's already being closed out to some extent with the exchanges coming out for Kaiden and Jake. And Kaiden's coming out on top as he falls immediately with the likes of Flonson and Perseverance, giving Rock Bottom their second.
And Perseverance with a great round of his own. A triple kill for him, and already leading this team through their second round. Now tied up, it is going to be a rough one now for Project 1 to hold their own with not that great of a buy coming out for them after these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, so with everything looking even now, everything looking a lot more potential for these guys. And when you see Le Viper going for a little cheeky play of the wall bangs, it's not going to be enough to really do enough damage just yet because the game's now evened out. Things are going to slow down a little bit. Jake's already infiltrated this B side to some extent with the likes of Perseverance, looking for some blood. They just have to find a player to shoot first, as we already see My Authority being the first agent of chaos to follow through with it.
And I mean, Le Viper turning one out for himself, but Jake shutting him down immediately on sight. And now Spike is going to go down, but it is too late. It doesn't matter. Jake grabbing 3 kills on this round, closing it out before Spike even has a chance to drop. Does get dropped though. That's a little bit of extra money in the pockets, but 3-2 now in favor of Rock Bottom. They've taken this game right back, saying, hey, that first pistol round, cool. That second round where we were down pistols only to some Spectres, cool. This third round, ours. 4th round, ours. 5th round, ours. Now looking for the 6th, potentially, to go in their favor.
Yeah, and this will be a great little running for them to go ahead and get themselves back in this game, really get them edge to work off of, because, I mean, they're a little bit lackluster right now. Project 1 looking to go ahead and get themselves a return, knowing they're on that defensive end. They're not going to have as much of an edge, but when you've got the Killjoy versus Cypher setup going through, you're going to have a lot more damage to deal, and I feel like we just haven't seen enough of it yet to really manipulate. So with Kaiden there on the edge, pushing up A as much as he can with that operator, trying to find a first pick. Everybody's towards the middle of the map, and Fairy's going to go ahead and sniff him out to say, let's grab a couple shots, give ourselves an edge if they do want to get onto the site, because Perseverance, if we can go ahead and tink him down a little bit, that'll be massive. But if we're talking massive, kind of with the Blade Storm, surviving with the operator, backing out towards the spawn to say, they're probably going B now, let me go ahead and get myself over there.
And that is exactly what they are doing. And I'm sure that the side of Project 1 knows that. Fairy grabbing Matt through the smoke, though. And now with 3v5, 2v5 in favor of Project 1. This is not looking good for Rock Bottom on this round. But
it was most definitely not. You see a 2v5 scenario, you're on the offense. You got the spike down, so great. You got 300 creds to play off of. You need some kills, and Jake is going to find himself 1, looking for the 2nd, and he will find it for the 3rd piece. This is doable. It's looking a lot more potential, but Kaiden with that operator, My Authority being in an edge where he can get wall penetrated. He's got to get these shots, knowing that he's already closed one out. He's got the bait on to Kaiden, but it doesn't matter. The 3-piece comes out, and Project 1 grabs the 3rd to tie up the game.
Wow, what a very close round there on the side of Rock Bottom. Almost pulling it back after being down 2 versus, what, 4 it was, I think? My God. Kaiden clutching it out though for Project One, tying it all back up, not letting Rock Bottom kind of pull away with those last 3 rounds that they've won and taking one back for his team. Very, very well played for them.
Yeah, it was a great attempt. It was a great way to go ahead and close things out to give themselves a lot to be playing off of. And I mean, it was well needed. When you see that they don't even have really that much economy to play off of, even when they did win that round, they needed that point to have a little bit of buffer space, whether it was in their pockets or on the scoreboard, and they had to choose one or the other. So sitting right now, 5 ultimates on the side of Rock Bottom. The Seeker's already coming through, giving a little bit of a tell of where these players are at. You know, one's over in Boathouse. One is kind of, I would say, suffocating to some extent. Get a player on each side, and with everybody already closing in, that's a free B side for the taking. Now the retake coming out, and with so many ultimates still on the side of Project One to be playing with, there actually 2 of them were killed off. You only had those Seekers of your own to really just know where these guys are at. But with the Hunter's Fury coming through, we see possibly some damage potential, but whether or not a shot goes down, all 3 of them missed and kind of give themselves a relatively even take for this side.
And now you're seeing absolute domination on this round, and like Viper's gonna just get swarmed by the rest of Rock Bottom, and a flawless coming out nonetheless by the side of Rock Bottom to take that round back and say, hey, we know last round was close, this one definitely not.
Just a suggestion, Viper, if you're gonna be running any other agent, just for caster's sake, I would run like maybe switch your name for every single agent you play, because Viper, every time you say Viper, man, it's going to trip the absolute crud out of my mind. I'm gonna say, wait, there's not a Viper? Okay. That's why I do the French accent to let you know, Le Viper. But Le Viper is now back in the field, back in the game. We see a lot of more initiative going towards this A site this time around from the likes of Rock Bottom, looking to go ahead and switch it up a little bit, because they were on this B site so many times. They found a lot of success. They've found a lot of kills thus far. But do they expect the pinch play coming through from these 2 players in the back? And honestly, my authorities already sniffed them out, grabbing the first and the second, give themselves a 5-3 start and a lead in manpower, but Ferry has something to say about it.
Oh, what a tragedy. They spent so much time. Oh, never mind. Not a tragedy anymore. It's all tied up. That takes out Joshy. Ferry finds one of his own. But as I was saying, that flank was shut down so quickly at the inspection of a tripwire.
You got a double. You never expect the triple flank. And honestly, Le Viper was there with the SB working off of it. He found himself a Vandal in hand to be playing off of. He knows that Matt's going to be there on the other side of that smoke. But it doesn't matter with Viper there to get the trade. Ferry with the defuse. Project One getting right back into this.
What a back and forth so far. This is really just Project One giving the last week's winners a run for their money, saying, hey, you can have a round, but we're going to take one right back from you right after. There is no stopping this back and forth right now.
And quite honestly, I love every second of it. We see Project One, they had themselves a great little run in that first round with everything going through for them against the likes of Nightblood. We see Rock Bottom, the reigning champs. Just having this kind of a matchup in itself, going back and forth with these guys alone, is something to go ahead and, I would say, brag about to some extent. Knowing you can keep up with the best, knowing that they've won themselves, if you go ahead and close this out, you know you have the potential to make it all the way, but you got to win this one first. And we got to see whether or not this tie can be broken by either Rock Bottom getting back on top, getting that lead in their advantage, or Project One doubling down, saying we won the first couple rounds, and we also want to win a couple more to show that we still had that potential in hand. So, with 4 rounds left to go, we got to see who grabs really the first quarter out of these. And honestly, looking at the ultimate usage and the amount that Project One has in hand, if they can allocate any of this on this side, because Strauss is one, but I mean, that neural threat I feel like isn't too good until you get on that site. We haven't seen that just yet.
Right, now we're going to see the push on the site. Kaiden trying to hold his own, but Jake is going to take him out. It is definitely not what you want on the side of Project One, but fight going down now, and a Hunter's Fury coming out by Le Viper to catch one, do a little bit of damage, but it's not going to kill.
It's most definitely not. It's going to give you a little bit of intel to know that Jake is there in that bottom. You can go ahead and make that call, say, he's lit, he's lit. And you can go ahead and curve on that man, grab yourself a little bit of a peek, and grab yourself a kill if need be. But speaking of picks and kills, Plus is going to be the first one at the charge. He's going to see all Perseverers trying to get on this side, try and grab himself a little kill with the Blade Storm, but he's just going to move even closer to this spike. He's going to try and go ahead and get this diffuse going down, because the last main thing is Shrouds. He's already kind of flushed out from this old Detain coming out, and honestly, he's really just forced out of this round as we see Rock Bottom falling a little bit short as Project One find themselves a fifth.
Oh no, what a tragedy for Shrouds to try and get out of there, but as he moves, the wall comes down and 3 players are just there kind of staring at him going, oh, hey buddy, yeah, you're gonna die now.
Can't blame them. I mean, when you're sitting up against the reigning champs, we're going to say this a lot. You want to go ahead and put your you want to put your foot on the table. You want to completely disrespect whatever meal they're trying to eat. You want to sit there and show them that, all right, this is the place, this is our grounds this week. We can't sit there and shake your hand and say GG or nothing. We got to show that if we're going to beat you, we got to at least have enough confidence to carry this a lot further and at least go to the semifinals at least. To go ahead and get yourself into a stage like this. So with the shots coming through, the little bit of attitude coming back and forth, the absolute domination of these rounds thus far, even though it is so close, you just need that much more to be playing off of. And honestly, I don't see either side having that much to be playing with. We see even rifles on both sides. The only difference maker right now is that neural theft in hand. And as I said earlier, it really only becomes that good when you get onto a site or unless you find a pick, and we haven't seen one just yet.
Right, and now we're going to see the push potentially coming on to B here. Smoke's coming up. Flaunted finding 2 immediately. My goodness, Flaunted going huge. Barry finding 1 as well, but Jake trading back 2 for himself. 3 for himself.
Oh, Astra.
Oh my.
You need to be the duelist. Just change your name to a duelist. Change your role to a duelist because, I mean, the way these Astra players have been playing recently is absolutely massive. And seeing Jake be one of the best players to do it, I want to say recently within memory on the Pit of Valor, he's definitely worthy of kills like that. He's definitely worthy of turning rounds into the tide of his team's favor. And you can see prime examples right there. You know, the Shroud's already popped out the neural theft. You know that they're going to be coming from the middle of the map, that door. You know they're probably going to split up. So you need to go ahead and double swing on at least one of these sides instead of letting them come into you. Because I know you want to buy out that spike time, but you need to grab yourself a shot first. And we already see that coming out from Jake, grabbing a 4-piece. It's all down to Shrouds versus Joshy. Joshy doesn't know where he's going to be standing yet. We could see a little bit of a ring around the Rosie, but Shrouds just decides to hold his ground and falls on top of the spike like a captain on his ship as we see Project One grabbing another round, setting themselves at 6-4 for the half.
And now this is looking very good in favor of Project One, kind of really shutting down Rock Bottom where they thrive, which is on that aggressive offensive side. They're not going to have a good time next round if they drop this one as well. It will be a very diminished wallet in terms of, you know, what they can really go through to equip themselves with on a loss coming from this one. But once again, we cannot count them out. These are last week's GLG Pit of Valor winners.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, we saw Project One and Rock Bottom sitting in an even game, sitting at a 4-4, but now we see Project One doubling down, saying we're going to try and run with this as best we can. We grabbed a little bit of an advantage now. We've already shut down your wallets to some extent because Kaiden's sitting on that Marshall, and you can't sleep on it. The Marshall can definitely put in some shots, and I think in the hands of Kaiden, there's a lot of potential there. You just got to make sure to really find the edge to be working off of. You need to go ahead and play into that aggression. Know that you're a little bit down right now, and you need to be working off of it, but, I mean, Kaiden... Actually, I don't know why I thought that was a Marshall. That's a really chunky Marshall.
Very chunky Marshall.
That's honestly, the chunkier the Marshall, the less shot to take. So honestly, that's gonna work. You know, let's name an operator and see if we can find any kills with it. Kaiden will fall a little bit short. Not gonna kills just yet as we get the triple swing to come out on him, the little assist to come through as well. With Rock Bottom trying to move themselves on the A site, trying to get a pick here or there, trying to get themselves some more weapons to be playing with because Joshy is already showing off that Phantom, getting a kill of his own on the Jake, the man who found a 4K in the last one.
Right, and with Kaiden going down, that is that chunky Marshall now on the ground, kind of wasted on the side of Project One. But Hunter's Fury is going to come out from Authority, not going to find anyone in terms of kills. And Joshy finding 3 of his own, turning this into a 2v2. 1v2. Can Fairy hold on to this?
Fairy can't hold on to this. Fairy has to get on that site and defuse. And quite honestly, sitting in heaven with that recon dart to go ahead and sniff you out is not going to be that much of a help because Rock Bottom's going to go ahead and know exactly where to shoot, where to put those crosshairs, and we're going to close that around and pick up that chunky Marshall on the ground.
Beautiful chunky Marshall in the hands of Perseverance, and that's who you wanted on. You definitely want that chunky Marshall in the hands of Perseverance.
I think we can go back to Om now, Chief. We both made fun of it.
Hashtag Chunky Marshall in the chat. Add us on Twitter. It's going in my bio.
I love it. But speaking at least, we're gonna rename it to an operator. You know, original idea. That's gonna be the hands of Perseverance once again.
Like
and that was something, as you mentioned, that we really need to go ahead and keep some influence on, because Perseverance himself, I'm sure if he found the opportunity to go ahead and take that shot, he would have went ahead and found that kill. But quite honestly, when you go ahead, get all these players moving back onto these sites saying, well, now that they have the operator in hand, we need to play a little bit back. We got to play on these sites. We got to hold our angles, and hopefully he will shove himself into our hands eventually. But with the Seekers coming out, really just snitching on where everybody's positions are, at least 3 of those players, you know they're going to be doubling down. You have an idea of where the approach is going to be coming from, and you know where the Blade Storm's going to be allocated to.
Oh, Kaiden almost finding Shrouds there through the cage, but not enough. Gets a little bit of damage on him, gets him about a little bit less than 80% health there. And oh no, Fairy on the other side of the smoke from Jake. They don't know that each other are here, playing really spooky here.
But honestly, Fairy making a good play, going ahead and using that ultimate when he can, saying, all right, I have an Astral Divide. Nobody really uses them all that much, because Fairy's actually going to be the one to be picked off right there. So you have one less defender here on the field that gets Rock Bomb the edge to possibly tie this up for this entire half, because you have the Killjoy shutdown going as well, which will flood out a couple players. But honestly, with the level of aggression that we've seen Rock Bottom bring so far, Jake might not even care and say, I'm going to try and shut it down. Get a little bit of irony going on here. Shut down the shutdown. But we don't see that just yet. We only see Project 1 players getting shut down as we sit there and finally have ourselves a 2v2 with the Spike dwindling down ever so quickly, as the Viper will go ahead and pick off Matt. Authority will find a trade of his own, knowing a player's on that Spike, and won't have time for it, as we see Rock Bottom winning that, putting us at a 6-6 for the half.
Oh my goodness. And Rock Bottom in winner's fashion, pulling back these last 2 rounds right before the half. And now, all tied up, this is anyone's game right now.
Well said.
I mean, honestly, can we just take a second and appreciate how hard Jake is going in these rounds to try and make sure and secure the win for his team. 18-10 coming into this half, where the kills more so are spread out through Project 1, where you have 10, 9, 9. I'm pretty sure there was an 8 and a 7 around there. But the majority of the kills here are on Jake for the side of Rock Bottom.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. Jake really showing up today, showing himself as an Astral player to absolutely just go off and show that, I mean, it doesn't matter what role you play, you can still find kills. And speaking of kills, Perseverance and Jake, respectively, will find the first 2, 3, 4 of the round as Jake tried to close it out. Knowing exactly where Joshy is, having a lot of shots on him, but it's not going to matter because he'll find himself one before Perseverance closes out the round.
My God, and as quickly as the first pistol round started, the second pistol round follows the same. It is up, down, gone.
That was Jake. We literally said his name. He's like Candyman. He's go ahead and say his name a couple times. He'll be like, I'm here. The monster has now arrived.
Did someone say my name? Here's 3 kills.
We just gotta avoid talking about him. Otherwise, we're gonna give Rock Bottom an unfair advantage. We're gonna get reported.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's talk about Matt and Shrouds. Then.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I feel like Shrouds, so speaking of that is a really good point. Knowing that you have that Cypher player, you need a little bit more on this defensive end. You don't have that Killjoy to play into. You really just have intel to be working off of. And I mean, the tripwires, they're a great source of that. But you got to make sure to follow through with them, because when you have these rifles in hand, when you have a little bit more gunfire to be playing off of, especially on a Jake, honestly, it doesn't matter how we talk about it. He's gonna frag out, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said the forbidden name, but honestly, it doesn't matter. This man's going to get head clicks all day long. It's just his thing.
I mean, he's really showing it. He goes ahead, finds a kill here and there, goes ahead and gets around on another side of the map. But I mean, it can only be so great to find yourself kills. But if we're talking about Project 1, they need to get themselves a spike down. And with Jake being on the A site, finding a second of the round, go to B. Honestly, just get out of there. Get away from that man.
I think at this point, it's kind of find out where Jake is, go to the opposite side of the map.
Fair enough. I mean, that's the whole entirety of success right there. We have an Astra player who can really do everything everywhere and also get the kills to back it up. There's not really too much you can do.
No.
The Perseverance already being set up over here on this B side. The other nuisance, the absolute monster on the opposite side of the field is going to find himself a kill of his own. Go and lock down this side as we see Project One really just being choked out in B main right now, figuring out what to do, but it doesn't matter. Perseverance for a 3K to go ahead and give Procom their 8.
Oh my God. With only a Marshall, this man picks up 3, and I mean convincingly. Not just, oh, well, 3 separate kills in 3 separate moments. No, those last 2 were back to back within like milliseconds of those shots. Good.
You got to keep in mind though for that second round that you don't buy armor typically. If you're going to be running those pistols, you don't want to sit there and say, "Oh yeah, I can win this round and I can go ahead and buy the armor and sacrifice the rifle the next one," because they barely have any credits as it is on the side of Project One. So with that 101 shot coming through, doing absolute damage and being in that one-shot potential for everybody, we see Perseverance running it again, but this time with the armor out on the field, he has to get those headshots.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, doing exactly that last round, I mean, he gets, well, I think he got 2 on that. And then I think he just hip fired the 3rd one.
Hey, Chunky Marshall.
Chunky Marshall.
Oh. Chunky Marshall, Chunky My Authority coming right back into it, getting a little bit of a wallbang shots here onto the likes of the other guys, but there's only so much you can do with an Ares compared to an Odin. It just doesn't have as much penetrable power. It doesn't have the same amount of fire rate, so you can find some damage, but you can't really find the same results that you're wanting. So we see Project One trying to go ahead and get themselves back into this game, being on the offensive end now with this Killjoy in hand and with the Sky as well, but we just haven't seen enough initiative towards one side or the other, with everybody moving in towards A, the infiltration coming through now. Jake now getting his eyes on a couple players. He's actually going to fall as Shroud grabs an exchange of his own for 2. Evening out the odds. This is a 3v3 with the spike, I'm sure, going down here any second.
Perseverance is just not even fair with this Marshall. My goodness, just absolutely pumping shots into the team. And now with a Spectre in hand, he grabs another one. May Authority closing it out with that Ares. And this is going to be a defuse coming out, given to May Authority. And I mean, just like that, man, 9-6, 3 rounds up, or 6-9, however you want to look at it.
We'll say 9-6 for the sake of it. I'm sure Chad can have a really good time with that one, but I'm sure Rock Bottom's having an even better time right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we sit there and discuss time in, time out how much of a big deal a bonus is and whether or not you can really follow through with it, because you expect round 2 to go ahead and fall in your favor. You get that force coming through, you have better weaponry, you have armor to play off of. You're really not concerned about anything. And being in the second half, there is no chance of redemption. I mean, in the first half, you could say we could possibly win the bonus on the second half and go ahead and get these trades to come through. But when you're on that second half, there is no chance of redemption. This is it. You have to follow through. You have to come back from this. You have to win a really scrappy round of your own. And with Perseverance already getting a lot of damage thrown onto him, it doesn't matter because we find even trades with 3v3 and with My Authority just spraying through the smoke, making absolute work of these players. It evens it out once more in a 2v2 with Jake now saying, all right, here comes the boogeyman.
Someone said Beetlejuice 3 times. Jake is on his way.
I think the biggest thing is he's not going to run into anybody. You see him already trying to look for rotation, get towards the middle of the map, and they're kind of smelled out to some extent, but you still want to have B in the back of your head. When you had that Cypher cam and those tripwires over towards A, you're really not worried about looking at that because you know they're going to get snipped out eventually.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's still so much Cypher put down. I'm sorry, Shroud's put down on that side of A, some really good tripwires that you don't normally, look for more so on entry of this site. And there you go. There's going to be the camera to come out and spot the last 2 of Project One. There's one tripwire that I was talking about. Second one catching another one. So they know what's going on now.
And you also know a player's right there towards tree. You saw the shots come through. You got the flash off. You know where they're coming from. You know another player's probably going to be in that heaven area. But Jake being the one from the door, they don't know who is who. They have not at least gotten that intel. So we know Jake is the one at tree. He's going to be the bigger nuisance to find himself one. Find the other to close it out to give Rock Bottom their 10th.
The boogeyman is back onto site A and closes that one out to make it 10-6 in favor of Rock Bottom. Jake is putting on a clinic right now.
Oh, he most definitely is. I mean, that alone in itself, 25-12. Keep in mind, in the last game, our highest KD was 26-13. This man isn't even in the last round yet, and he's already accomplished better stats than that, and he has the potential to go further with it. Just shutting down Project One at essentially every single angle, knowing he's an Astra and saying, I don't even need to be there to scare them. So long as I get a concussion, get a little pull coming through, get a Cosmic Divide down, they're going to think something is going on. And if we're talking about stuff going on, we see my Authority looking for some kills with the Odin, but not able to finesse anything just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, spraying through that wall, man, he will find something eventually that'll be huge for sure. I mean, I'm sure he'll get some damage out, but I mean, there will be some kills coming out, guaranteed from Authority. He always finds them. I've always seen it whenever he plays Ascent, spraying through with that Odin.
It all comes down to this shutdown as well. You go ahead and put that on the offensive end, flush all these players out the side. That is a free move for the likes of Project One. But with my Authority not getting that reload through, having to force it out with the take coming in, that's a cross-off that was really just free for Project One to get onto his site and get that spike down. And now being in a retake scenario, a Blade Storm out for the likes of Perseverance.
There it is.
He's going to try and find one, and Authority will be the first one to find a kill in this round. But you see so much more potential for Rock Bottom now being that 5v4 scenario, the Cosmic Divide coming through. So much scary stuff going on for them that they're looking for so many more players to pick on. And Matt will find two to go ahead and prey on as you see Flaunson in the back, trying to go ahead and say, they know we're here, Bog. We gotta rush it. And it's just not working out for them when you got so many bullets just raining down on you.
Oh man, and only dropping one member on their side. Rock Bottom now takes this to 11-6. It is very grim looking now for Project One, but not to count them out. They had a great first half to keep it at 6-6, but have not taken a round for themselves yet against Rock Bottom in this second half.
Yeah, and that alone is something that they can really brag about. I mean, Rock Bottom absolutely going off, showing that they only have 2 more rounds until they win this, 1 more till match point, and knowing you haven't gotten a single round this entire half. That's threatening. That is scary just to think about as a team, saying, what are we doing wrong? They have a timeout to use, but they just haven't decided to go for it yet because they had this rifle round. This is really their one last rally to say, this is our chance. If we don't win this, we're going to be on a sheriff round in the next one, and that's match point, and that is something we can't have. We have to bring it back right now, or this is really just spelled to be over for us.
And of course, it's just one of those things where you're going to be a little shaky. There it is. Perseverance finding Kaiden. My gosh, you're going to be a little shaky on these next few movements because you don't want to mess up. This is a single elimination, and you know you lose this round, you're potentially losing next round, and that's game. That's it. So you don't want to make any mistakes. So there's going to be a little hesitation, I'm sure, from Project One.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what they need right now. They got to close this through. They got to get themselves something to really play off of. And with them already having that first pick against them and my Authority breaking out the Hunter's Fury, it's going to be really contextual over here to sit there and say, okay, we can safely be around this area. Knowing that spike is going down, knowing you have those cues, hearing the players in the doors come down, it's concerning to think about knowing that they're circling around you right now as you're trying to get this spike down because LeViper's going to be on site. Shroud's going to go ahead and find Fairy, give themselves an even larger lead to be playing with, just in terms of manpower. Doing close this out, but Joshi on the flank. This could be massive if he didn't get closed out by Matt. 2 players left. Looking for the man in bottom, which is going to be Flaunson to find a 3-piece. Last man says it's going to be Shrouds, and he has to get this defuse going down. He has to put a little bit of pressure on. No flash to really read out, so Shrouds has the perfect opportunity to get on the edge and find the kill to give Rock Bottom their match point.
Flaunson looking really good there with the 3-piece and the flank as well to take out another member of Rock Bottom. But Shrouds clutches it up, grabs the op. I almost called it a Marshall. grabbing the op to make sure that they have that on their potentially last round here. Project One is going to come through. Is going to come through with a little bit of a mix mash buy, but it's the best that they can do now after such a devastating loss that round.
Yeah, it's not really the best case scenario to be sitting in for a match point, but for them to at least finesse that. I was thinking they were only going to be on pistols or SMGs or something of the likes of that, because you do see Ferry stuck with an SMG in his hand. But I mean, everybody else is really working with whatever they can, and it's definitely doable. When they have these 3 ultimates to be playing off of, you have that Blaze Storm coming through. That's a lot of potential there. You have a Hunter's Fury, a Cosmic Divide. You can go ahead and split up a side, isolate a whole bunch of members to really get yourself that edge to be playing off of, but we just haven't seen any of it just yet. We got to see either a kill from the Blaze Storm to go ahead and get yourself an opener, but with Jake having an opener of his own, that's a little bit more concerning to think about, knowing that Rock Bottom has himself a lead once again to be doubled down by my authority.
Oh, and they are just stuck in this corner here. Project One, not where they want to be. Perseverance just shooting fish in a barrel here.
Oh!
2 for him. And the last player standing, Kaiden, goes down. Shrouds taking him out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will close out our second round of this tournament. And Rock Bottom showing why they won last week's Pit of Valor.
Yeah, and that in itself, I mean, I feel like regardless of how we see Rock Bottom performing, we kind of expected it out of them. But looking how Project One came in, gave us an even half to play off of before Rock Bottom said, no, this one's ours. They had a great performance up until that point. I mean, when you got Jake sitting at 27 and 14 as an Astra, that's not something you really expect. And that's something really hard to counter to say, honestly, if their top fragger is a man who can literally do whatever he wants with the field, he sets up an entire site by himself and says, all right, a stun goes there, a smoke goes there. Up there, I'll put a little bit of gravity well. Oh, I'll split the entire map in half, and he's going to just go ahead and pick us off. It's a little scary to think about. And honestly, I can't really blame them. They did a great job of retaliating as best as they can on that offense. But once you get around to the opposite end of the field, they just ran with it. And it was a great show for Rock Bottom. And I think they're really setting themselves up for a lot of success to go forward here because of that alone.
For sure. And I mean, Project One really giving them a run for their money in the first half of that game, taking them to 6-6 tied up going into the second half. But I mean, it really showed in that second half what Rock Bottom is capable of, not dropping a single round. I mean, good Lord. But I mean, they had Jake just absolutely running that whole game for them. You know, not to discredit anything else the rest of the teammates did, but I mean, doubled his kills from his deaths. I mean, really showing out here.
Yeah, I mean, we even mentioned it going into the game. Say, keep your eyes on Perseverance. He was a player that really stepped up in the finals last week, absolutely just ran with it, and just completely mowed down the entire series. But seeing that every single week that the rest of the team can at least keep up, I mean, that's the biggest trait they need. You can have a carry every single week and be like, all right, it's your turn. It's your turn to carry. It's your turn to carry. And nobody else does anything. We saw consistent results out of every single one of those players, and it really set them up to say, okay, if Jake does die, it doesn't mean we've lost a round. We have backups. We have alternative solutions. This is the time when we have to use them because they're coming to our site, and we still have to win these gunfights regardless.
Exactly. I mean, just once again, we talked about Perseverance last week.
Yeah.
So to add on to that point, we saw Perseverance last week really pop off and show us why, you know, he's a force to be reckoned with. This game, still in second for his kills, but not really popping as much as Jake, but still having that person to fall back on. It's gotta be really nice to not have to worry about, like, okay, I have to carry this entire game on the shoulders of, you know, myself every single time.
Yeah, and I think that's great for him. Honestly, I feel like we'll be talking about a different single name every single week with Rock Bottom. Last week was Perseverance. This week it'll be Jake. Next week it'll be My Authority. Week after that, it'll be Old Shrouds. They will find a way to constantly be relevant and get themselves into our mouths as many times as possible because they are they are a threat to be reckoned with. I mean, just time in, time out. And that alone has really got them into the standing to show that they not only won the title last week, but they're definitely in the running for it this time around as well, going, now 2-0 in the entire circuit. And I'm sure they're not stopping here by any means necessary. But we're also not going to stop the broadcast here. I'm not going to stop talking because we got a couple promotions here for y'all. The thing that I didn't really mention in the last comment, because obviously I had to talk about our socks, which y'all need to type ! Socks in the chat to go ahead and buy a couple of those. We also got a giveaway coming through. Now, I know it's been a little bit of annoying to hear about New World this, New World that. Oh my God, all my friends are on New World and I'm still playing Valor or League or some free-to-play game. That's okay. That's okay. You do your thing. But if you want an opportunity to possibly for free hop in with your friends on New World, we do have a giveaway coming through right now currently. So, I mean, anything coming through for that, we're giving away 6 copies of that. So all you got to do is just type in giveaway in the chat and you will find yourself enter for all that stuff, getting the details, all the goodies here and there and the other to grab yourself one of those 6 copies. But everything going through for it. We also, once again, need to talk about socks. Seasons are getting cold. These matches are getting hotter. You need to go ahead and make sure that your stinky little boys downstairs are going to be covered. And they're also going to be warm for the entire season that's coming through. Get you some for the family, for the friends. Go ahead and gift us some at staff because I'll go ahead and wear them on stream. I'll eat them just to sit there and prove to you that I got them. I'll do whatever it takes. But as of right now, we just want to make sure that y'all know that those are available and they're here to stay, at least for tonight alone before they go away. A little bit of a poem there for everybody who wants to grab your socks and chat. But with that being said, as disappointing as it may sound, this will be our last game here for a little bit on the desk as I will be going away, and I think Eric will as well, as we'll be passing on the microphone to another 2 casters to come back later. But in the meantime, we saw Rock Bottom. You're going to see him again, and maybe you'll see us again here in a little bit. So we'll catch y'all here in a little while. Best of luck.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Joining me is definitely a cow, not Strive at all. Don't be fooled. That is a cow. Moo Moo, look at the pasture that this man is on. That is definitely a cow. You can milk him for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, no, don't try milking the cow. Leave him alone. That is harassment. That's animal abuse. But dude, welcome. It has been forever since I have seen you. It is great to be with you again.
What's going on, man? I was going to drop a moo, but I felt that was a bit too cliche, so we'll save that for another time. If I moo in between the cast, though, somewhere in between when someone does something crazy, I'm not going to be screaming, oh my God, you're just going to hear violent moos. But on the real, what is going on, everybody? I'm just getting into it, getting the voice all warmed up. Pit of Valor number 63. Some juicy matches have gone down so far. I'm getting into it on map number 3, I believe, and it's going to be In Control Nation versus Team Mystic. The cheat sheets down below. And In Control coming off of a dub here, Eric, so they won on Ascent in the last map. But a slight change of pace. We're going to be mixing it up with an additional site going on to Haven. This is In Control's pick. So the winners coming into map number 3 on this cast at least. And they're also the pickers on this Haven map. So we'll see what they'll do here. They're going to be starting on the attacker side. Mystic going to be defending. I'm looking forward to it, man. Tell me, how did that last match go? What were some highlights? And what kind of tempo and what can we expect in the matchup here today?
Oh, geez. Well, I know. Well, what, the last round that we just casted, or between those last two teams that Mystic just faced?
All of it, whatever you want.
Okay,
Just give me the lowdown. I need to hear the lowdown.
So, let's see. Last round, we had a great game between Rock Bottom and Project One. I mean, a very back and forth banger up until the first half. Into the second half, Rock Bottom did not drop a single round, leaving it at 13-6, showing why they are the champions of last week's Pit of Valor. They are potentially returning for the the back-to-back, but we will have to see. But I will say, when we did watch In Control earlier, they put on a very, very convincing win. Very methodical play, very, very high accuracy. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure against Team Mystic.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to it here as we settle in. I mean, I'm glad that I got a bit of a history lesson, albeit I did watch it, but I still like to hear it from the, I was going to say from the cow's mouth, but I'm the cow, not you. So as we get into agent selection here, going on to Haven, let's see what we get down and dirty with. All things said and done, a lot of quick locks coming in on both sides. I do see the instant cipher, I'd say, from the side of Kaiwu, and that's kind of to be expected. I love that pick, but a lot of familiar faces there, especially Opka on that KJ, a very familiar face for me. Traumatic on that Sova. Looks like we're fully locked on that defender side. So Astra KJ, we're going to go bottom to top this time. Jet, Sova, Reyna going up on the other defender side. Attack going top to bottom. That Astra Cypher. I believe Ares is going to hover that Sova. The Sky, which is a nice differentiating factor, and that Jet. So comp-wise, looking pretty juicy. We'll see how the controllers fare out here, though, as we get right into this game. In Control Nation coming off of a great win. I'm looking forward to this one here, Eric.
For sure, man. I mean, like I said, when we watched their first game, it was just fireworks spewing out of both teams, realistically. But, In Control coming out on top. Team Mystic, I've seen the name before. I feel like maybe in the past I've casted for them once or twice. So this should be a very, if not close game, a very good one in general.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm looking forward to seeing how it pans out, but let's get into it. 30 seconds on that countdown. Of course, guys, we are jousting it out for $50 here tonight. Best of ones all the way through to that grand, which is going to be that juicy old BO3 fiasco, but really, really critical do or die scenario. For our beautiful viewers tuning in, please don't forget to get on the socials and follow us through. A lot of good stuff coming up here. The Contender Circuit finale is coming up in a heartbeat and a half. We have an amazing tournament that Community Gaming is hosting coming up as well. So a lot of great things. Please be sure to tune in. But the timer says 4 seconds here, Eric, and off we go to the races in this matchup.
And I mean, a lineup coming all the way onto A site already. We're going to be pushing right through. You going to be caught out by that dart, but Traumatic already grabbing Ponder, grabbing Faith, being taken down by Ares himself.
Great set of opening picks, taking it to a 4v3. Lunan, wow, Lunam, sorry, looking for a great connection there onto Wallet. Of course, that Reyna Devour is so strong on round number 1. Gotta love it there. My style with the Sharif, but Kaiwu has managed to find himself a comfy home in a garage, albeit don't know how comfy it is unfurnished now. Posting up against Opka, swinging. The shoulder shows first, but Opka just one level ahead of the game. Ares for 1, Ares for 2, and he's down to 10 HP. Summer could have made that happen, but that headshot angle just too strong. But now it is a lonesome Sova against 2 members of Team Mystic here. Post plant coming up. We'll see what he can do here. If he can hold off the barrage, chuck full HP 2 here, Eric. Ooh.
Oh, and just like
Frenzy
that
goes brr.
Yeah, Frenzy does go brr, but I mean, valiant effort picking up 3 on his own. Now this defuse is going to be passed over instead of onto this Astra, onto this Killjoy, and a very smart choice, I think, to get early control when it comes to defense.
I'm down with it. It's always good to pick up round number 1. Gotta love the early picks coming out there. Traumatic bringing up the top of that board with the 2 Pete's combination, but getting down and dirty. They're going to be going ahead and capitalizing on the kills, going with the Spectre full armor, leaving nothing to, no holes open here. We patch them all. And we'll see now with the bigger weapons what they can do. I see on the opposing end, though, looks like the In Control Nation guys are a little bit antsy, not looking to save fully. I see some sheriffs, Shorty in question maybe, and no, it's a bit of a back and forth. Some interesting vibes. We'll see what they can do here, Summer. And that is the beauty of Marshall round 2 when you got no armor to spare. Faith now, jousting, but Summer with the no scope looking good. Opka.
Oh!
2
Oh! Oh no!
One enemy
Sean picking these back up though, 2 for him, and this is going to be another 1 versus 4. Team Mystic just really pushing through, and all shots out of the gun, but none of them hit, and Summer is going to get that 3rd of the round. Beautifully done. Team Mystic going up 2-0 in in this second round. Third round, though, this is going to be where we're going to see the real potential of In Control. And with all these rifles in hand, full shields except for Ponder with the half shield, this should be a more convincing round 3 for them.
You'd hope so. With bigger weapons in hand, typically would mean bigger kills, earlier kills, aggressive kills, whatever you want to say. But this is a big round. They bought down fully. And that's the thing with round 2. You go ahead with those marshals. You don't have a lot of armor. And when Jet gets up and personal in your face, it's a one shot to the chest there. But Aries going to let the drone find its way into this C site. Spotting absolutely nothing, I believe, for the most part, but going in deep. Chuck holding off the push of Wallet. Great pick. Back in his smoke he goes. Very tricky one way. Swings for one and taking out a lot of weaponry. Meanwhile, Faith and Aries with one apiece. Big guns doing their deed. And now Kaiwu settles in for the 3rd kill of the round. Shot darts coming in for the default. Faith has got it down and he gets away for the most part now in a joust back and forth. Which way? Traumatic is going to let the drone spot them out the ping, but a big shock dart. That's a bit of an electrification right there. And now Traumatic has got to deal with a lot of people on site. Meanwhile, In Control Nation's like, we'll just play it. We'll play it deep. We're gonna chill out for a bit here, guys. Faith, though, the Lonesome Wolf on site, and he only had to get one. Kaibu bringing up that rear, and at the end of the day, the big guns reigned supreme for In Control Nation.
And as I said, that 3rd round is going to definitely show the real potential of In Control Nation with these rifles in hand, but once again, a little bit of a disadvantage from Team Mystic in terms of firepower. So now we will really see it in terms of how even this game can be. So now we have 2-1 in favor of Team Mystic. Round 4 coming at you with full shields, full guns, except for Ponder, who has a half shield. But realistically, after we saw Ponder's last performance in the first round of this tournament, does he really need the extra 25?
TBD, I'd say, but this is where things get a little bit tricky for the attackers, right? That Astra is going to be a bit of an interesting force to reckon with. A good Astra on Haven can make a massive difference, blocking off choke points, multiple smokes, potentially up to 5 stars can go down, and obviously they're not all smokes, but you got to be careful. Play it very smart. We'll see, though, with a bit of a slow and steady default from In Control Nation, spotting around, looking for some contact here. Lunam is jousting there right with Cypher. Kaiwu. Wallet is there to support for the trade if possible. The first star goes down to block off that end of the spectrum, but meanwhile, Lunam still wins that joust coming outside there. That's Wallet out of the picture. Ooh, Hunter's Fury. Prowling.
Close.
But no cigar, my friend. And with that opening set of picks, Team Mystic is in the driving seat here, continuing to make that differentiating number or the difference of bodies build. And we settle down for a 3v2, albeit consider KJ down and out, very, very low hit point. Summer. Oh, this is a cheeky angle here.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Oh!
No, that's an angle.
Summer! Absolutely turning this map to winter and putting those 2 cold bodies in the ground. My goodness. Absolutely great angle to hold there. And just like that, 3-1 in favor of Team Mystic. And now, who knows? In Control Nation might be in a little bit of trouble here going into this 5th round.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is where the momentum continues to build. The money not looking the sharpest. The team going to go for a bit of a mixed buy scenario. Not my cup of tea personally, but they're going to have to make it happen somehow with these early picks. Bit of a mixed buy, and off they go one more time. They're very C-centric early on here, though, I will say here, Eric. Like, they love to put bodies towards C, poke around, and then they just kind of fall back from there. So I don't know if they're going to adapt and change their strategy. But meanwhile, actually, given the lack of bodies, they're pretty much on site, getting rid of the turret, making a nice little comfy home for themselves. Whip out a pillow, bed sheet, a little mattress, take a nappy.
And now, despite going down, they just got to play offside. But Traumatic with a shock dart coming out to take the life of Wallet. Summer taking down Ponder, and now a 3v5. This cubby hole is not where they want to be, as Traumatic is just shooting fish in a barrel. Oh,
Yeah, tough.
and Summer is just shooting Aries through the smoke. Oh no.
And that's kind of the way that the story unfolds here, Eric. I mean, you're taking C very light buy across the board, and you're just kind of playing for the post very far down long. And yeah, when you got utility in the form of Astra smokes, light buys, you're not going to get much spray potential, and you just give up sight for the most part. So consider that a free walk in the park for the side of Team Mystic, now leading 4-1. But alas, In Control Nation, after the save, are yearning to get back on the board here. For me, on that In Control Nation side, I would have loved to see a Reyna to start with. I just don't know how this single jet can really bear the weight of this attack side when you have on the opposing end the double duelist really pushing heavy here. So even when Team Mystic gets on attack, I'm really curious to see how that comp comes to be.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how everything unfolds, honestly. But again, this push that we see through C-Long every time does actually benefit them for a 1-for-1 trade for now. But Spike is going to be planted, and here comes Hunter's Fury from Traumatic, gonna push them off of planting, and is actually gonna damage Ponder down to half health, and that is not how you want to start this round out.
But the Cosmic Divide, yet again, the differentiating factor. Opka with the lockdown as well. So let's go for it, says the defenders. At this point, they just want to keep that In Control Nation squad not really in control of site as much as they want to be. This is going to give Team Mystic a good chance to regain some footing onto site, and they do just that. So free walk in, smoke one goes out here. Summer up top here, got a good vantage point above his smoke. The second goes, but Wallet catches him off guard. Utility in hand now. More to go though. Lunum. Connection, tapping the defuse, the flash, a lot of utility from the side of In Control Nation here. Yes, Lunum, big, and the Devour comes through. He's back to full hit points, and if they choose to swing, yes, really good. But at the end of the day, Eric, the bodies win. Numbers speak volume, my friend, and Team Mystic pulls away that 5th round. Really good job.
And Lunum going huge on that round, just absolutely decides to stand center and trade. Says, I'm not scared of any of you. Ducks the, well, basically turns the flash, turns back, grabs a kill for him, grabs how many, what? I think it was 2 for himself on that round. Just so well done. Very close, very, very close for In Control Nation. I mean, they almost pulled it back. They almost had that round for themselves, but Team Mystic just playing it a little bit better, a little bit cleaner, and they are now up 5-1 going into the 7th round.
Off we go, Wallet there. Bladestorm, active traumatic, great opening pick. Make that 2 for him. That's Ponder and Wallet. And my God, that's just detrimental for them. And In Control Nation just shattering into a million pieces, it seems. With 1:23 on the clock, and you're already down 2 bodies. You're back to the drawing board, trying to ponder here. What can you do? How are you going to recover? And Summer is going aggressive. Faith dropping down. He heard him, though. He thought it was close left, and alas, the Spectre comes out on top. The quick draw wins. Opka. Denial in garage. Please don't enter. Park your car somewhere else. Kaiwu is contemplating a bit of the same. Jousting here. Double swing. Not really possible. Faith is so far back here. Opka setting up for the push as well. So garage is still closed, I believe. But Chuck. Galactical flank. He knows Kaiwu's there as well. Gonna swing. Kaiwu. He just pinned, my friend. Can't do much of anything. And Team Mystic just really asserting dominance here on this defensive side, Eric.
For sure. Team Mystic is definitely showing that they are a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. In the 3rd round, I mean, this is just them putting on an absolute how to defeat In Control Nation on Haven. It is just 1 up, 1 down every round. And it's been that way all except for 1. And that was the only round that In Control really had a gun advantage at that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, things are just not looking too sharp for the side of In Control. And again, they're back to the same rest. It's like they've dismissed every other letter in the alphabet except C, it feels like, to be quite frank with you. I mean, they've had mild success. They get on site, but they just can't close it out. So Chuck has really cheeky one-way setup too. So once this jet utility fades, Wallet's like, nope, what one-way, my dude? Goes for a nice connection onto Chuck's dome. Great opening pick. Dart 1 goes out, and Dart 2 incoming, and this is the same rinse and repeat, I believe. So down to 60 hit points, sight unseen. Hunter's Fury out as well now here, Eric. Prowling is Ares, and so far, does tickle slightly, but not much at all.
And after finding one with the swarm grenade, Lunum, oh no, finding Wallet, Summer finding Faith, Ares finding Lunum, everyone finding each other, and it doesn't matter. There are 2 members of Team Mystic left after the smoke settles, and In Control Nation go down 7-1. A little few squats coming out by Traumatic. Got to get the leg workout going in Strive.
I mean, leg workout or not, they're definitely giving In Control Nation a workout, I believe.
For sure.
Yeah, this is for sure. It's like,
For sure.
For sure. It's for me, like at this point, the rally has just been so strong from that side. They're just pushing through 7 rounds in their back pockets. In Control Nation, not a response in sight. Rinse and repeat on the C site push. I haven't seen any diversity or real major adaptation from In Control Nation. They're playing that Cypher, which is great. And I mean, they have the trip set up and doing whatever they want to do in terms of watching their butt end. But it seems like Team Mystic just know they can basically get a free walk onto site now. And yet again, Summer on this aggressive post-traumatic is there to back him up. So this double swing is good.
Stop.
Hello?
Summer.
Summer is like just on that goop tonight, like 48 shades of goop here.
Oh my God. Not 50 yet. That'll be after this game is won, but 48 for sure. Shades of, good Lord.
And now, Eric, this is where things get cheeky yet again. 1 minute plus on the round. 2 bodies out of the equation. Lunam is jousting, only tickled. Summer on the back end. 1, 2.
Flawless.
Holy goop from Summer. Amazing series of shots. I mean, nothing but headshots and body shots every which way possible. Well, headshots and body shots. Well, strive the cow. That is pretty much what this game is. So forget that comment. That is what you want to do. It's a frag nonetheless on the board, and we continue to build the round difference. 8-1 now for Team Mystic. Money looking great. Poor old In Control Nation really pleading to the banker. Give us some funds, and it might take a round or two for that economy to build. Pushing forward, though, something's got to change. I really want to see a bit of a change up from In Control Nation. Really, this A been questionable. The default, I haven't seen too much of a default. I will say, Eric, they're kind of slow and steady. But Team Mystic's like, okay, you guys go slow, we'll push. You guys go fast, well, we'll retake. Like, what do you want to do at this point? Summer on the goop, aggressive one more time, jousting towards lobby here. Lots of people. So if that smoke fades, which it will now, he's getting swung. Wallet makes it look easy. Traumatic actually is caught out as well by Faith. So for the first time in a hot minute, In Control Nation, 2 great opening picks, 3 bodies to deal with. There is a cosmic divide though on Team Mystic. We'll see how they decide to use that if they do this round.
And I mean, that is exactly what you want. If your team, if you're In Control Nation, you want to get those 2 out of the way early. Because I mean, Summer has just been putting in work and being an absolute menace to the side of In Control Nation. And now that he's out of the game, it could easily be this rotation to C site again. Of course, you thought they were going A. Absolutely not. We have to stick to our roots and go C.
My friend, C is the only alphabet here tonight. Dismiss it all. Great pick though. Wallet actually is a bit awake now, connecting onto Chuck, and luckily for who's planning here? Okay, Sky's planning. I was gonna say, luckily there ain't no silver for the double shock turret, so they're kind of safe this time. And with the Neural Theft now activated too, that's going to reveal some positions of Team Mystic as they're rotating through. Opco with the 1 and the 2. Look at this beautiful scenic view to clear out the back of sight for the most part. Good utility, but shocker, In Control back to their comfortable playing grounds of deep sea plant for the post.
And of course, you have to keep in mind that Lunam is still in this game. Lunam is a terror on the side of Team Mystic, but he's taken out Wallet, taking out Opka, and now a round back in favor for In Control Nation. They do it, and on a thrifty as well.
I mean, my friend, the timeout as well on top. So good opportunity from the side of In Control Nation. Hopefully this comes with more rounds. If they can end up with a solid 4, that's amazing. Perhaps the past 10 rounds were just a bit of a freebie for the side of Team Mystic. We'll see how they fare though as we come out of this timeout. What are you expecting differently here, Eric? What has really been the working formula for In Control Nation, and what has not been working? What are you expecting them to adapt to hopefully crawl up these or crawl back and get these 2 final rounds in this half?
I think they have to stop with the consistency push. It has been their downfall every time they do get the plant on most attempts, but it is then quickly faltered by the side of Team Mystic. They just come back, retake with ease, and it just shuts down any sort of hope that In Control Nation has.
I'll echo some of those comments and also add on top. It's cool to go to the C, but when they're playing that post plant, especially with light guns really deep down on C, especially with a lot of utility available from that retake from that defender side, it kind of dismisses any kind of control. They got to hold steady on site, and they have to be in control. I mean, their team name's In Control Nation. They got to keep that site on lock, and I'm hoping they can adapt to that here. But getting ahead, 2 more rounds here in this half to go, Eric, and we're rooting for them to get back on the board. 8-4 would be respectable, but again, like I said before, once they switch it up and Team Mystic with that double duelist on that attack side, compared to the single of In Control, I don't know what to expect. It's going to be a really interesting scenario to see if it's an agent pick situation where it reigns supreme, or just the overall side or team difference. Now Summer is pinned and he's forced to jump away, and just that happens, 75 hit points, but the beautiful ultimate, the Seeker's now going to go try and find some bodies in this safe site. As Team Mystic rotates, very patient and diligent, but that's the divide we like to see. That is a great one to get onto site, and Chuck is also flanking Eric. This could be massive for them.
Yeah, Chuck cutting up through B instead, though, rather than going all the way through the A long, and now he's just right back with his team. The flank is kind of not there anymore. Oh, but Traumatic finding two. Oh my gosh. Luna finding a third and a fourth, and Chuck putting the fifth nail in the coffin. My goodness, the retakes from Team Mystic are almost instantaneous. They're so quick, they're so accurate. My gosh, it just leaves no time to really think or even see what's happening on the side of In Control Nation. It's you're alive, and then all of a sudden you're watching your friend play.
Trouble. I mean, it looks like the timeout didn't yield much of anything. The Team Mystic retake yet again reigns supreme. They went to the first letter of the alphabet this time, not the third, and it seemed like it wasn't another round that they could tag on to the scoreboard. So we continue ahead 9-2, and per the announcer that just blabbered ahead, it's the last round of the half. So this is really do or die for In Control Nation. And like Doctor and I like to kind of toss back and forth, is at some point just numbers don't work in your favor, right? You have no more cushion to fall back on. 10-2, it's a big crawl back. So I'm rooting for them, man. They desperately need this round, Eric.
For sure. This is the round that they need to really buckle up them straps and make sure that they are getting the trades that they need. Making sure like this, getting kills on the Traumatic. Perfectly done. Taking out Chuck now. And now a 4 versus 2 in favor of In Control Nation. This could be their round as they move towards a site again.
And with Ponder here, ready to cut a flank off or rotate, that's Opka out of the equation. So that's a bit of a cheeky pick, and good patience actually reading that rotate. But this is it, that final round. Oh
My gosh.
He had a good gut feeling about that, the second shot, that spray transfer over to the next kill. Chose not to dismiss. Had he dismissed instantaneously, we would have potentially seen a whole different story unfold in front of us. So grateful to see In Control Nation deny the double digits from Team Mystic. Big round though here, Eric. I'm at the edge of my seat. I really hope that In Control Nation can call this one together, especially for round 1 and 2. That's so pivotal to close up and just bring a 4-round gap. Let's watch intently here and see what we can pick up. Again, that duelist situation is going to leave me pondering what is to come as we get down to it, man. Thoughts, opinions, things that you should see In Control Nation change here, moving into that defender side.
Well, we will now see, as you said, that double duelist comp that they've chosen to run to come out now and potentially really put in, the work that it can. We will, potentially see a very easily won round here on the side of Team Mystic, but we don't know yet, as 2 fall immediately on Team Mystic. Trades back though.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh my, I spoke too soon, and just like that, it is a 2 versus 1 and a beautiful dodge by Wallet. Oh my goodness.
Dodge might be just what the doctor ordered. Dodge the shots, don't dodge your games, folks. That's not the play here. And 11 HP in the end. He comes out on top of a Traumatic. He's got one Reyna to deal with, more HP on the Reyna, and yeah, tough. What are you gonna do here at this point? You're just kind of dancing with the devil. We'll see coming through the middle here, looking left, looking right. No X-ray, because that's how we like to do it here. Tapping, searching. Hears him, and this is it. Spike's running down. Reyna knows, just gotta live. And yeah, this is it. The spike goes boom. Oh, style points, man.
Dude.
Holy.
That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice. Ludum, you could have just let him go. Come on, man. The round was over. Don't do that.
He had to do him dirty like that, man. Just holding the cheeky angle, that one connection. So he doesn't get to take his sheriff into round number 2 of this half, but he does get on the board with another Spectre full armor, as does the rest of the team. At GLG here, we do appreciate style points for everyone that does buy the same gun, and that looks uniform as all beans. But proceeding ahead, round number 14, the double digits achieved by Team Mystic. The early dart goes out as well, and that's going to ping off very quickly for some long aggression. Jousting, Summer, Mouse 1, Warrior onto counterpart Jet. That is Wallet out of the equation. Now Ponder here in the driving seat at short. He has rotates on the way, but he's got to hold steady. The Lear, so good. Good for one. Not enough for the second Opka, and Summer on the board quickly with a response. Opka 2 hit points. There's a hot Sova on the rotate. Spike getting planted now, but not for a bit of a swarm.
One enemy remaining.
And this is good, actually, for the side of Team Mystic. They're back on site yet again. Kaiwu just going to dab that Penguin right on the wall, and he's going to have to somehow mulch through 4 members of Team Mystic on the retake.
With one Spectre and a Dream, this masked man may have what it takes, but Dramatic says, don't worry about it, I got it. Kaiwu is good night and no more. 11-3 in favor of Team Mystic. 2 more rounds could be the deciding factors of this game.
My dear friend, my beloved Eric, stunning shaded Eric. This is heating up, my friend, as the gap is just growing to be uncomfortably large, much like my waist size being a cow and everything. But in all honesty, I mean, this is where in control, I have to see some sort of magical comeback. And I'll say it again, I truly believe the double duelist reigns supreme on this, especially with that Reyna Jet. It's just really tough to counteract. They have so much momentum, so much team confidence, and you can see they're just going to waltz right onto site here. I don't see a cage, do you? And poor old Kaiwu, he's got to look up and down, left and right, every which way. Quick connection from Summer. The control of Garage is solidified, nicely secured by the Astra. Spike getting planted. Ares, though, has a connection himself.
Oh, no.
Summer? What?
Oh, my
Behind? Summer? And he actually gets away!
I can't!
Damn. Oh. Okay.
I thought he had him.
I did too. But, survey says Faith now against 2 activates that star. KJ. Oh no, that's happening. It's one of those days, isn't it? Basically a Viper, but not really. Ooh, Faith! Pepper thyself. Oh, not so much.
Wrapped up and sent to the Shadow Realm.
Match point.
Down goes the last player of In Control Nation. Just like that, match point for Team Mystic. Faith could not hold on, but I mean, another timeout coming from In Control Nation. I don't know if this is going to be where they really reset. It's been so much that's happened and such a one-sided game to really try and shake your mental and reset it right now. But maybe they have nerves of steel and they are capable of bringing this back 9 more rounds to force an overtime. Who knows? I cannot call it. I don't have a crystal ball. That is my other costume, and that's that one doesn't fit me anymore. But 12-3 here. What do you think they tried differently here in terms of defense?
I mean, they're lacking that one duelist, which to me is still like in the back of my head. I'm going to say it again as a problem, but I need to see In Control get a cheeky early pick. Something to wake them up and get them on the board early, right? Team Mystic in numbers, just massive. So if they can get a little bit pushy, much like Summer did on multiple occasions at A, for example, towards short, towards long, that's going to be great for them. Numbers early means, really a nice positive impact as we settle in. Once you hit, for me, on most Valorant maps, is that 45 to 50 second mark is where kind of the snowball really has got to start rolling, and it's got to go quickly here. Summer looking for the cheeky pick there with the updraft, no connection whatsoever. Dramatic going to lead the way as well onto short there with the drone. A lot of presence, and you can see this is the difference though. Team Mystic have such good presence early on in the round. They have C presence, they have A presence, and they're going to actually fearlessly joust now. Summer looking up, looking down now, and we'll see what he can do here. Cage activated, no more updrafts for him. So at this point, I believe it's more of just like a hey, hi, hello, how's it going type scenario until the rest of the team rotates over and gets ready to attack on this site. A lot of members posted up here too. Cypher has the wires, the lockdown from the attackers, and off we go, Herrick here. This is it. Really, this is the final round. Can they hold them off?
Oh no, Summer caught by that tripwire. And oh no, Kaiwu gets caught as well by Chuck. Wallet caught here, but it's not really going to matter. Mystic gonna get this plant down now. And this is going to be a 4 versus 4. It is even in terms of numbers. But in terms of positioning, there's no one flanking. There's no... Doesn't matter though. Wallet grabs one. Wallet grabs a second. Wallet grabs potentially a third. He does. Where's the fourth? Does Wallet have it? Wallet!
Not like this, not like this! The jumping classic joust, Eric! The throw the gun trick! Oh, this is cheeky. This is cheeky, traumatic! Dancing with the devil! The recon, the bigger gun, the connection from Wallet! Does he have enough time? I think he does.
He does.
0.6 seconds? 0.6 seconds!
Oh!
Win.
Wallet! Oh no! Oh no, Wallet! He almost. Oh no! It looked so promising. Oh no!
Oh man, dude, that was so.
Man.
0.23 of a second, right? Why you gotta do us like that, man? Tough. How do you, oh my God. It's just like that one. Honestly, 2 blinks of an eye would have been the difference for that round. That's tough, and it would have been enough to hold on for more. But I mean, Eric, the reality remains, looking at the scoreboard, you guys can see Summer there with Traumatic on the top of that board. He had such a strong showing from Team Mystic. In Control had a major slip up at first half. As much as I was rooting for them on that final, it was just looking so tough. What I will commend, though, from the difference, you can see on the attacker side, when Team Mystic gets onto a site, they don't give it up. I mean, it was playing A from a bit of a defensive standpoint might be questionable, but it's not like a C take. But I'll say that they're just so unified when they get onto these sites. And they didn't even really give us a chance too much to observe on the attacker, but how they perform on defender really for me is going to set a great tone moving forward. And I think for our viewers too, guys, keep your eyes on Team Mystic. I think they have a lot more in them here tonight in this Pit of Valor.
For sure. I mean,
you good?
I don't know what else. I'm not okay. I'm gonna need a second and maybe some tissues. That one felt a little personal to me. Oh, the hope that we had and the hope that was crushed. It was just so devastating. But congratulations to Team Mystic for moving on. Congratulations to In Control Nation more so for making it this far and giving it their all. It was a great showing by Team Mystic, and I mean, I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight, man. That one's just not gonna sit well with me.
You'll be all right. I mean, it might settle with you a little bit uncomfortably, but I think all things said and done, though, I want to just go ahead and really congratulate Team Mystic. Bravo, and a great showing here on Pit of Valor. And of course, we're going to be, Eric, you're going to sleep. Don't worry. I'll make sure you sleep, my guy. It's going to be perfectly okay. But as we tidy up the remainder of this evening and this particular cast, I'm just going to go ahead and say a couple things, of course. First of all, guys, Pit of Valor number 64, $50 prize pool. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you want to get involved with all the goodies to come and more events to follow, please make sure you follow the socials. That's number one. Number two, if you guys don't know, and I'll mention it again as we have in previous casts, the GLG Country Club membership is a thing. So we have the Instalock version of this now, the Saucy. So TLDR, 1 month of $10 will actually get you 3 months. One member of your team can hold that membership, and that gets you entry into all of our events with priority access for the entire team. And of course, we have the amazing gaming center opening up in the Innovation Square in Rochester, New York. So for those that are in the hood, y'all get early access to it. And of course, it does help fund the goodies to come. And we do appreciate that. So on that note, Eric, if there's nothing else you feel like, getting off your chest, you and I can have a therapy session later before bed. It's okay.
Okay.
But if there's nothing else, and you're good to go, I think let's send these viewers off to a very quick break. We're going to come back for more. You're switching out, so that face is going to change on this end of the screen. The Cal's going to be staying for one more with you guys. So on that note, Eric, I think they're going to be catching you later on, yeah?
Not later on, next week.
No?
Next week. I'm gone, man. I'm gone tonight. I got things to do in the Matrix. Man. I gotta go fight some agents.
You know what? I don't think they do therapy in the Matrix. You just take another, like the red pill or green pill, and all of a sudden everything's okay.
Yeah, it's they're prescribed.
That's rough, man. Okay, guys, with that, off to a quick break we go. Don't go too far, okay? More to come here tonight. Stay tuned.
What is up, everybody? Pit of Valor number 63. We are here. I am definitely not Pikachu, joined by definitely a cow, ready to get into the fourth round of some good Valorant business. We will be watching Team Mystic that you just watched play against Disciples, and it looks like we will be watching Haven once more. How do you feel about that?
Dude, I'm looking forward to it. Team Mystic utterly devastated us, the opposing team the last game. They had such an amazing show. I had to do it. But as we get into this next matchup, let's see here what the Disciples have in store for us. Things are continuing to heat up as we work our way through the brackets. And per the usual, like you said in the pregame conversation, it seems like when it's Haven, it's just Becky and or rather Pikachu and the cow.
It's always us.
I'm okay with it. It's a vibe, but I just want to see a bit of a different, more juicy game here. If we're going to go back onto Haven, I need some mojo to get me gassed up here tonight. Because, of course, we're jousting it up for $50 as per the usual. And Pit of Valor Wednesdays, man. It feels like, I'll say this. I don't know if our viewers feel the same way, and you do too, Becky. It feels like weeks fly, especially when you're looking forward to Pit of Valor. So for me, it's kind of like that hump day, but a really good hump day, you know?
A very good hump day indeed. Pit of Valor always makes me feel a little bit better. It's okay. And we are a special week. It is a spooky pit week. So we are all dressed up, ready to go, ready to rumble. And we're going to be going right into it. We were just mentioning it's always Strive and I who have to cast Haven. And we're the two casters who are not really big Haven fans. So personal opinions, everyone's got maps that they don't like. For Strive and I, it just so happens to be Haven. And we see some lock-ins coming in. I'm excited, first of all, for this KO pick to come out. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen a KO in Pit of Valor, so I think this will be a great thing to be seeing on this map in particular. And it looks like we're mostly going to be seeing the same team comp from the side of Team Mystic if Summer locks in this Jet.
And we'll see how, I mean, yeah, Jet, Summer, it's like, a cow and a field. They just go together, right? And I'm hoping we do see that, especially given the performance that Summer had the last game. Of course, the double duelist combination on that side is yet again looking really good for Team Mystic. And shocker, we're just repeating last game, so we didn't even get to really see that double duelist really come to life in the previous matchup, just because they just absolutely stomped all over the field on that defender side. So as they get situated on this map, I'm hoping we get a bit of a change of pace and maybe a bit more of an even matchup, because I want to see that Mystic power on the attack.
Yeah, very interested to see that as well after watching this last game, but we're getting right down into it. Do you want to make some predictions after watching Team Mystic last round? Do you think that they will be just as dominant as they were before, or do you think it might be a little bit of a closer game here?
I reserve my thoughts. As a cow, I'm just about as good as making milk, cheese, and other friendly dairy products. That's all I'm really good at. So predictions will remain a secret. Next year, however, for Halloween, I will dress up as Genie. And then predictions galore. So that's the play.
Okay.
Gotta mix it up.
I like it.
I'm kidding. No, Becky. But for really though, Team Mystic, amazing showing. I haven't seen Disciples here tonight, but I can say for one thing's for sure, if Team Mystic puts on the same show they did the last game, assuming Disciples doesn't have an early response, we're going to see a really good defender side from them. How about you?
Oh, well, I had certain predictions, but they're going to change pretty rapidly here as we immediately saw Disciples on this Viper lay down this wall, able to be seen with 10 seconds still before the round starts. And it was interesting to me that we didn't see any members of Team Mystic do some quick rotations with that information. They continued to hold their spots, maybe possibly anticipating that it was a little bit of a bait, but it is in fact not a bait, and Disciples are out of the gate and onto this A site. Going quickly, Opka able to take down Clamran, and Stunna able to get some trades back onto the members of Team Mystic, and we are now in a quick 4v2 situation as Karan is able to catch a little bit of a rotate here.
Tricky things happening across the board now with the attacker number advantage here. Summer, full HP, is jousting up against a couple members in this site. Fearlessly getting on the post, ready to drop down from the perch now. Shiro on site here. Chuck, good for one. And yet again, as Eric and I would say, that frenzy goes burr indeed, but Crown's got the lineups. So rest assured, when there's a Viper in sight, some big maths has been done here. Summer says, not today, my friend. And they actually managed to reveal that Crown. Hello?
Just kidding. The person to say not today is in fact Crown, taking it home for the side of Disciples. I was really expecting for Summer and Chuck to be able to get some momentum back there after Chuck got that double kill and evened it up. But Crown proving us wrong, or really showing that the trigonometry and geometry on the side of Team Disciples is superior. Stay in school, kids. Learn your maths. And maybe one day you can be as good as Crown with these lineups and also those deagle shots.
Damn, imagine like in like 2052, you go into like grade 6 and your teacher's teaching you Viper lineups in class.
I mean, maybe they should start doing it right now. I know that in school, it was really hard for me to relate to Tim has 3 apples and Joe has 6. If Joe were to give away 3 apples, how many would Tim have? Like, that's just not relatable. Start telling me all about how to get Valorant lineups, make it relatable content. Disciples, extremely oppressive on this attacking side, taking down all the members of Team Mystic as fast as possible, getting that spike down for that extra 300 credits each, making a beautiful showing in these early rounds.
Marvelous indeed. So Team Mystic now getting a hot run for their money early on, which is always a good sight to see. But alas, on the defender's side, they do have the full buy on their end, sans the full armor. So looking strong. Meanwhile, Disciples with this early push have managed to accrue a good amount of money. And of course, they have some pretty cheeky guns there. Crown hovering that Odin says, no, Ares will do for this round. So still ample firepower that can easily put up with the likes of Team Mystic here. If they turn this round over and pick up the third, I mean, that's just a huge statement considering the early showing that Team Mystic had in the previous matchup.
Yeah, very true. And now we're going to see kind of an interesting play. The same Viper wall going down onto this A site. Still, all the members of Team Mystic doing a really good job of being patient and making sure to not get baited by that extra utility. And now, as we see that they are moving to hear some footsteps from the members of Disciples onto this A site, they're slowly moving towards the middle, and Crown is hanging out towards the C site and trying to see if we can free up a rotation for the members of Disciples onto the C site.
Look at this cheeky walk right up there, and the whole team's like, wait a minute, guys. C looks pretty free. There is a KJ turret there in the wing, so the moment Viper decides to show face, that'll activate. But if they wait patiently for the KO to disable that, and this is what you talked about, Becky, KO is so strong at denying any kind of action there, that's it. That turret's off. It's closed. They get the pick off of it as well, and with that, they're on site. Chuck's got the usual one-way setup, but I think they're so well situated. Lineups coming through as well, planning on the perimeter. Thinking about it. They're looking pretty good there. Stunna actually on the board too. My goodness me. Great showing here from the attacker side.
Oh, but Luna with a beautiful shot back there. The Lear is going to come out, but just going down too quickly to Clambran. And the blind almost able to get Clambran another kill, but Opka is able to make that trade a little more efficiently as Traumatic also finds a nice kill there onto Tuzi. But Crown doing what Crown does best and taking down the members to low HP and just dominating on this Viper.
Oh, watch this. Tricky situation though. Traumatic is actually defusing behind the box. Crown, you gotta go and you have to go now, but he's off of it. Traumatic doesn't stick. This is actually good for him though.
Yeah, but being at half there, it was just going to be such an easy thing for Crown to just kind of do a little bit of run and gun with the Spectre and clean up that last bit of HP on to Shiro there. A beautiful showing, 3 rounds in a row for Disciples, and we'll see if it starts to change now that well, now it probably won't change, at least for the wallets of Team Mystic buying light this round going into the 4th round. They're going to need to play really safe this round, hold some angles, and just try to get some lucky picks going into this 4th round.
That indeed, and this is where the Sheriff bike gets a little bit tricky. They've committed a lot of money to this too, so they're banking heavily on this buy. Meanwhile, the pop flash, no one is really there to witness the blend. Dart goes deep. KO says, come on through, let's get on site. And they're basically situated, they have the bigger gun, so there is a bit of fear on the side of Team Mystic being in the line of fire. Shiro, great connection there. Summer, Galactical one tap, Opka on the flank, and they're gonna pick up some guns off of this too, Becky. So 3v3 and some weapons indeed. This might be viable for Mystic.
Oh, this has to be viable if you're gonna come back from anything. Traumatic, a nice extra Deagle kill. Don't need to pick up these extra guns. Trying to walk over one, but isn't able to grab something. Potentially gonna go for this Vandal that's on the ground, but gets taken down by Clamoran with a nice 3K situation there to kill all the remaining members of Team Mystic. And Team Mystic, or Disciples, continuing to dominate this game. It's really interesting to me to see how they kind of set up early in the round with this Viper. Normally Viper is one of those things where on Haven it can be not so good because you're often blocking off a ton of vision for your team as well. But this wall that has been placed every single round by Crown has been able to do a little bit of baiting, do a little bit of just like mind games, and then just really utilizing the other utility that Viper has to offer other than this wall and this map has proven to be extremely powerful.
Absolutely, and that's the difference that Viper really brings to the table. KO ultimate activated, and off we go here. This time B is the site of choice. There's Shiro with the Odin. It goes Burr. Summer eliminated. Clamorin is on a different dimension though, going huge. Lunam touching grass, and on that note, they're back on top. Number advantage looking good. They have Cosmic Divide and the Blade Storm available as well. Spike now planted and situated. Opka gonna drop that lockdown, I believe. And with 2 members left, yeah, he's like, no, not the time. Now is definitely not the play. I'm getting back against 4 members of Disciples. Might not be successful, but yeah, that Spike is ticking, Becky. I don't think this is a real retake round for them.
No, I don't believe it is either, though Chuck and Opka gonna do their best to try and take down a few remaining members. Chuck is able to find Shiro, but the rest of them do fall again to Disciples, and this is starting to be quite a sweep happening.
Oh, Team Mystic, the Christmas tree is lit. It is Halloween, so not the right thematic choice of words, but we'll hope that with those ultimates on their side, they can finally put a stop to this early Disciple rage. They're looking really strong, and I feel like they've managed to flex on all these sites. We got a bit of A, got a bit of C, a little bit of B, so it's just really showing the diversity of the Disciple squad. 5 rounds in their back pocket, and yet again, unfortunately, Team Mystic, the money is just bleeding, and they're pretty diligent on these Sheriff buys on the save. I mean, they're not really interested in I guess really hoarding much of their money moving ahead. This is the second time now they're on that Sheriff half armor buy.
Yeah, an interesting buy indeed, though it makes sense. Got to be able to save up to buy full guns next round. It'll be interesting to see if we see them use any of their ultimates. You mentioned that they all have their ultimates available for the side of Team Mystic, but on a light buy, it's got to be a really difficult decision to decide to use any of those ultimates when you're short on guns. But some nice Deagle headshots coming out for the side of Team Mystic, and they're ahead for a blip in time. We'll see if they're able to stay ahead in this situation as they try to make this retake.
Stano's actually got a gun, and that's big. Lunam 20 HP and a Dream. Definitely needs a pick, and a Devour has 1 more charge available as well. Chuck on the flank, his usual place. Galactical 1-tap. Stunna. Holy cow.
Stunna really is stunning with these head taps round after round, but Summer trying to get in on the action as well, but gets taken down by Stunna, and now only Stunna is left, but will it be enough? Will we take down Opka? Can we get this defuse? Opka getting it at least halfway, trying to stick it. Gonna see if they're able to, and they are able to, but Stunna and gets the kill, but that will be the first win for Mystic with that stick. You know, pros don't fake. That's what they tell me, but it's been a while since I've seen somebody stick a spike like that.
And on that note, I mean, you can see Stunna got the frag and just I was like, wait a minute, that just really happened. I mean, a smidgen away from picking up that frag. I like the choice of kind of, you know, face checking that turret, just letting it shoot away to kind of keep him questioning what the play is going to be. Nonetheless, I mean, the timer comes out on top. They pick up their first round, albeit a close one. Moving ahead, looks like Disciples are just going to look to aggress on this A side. And you said it earlier too. I mean, that Viper wall is so big now. Stunna going to have to clear close left here. Lunam jousting. Yeah, not much of a joust there when Stunna is going to blade storm you to a different dimension.
Yeah, I'm not going to allow the members of Team Mystic to use their ultimates this round, though we should probably be seeing them as an attempt on this retake. Disciples with a Cosmic Divide to try and shut out the members of Team Mystic from coming onto this A side. This is actually quite a strong wall, but we are going to see Opka with this lockdown coming in, going to try and push the members of Disciples back to the other side of the site so that they can have some wiggle room to come for this retake.
And I mean, you can see Clamorin just absolutely dumpstering people left, right, and center. It's just one more member, Traumatic, out of the picture now. Stunna, thus far, I mean, Disciples tipping Team Mystic over like cows in a field, just really asserting dominance. And at this point, they just have such a good bit of momentum behind them. The wind beneath their sails, or behind their sails, rather. And again, it just feels like Team Mystic is perpetually broke, honestly. Like, this is the 3rd save now. I will comment on one thing, Becky. Like, as much as I love these Sheriff half armor buys, they do add up pretty darn quickly. So with early on doing that multiple times in a row, you just don't set yourself up for any kind of late, I guess, first half fight back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense and something that I wouldn't normally think about, but now taking a dissecting look at the buys for the side of Team Mystic, you can see just how much their economy is hurting. That Dash a little stuck behind Shiro there, but Shiro helping out a little bit by getting 2 kills and then following it up with a kill from Stunna. This C site is very open and the plant is going down for Disciples.
Spike planted.
And with the plant now, things are looking absolutely marvelous.
standing.
Shiro continuing the barrage, getting a 3-piece combination there on the board as well. And Traumatic has no Hunter's Fury, Sheriff, a Dream, half armor, and a recon dart. So besides admiring the presence on that site from long distance, not much he can do. Yeah, let's get that third person view of this camp session here. So maybe some exit frags potential.
Certainly potential
no.
Does go down to the second knife. It's a little hard to sheriff everybody when they're all running full force at you with their knives, and ultimately bringing us to a 7-1 in favor of Disciples. I really like taking this time to have a timeout for Team Mystic.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of a timeout is going to earn them. I'll go back on some of my earlier conversation points. If Team Mystic wants to step up and really get on the board nice and early, they're going to have to get dominant, with the first 30-40 seconds of the round. Quick opening pick and fall back. And of course, there's still some hope. I mean, there's 4 rounds left, and playing those 4 rounds financially is going to be very important. We saw a reasonable comeback in our last game towards the tail end of the first half, albeit it wasn't the closest. In Control was able to sneak together 3. So, and per the norm of what Doctor would say, math will tell you that you don't have a lot of breathing room, especially when a team hits double digits before you switch over to the other side. So at the end of the day, Team Mystic, just play it smart, work better with that money, and get an early opening pick or 2 if possible, and then just kind of chill back and let Disciples fall into their arms.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan of the Reyna, but it will be interesting to see if the double duelist composition that Team Mystic is running is able to do what we would normally expect from a double duelist comp. But the utility on Reyna sometimes isn't as impactful as something like this KO that is basically playing the role of a duelist for the side of Disciples. So it will be really interesting to see how Team Mystic handles the attacking side when they're not in as dominating of a position as they were in the last round that we watched.
That's such a good way to put it, Becky. And like, you look at Clamorin and that position and what he brings to the team, it's actually super frustrating to deal with a KO that knows exactly when to use the utility, right? Getting on a site, if you're trying to sit there as a Reyna and you're so dependent on your utility of Dismiss and Devour, what do? Nothing. And look, Stunna now on site, Crown another one, and this is it. Disciples just decisive, right to the point, no BS, and they just make their position known, and that's it. Off we go to the races. They have the number advantage. They're going to plant that spike, but wait a minute, I might be eating some dirt here or grass depending on the day. Summer, 2 picks, and we're back to a 3v3.
Oh, and that is exactly what Team Mystic needs to be coming back into this game. Some shots through the wall, trying to find some members, and Ilunum does in fact find Shiro through that wall. Beautifully done, dismissing to try and get a peek onto the C site, try and figure out where the last members of Disciples are. And Summer with a nice 3K there, only 1 member left, and through the box, Traumatic finds Crown, and that will be the second round for Team Mystic, hopefully showing that that timeout did them some good, and they have a new plan going forward to try and bring it to a 5-7.
The defuse goes right on through, ample time this time, and with that, Team Mystic on the board, like you said, Becky, this is massive. I mean, we continue to see a bit of or how can I say, not continue, we're starting to see maybe a shift in some momentum. The money's looking a little bit better on the side of Mystic. They've got around Chuck, though, not in the best scenarios, 3K. No one can really buy him a gun and be able to, maybe a Bulldog, if anything, but yeah, he gets the Spectre, as does Opka. So we'll see here with this bit of a mixed buy, if they can continue to hold steady. They don't have any ultimates, which is a big problem, and I'm going to continue to lean on the side of Clamorin there. 14-5 as a KO, backed up by Stunna, like you said, really assuming a duelist role. So pop flash towards mid, that's good. Stunna gets a free peek, and that's what I love about this team. They're, like, Disciples are leaning on each other, which is so good.
Yeah, I love watching these high-level teams really utilize the utility of their teammates' characters as well as their own to just do some beautiful things, as we've seen this KO. And Jet do time and time again. But Summer, every single time we're starting to worry a little bit. Summer's like, I've got it. I'm doing my best here. I'm trying to keep my team in this before going down. And now it is all up to Opka. And only one member left of Tuzi, but Tuzi able to find that final kill onto Opka, making sure that Disciples stay in a dominating position to bring us to 2-8.
Gotta take a breather. Yeah, it's hard being a Cal, and it's kind of hard being Team Mystic here too. I mean, you're now 6-round delta, 2 more to go before we switch it up to the second half. Money not the sharpest yet again, and you're just continuing to scrape the bottom of the barrel to try and bring something together. You do have a Blade Storm, which is good. Summer does have a gun, so I'm not expecting that to be used this round. Probably going to be saved for the final round of this half, and I'll say I'm kind of questioning or kind of upset. Like, Summer on an op might be actually pretty dope, like for some early picks on the defender side, but we didn't see it at all. So I don't know, maybe that would have made a difference.
Potentially, and you do normally see the operator be the pickup for a lot of these jets, but I wonder if with an Astra and a KO on the enemy team that there's just too much worry. But Stunna making more and more stunning shots through smokes, finding 2 members of Team Mystic. Tuzi also taking down Lunam. Dramatic able to get a little bit of a fight back there, but now in a 1v2 situation. Okay, yeah, I'll eat my words. If you can get 2 more kills and shore this up for your team. Recon Dart going out into Hunter's Fury to try and from a long range be able to take down members of Disciples. Doesn't find anyone, but does get some damage onto Tuzi there, I believe. And Traumatic now making this push onto site, gets caught in the gravity well, and Shiro is going to take down Traumatic. A valiant effort for the side of Team Mystic, but ultimately just not enough as we go into last round before swap.
And not the best way to end things off there on a swap is with a bit of an interesting buy. So we proceed ahead, like you said, Becky, the final round of this half. And alas, it's not the side of Summer with an up, but Stunna said, you know what, final round, let's pick up some extra style points here, and I'll do it with half armor too. Shiro, you don't gotta buy me, it's cool, my guy, I'll survive just fine. He also has a Blade Storm in his back pocket too, if things get a little bit up close in personnel. And off we go for what appears to be some early A dominance from this side of Disciples.
Yeah, this is exactly like the push that they were doing early in this game, and if it is as oppressive as it was the first time, then this is going to be a doozy for the side of Mystic. But Summer able to get a nice kill onto Stunner there, taking down one of the top frags. Chuck also getting one of the top frags on Clamoran to make sure that they're able to bring it to a 2v1 situation. Summer having to swatch to the classic is able to get that kill onto Shiro, and Team Mystic at least keeps Disciples off of double digits before the round swap.
Switching sides.
I mean, hot damn. At this point, as we settle in for the second half, Team Mystic have a massive gap to close, huge shoes to fill, clown shoes at that. And with the way this half showed initially, I don't really know where my heart's at. I'm still leaning heavily on that Reyna to show up here. I mean, I have true faith. Lunam went off absolutely berserk the last game, now not faring the best. So he's definitely got to pick up his weight here if he wants to make an impact early on. But again, I'll say it, and you said it too, clamoring on that KO just continues to be such an absolute gong show. Like, just it's amazing what that KO can do and how much opportunity can open up for your team.
Yeah, and it's spooky to see most of the members of Team Mystic kind of hanging out towards that side where Clamoran is. If Clamoran's dagger is able to find multiple people and pull off any amount of suppression, it's going to make it really difficult for the utility that was bought for the side of Mystic to help them get onto this site. But Traumatic throwing out the Sova Dart, trying to make sure that they can spot out who exactly is on C, and it looks like with that information, they're going to go for a quick rotate towards the right side of the map here.
And now Stunna with the crosshair on the right vicinity, or in the right vicinity there for the headshot. No connection. Summer about to cut some rotates off here. Oh, wait a minute. That's convenient time to look away. Tuzi might actually win here.
Tuzi will win with the double right click onto Summer and it taking that ghost. But Stunna continuing to show off with this deagle, finding these headshots, and only one member of Team Mystic remains alive, and it is Lunam with a deagle of their own, only able to find the one kill onto Stunner before going down to Tuzi, and the defenders take the first round, now putting Disciple into these double digits.
Yeah, I mean, style points there with the Sheriff, and that's going to be enough to get him that 20 bomb as well. And proceeding forward, this is yet again the Disciples hitting, like you said, the double digits, asserting dominance. Doesn't matter what side they start on early on, they're just monsters. Going to buy up as well. Team Mystic here, this is it, man. I mean, we're running out of cushion space. No more cushion for the pushing in this matchup.
Certainly no more cushion at all, and it looks like they're going to make a very decisive 5-agent push onto the A side of the map, taking down Stunna. Nicely done from Summer. That's the breathing room that you need to give your team, as we see members of Disciple make some tactical retreats as Tuzi makes a nice little push, but the Spectre is stronger than the Frenzy and goes down, but Chuck with some nice trades back for the side of Team Mystic. 3-2.
Last player standing.
Clamorin, big decisive play. Pop flash, it's good for 1, but now Crown with a bigger gun. Nice pick, 1 and more 2. 20 HP, man. You can't stop Crown in the end. The big gun reigns supreme. And yeah, you can have some time to pick which skin you like. I mean, I would too. Jeez. Aggressive.
Quite aggressive indeed, but the defuse is going to go through for Crown, and that will bring Disciples to 11-3. We don't have a ton of time for the side of Team Mystic anymore. It will be kind of a little bit of a clench to see if they have any last little tricks that they want to try and throw out. Lunam really needs to start just pushing onto these sites with this Reyna, get into the action as soon as possible, and make all of these deaths really count for something. At least get some trades back and try to have a dominating force for the side of Team Mystic.
Big guns, heating up, 11-3. This is just where things get spicy, and it's such a bit of a, how can I say, a pickle, to say the least, for the side of Team Mystic. Coming off such a dominant match previous to this, or prior to this, and now in this scenario, it's eye-opening. Clamorin playing the one and done. Not say the one and done, the pop flash and peak scenario, and it doesn't get much of anything out of that equation. Falls away, and this is it. I mean, I'll say Disciples, as strong as they are in attack, they're also very patient beavers on this defense. You can see they're not really eager to do much of anything. They have the numbers, they have the round. Just at this point, take it easy. You're in a dominant position. No need to give up unnecessary frags or rounds here. I love it.
Yeah, I'm also was about to mention how you said patient. I'm going to say disciplined Disciples are, and really holding on to these angles, holding on to these sites, not doing a lot of pushing, not risking a whole lot, and doing their best to really hold on as long as possible and just exploit the weaknesses of Team Mystic.
Bot coming back.
But wait a minute. With the number advantage and a great set of picks, actually, they're looking pretty good to get on site. Tuzi, what in the name of balance was that running Vandal like? I mean, perfectly counter strafe, absolute deletion.
Tuzi has made some amazing shots this game. I know we've been talking a lot about Stunna and Clamoran, but Tuzi has also had some insane shots happening lately. And just to add insult to injury, we see the final 2 members of Disciples take down Team Mystic going in to match point.
I mean, this is it. Really, ultimately do or die. What is it with the 13-3 so far? Are these like big differences on Haven?
It always happens after a close game too.
Yeah.
It goes a close game, and then you think, oh, we're gonna watch a ton of really like close matches. It's gonna be really intense the whole day, and then the next one will be a 13-3.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna sit here, figure out how I'm gonna chew through this half an acre of grass and observe if this Team Mystic team can get on the board, and they do. Luna, nice opening pick, but we'll see if they can close it off. Minute 26 left on the clock. Clamoran and Tuzi 1 apiece as well now on the board. It's just 4 members of Disciples left against 3 of Team Mystic. They have that Empress as well, so don't know if Reyna's sitting on some weapons. Lunam, big pick, and the Empress still there.
All right, it went from being really awkward with Clamoran in between the 2 duelists of Team Mystic and Opka off to the side. Not really in a great position to join the team, but Lunam nicely getting that kill onto Clamoran and making it so that Opka can join the team as the Killjoy lockdown comes down, potentially bringing us to a good situation to get to a 4-12, but the shock darts, the knives, the gunfire, taking them all down before a chance can be had, and that's going to be the game for Disciples.
In time, I finished munching through that acre of grass, and I'm ready to go to the desk, Becky, feeling energized and alive, and I really hope the Disciples are too. 13-3 is your scoreline here. Back to the desk we go. Pikachu and the cow bringing it to you live. So guys, on that matchup, all things said and done, I mean, it just seems like Haven's a pickle, and I don't really know what to say. 13-3, and yeah, you can see Stunna and Clamorin 23 and 20 kills respectively. I mean, that's pretty much, if my math shows me right, close to about half of the entire game's picks between those two members almost.
Yeah, I think if you just looked at the KDA of Stunna and Clamorin, you would know the entire story of this game. You would know how just dominating of forces both of them were for Disciples that whole round, and you'd be able to tell that the game went pretty heavily in their favor. A wonderful job from Team Mystic in the previous rounds that we were able to watch. Beautifully done previously. This game just not able to find a foothold to climb further up that hill. That's just how it is sometimes. You have good games, you have bad games, but ultimately it will be Disciples who are moving on to the final rounds.
Indeed. And Becky, before we send our beautiful viewers off to a break, guys, friendly reminder. Well, first of all, there's a lot more to come tonight, so don't go anywhere. The cow's going to be in for one more. Pikachu's going to be taking a bit of a breather, rejuvenating that electrical charge, that goodness, to bring you some more gas later on tonight. If you guys have not already, please, GLG LAN and chat will let you guys get a view at all the goodness that we're bringing with the LAN center that's coming up. So getting set up in the 22nd floor of Innovation Square, some goodies there. Please support us, show the love. It's a big thing for GLG, and it means the absolute world to us. And of course, for those that know the running joke, Becky, this is before your time, but you may or may not know, there was a period in time for 10,000 credits on chat, you could redeem sock, and that would make one of our casters eat a sock. So that was a thing.
I was redeeming points earlier when I was in chat, and I did see sock is still there. I didn't know what it means, but
there's a reason now. I'm clicking it on the side. There's a reason it's 1,000,000 points, because honestly, we got fed up with eating socks. Like, it would happen on the regular. And to be quite frank with you, I have no shame. I used to also make my fellow co-casters eat socks. I have tons of channel points. YOLO, life is short. Being a cow is difficult. Why not make your friends eat socks? But on the real though, guys, we're mixing it up. You can actually get GLG socks now, which is pretty hella dope if you ask me. It's a buy one, kind of like a buy one, get one type of thing as well happening. If you guys want to check that out, hop on the Twitter and our social. You can learn more about those. If you want to really support us while you're walking around at work or at home in socks, you could do that. Yeah, you can do that. Be sure to do that.
Yeah, you can do that.
I'm just saying, like, GLG on your feet on the daily, ain't nothing wrong with that. On that note, Becky, if you're good, I'm good. Let's send these guys off to a really quick and snappy break. Come back for more.
I'm so good. Let's figure out who's going to the finals.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So with that, guys, off to a break we go. Don't go too far. Lots of love. Talk to you soon.
Valor.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor. Here, ready for the semifinals. And now you got a little bit of different faces here on your screen. It's going to be Mjolnir Ivor Kingston, or Mick for short. And over to my right is a cow.
Definitely a cow.
Definitely a cow. Maybe I don't know, but whatever we are maybe today. I know we definitely have ourselves a good matchup here when it comes around to these semifinals. We got ourselves the last resistance, and L Dance is going to be our little matchup here for the semifinals, at least for one side of the bracket. Getting ready to ramp up for this best of three finals we got going through, but we got to see who gets there first. And the battle is going to be taking place on the map of Haven this time around once again.
Looks like ABC, the 3 sites and 3 consecutive Haven matches for us here tonight thus far, Mick. But we'll see how much of a change we get. So far, Haven's been a bit of a landslide, to say the least. It hasn't been the most eventful scenario, which is tough. But I'm hoping these 2 teams here bring us something a little bit different. Expectations, I mean, we've seen and kind of learned a lot from Haven and from the teams that have played here tonight, especially. Obviously, money management critical. We've seen overall just team impact as a whole. And at the end of the day, I'll just say it's been really boiling down to just team dominance, whether on defend or attack, right? Getting that early presence, and especially on the defensive side, right? We've seen Mystic who showed up on that defensive side twice in a row, and they just absolutely landslide stomped it. So they're just so strong. So we'll see how much of that meta, or not meta, but play style carries forward into this matchup at the defender side, and the early impact kind of really pans out to be the differentiating factor.
Yeah, and we're seeing a completely opposite side of the bracket, I would say. So, I mean, we're seeing 2 completely new matchups. We're seeing completely new faces tonight. I mean, I wouldn't say entirely in the same, but at least for tonight's Pit of Valor on stream, for all you people in the chat and that are just watching and enjoying from home. And I'm really excited to see what exactly they can do, because I want to see what this side of the bracket can do. I mean, with everybody looking at the potential victims over there on the other side, looking at us following a couple areas here and there all night, touching up every here and there. The other look at Project One, look at Rock Bottom. Look at all these old champions that we've had. We're kind of considering a new champion tonight. And it all starts right here on the Agent Select that we're getting right into here too. And honestly, I'm not thinking we're going to see anything too wild, at least for the side of all Last Resistance right now. But L Dance is troll on the Cypher. That's something I expected. But Tokyo, kind of teasing on that Brim, which I was really kind of looking at, is actually going to turn out to be a Jet.
Yeah, the Brim is a vibe, so unfortunately not going to happen. I missed that Burly, man. I ain't going to lie. But as we settle in for the final bit of locks, looks like the Cypher Sova, Jet, Sky, and I believe the Hover on the Astra is solidified for that defender side. On the attack for Last Resistance, fully locked in. Sova, Sky, Cypher, Astra, and the Jet as well. So if my quick matchmaking skills and what's that game you play where you try and match 1-on-1 together, the matching game? Yeah, it looks like we have an identical comp here, Mick, looking like it's going to be a juicy one. Haven, 3 sites, identical comp. It's going to be spicy.
Yeah, we got ourselves a great little lineup here. Obviously going to be a mirror matchup, and I love that specifically because you always get to see exactly which team is just better when it comes to gunfights, or which team has just much better synergy when it comes to putting their comps together. Finding some strats that really work, because in Valorant, you got to be pretty adaptable. I mean, sure, you can lay out a game plan going into something, but something's always going to go astray, and you have to sit there and adapt and know really how to keep your team's composure, find a way to go ahead and turn out on top, and really where this utility can come in its maximum efficiency. So I'm really looking forward to see which Astra comes out to be a little bit better, which Blaze-Storm gets a little bit more kills, which Cypher gets a couple more prey trapped inside of his cages, and which guy can find a little bit more blinds. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all it really comes down to, so long as you can have the bullets to back it up. And quite honestly, looking at a couple of L Dance's players, which I do kind of recognize to some extent, I feel like they have a great chance here, at least from my perspective, because Last Resistance, I mean, they've been no joke either. So it all starts right here on the first round with a possible C hit coming through for the likes of all Last Resistance.
C-hit might be the starting to this round, but it looks like the attackers are just kind of poking around at this point. Bit of interest towards that C, and quickly shaking it off and moving right on over to what appears more of an A-centric setup here, getting position on lobby. There's a quick rotate in the form of Sky available too. As you can see, that's already taking place. Waffle has spotted multiple towards lobby, though. Tokyo up top of the box here, viable with that frenzy, but looks like they're not backing away. Minute 8 on the clock, and A is the play.
Oh, it most definitely is. You only got so long left, and it's a pistol round. You got to get in somewhere. And honestly, after it has a little bit of initiative there, it doesn't look like it's going to be the play when you get shut down so efficiently from the likes of L Dance to just find every single member except for the likes of 2 who are still standing. The 5v2 scenario, looking to get a little bit of the double swing action going on as Manuel finds himself a trade on the Torfy, but it's not going to be enough because he's got 4 more players still standing.
Yeah, 4 players, 22 hit points on the board for Manuel, and he's getting pushed. and not going to get much of anything at all. Fades away quickly to the background there from the Wrath of Tokyo. So looking minty. Eldance pick up that round number 1. Dominant hold on that A site, no entry whatsoever. And last resistance, sorry. Back to the drawing board here for another save, and it looks like the likes of Eldance going to use whatever bit of money they got to stock back up and get ready for the second joust, or a chance at picking up round number 2.
And quite honestly, that's all you can do when you lose that first round. You don't want to go ahead and invest too much unless your back is up against the wall and you know that you can finesse a couple rounds here or there. Say if it's a 3-9.5, you're down in the dumps and you want to go ahead and get yourself a little bit of retaliation, go ahead and buy a stinger or something. But it's only the second round here in the game. You want to sit there and make sure you have some comfortable buys when it comes around to the next round. And even then, you can finesse something over here and there so long as you get the right angles to be working with. But as we have a direct B push coming in right here from the likes of Last Resistance, a frenzy to go ahead and mow through with the likes of Tokyo behind the trigger. It's not going to be a successful plant, but it will be a successful pickup for possibly a reset.
Indeed, and with the early dominance, Eldance looking pretty strong. Like you said, finesse is the key word here on Haven. It's all about kind of stringing that thread through the needle opening and making some magic happen. A lot of opportunity on one of these 3 sites to work on. And now with the numbers down, Last Resistance are just kind of having a bit of a powwow, dare I say, with a minute on the clock, regrouping, recalibrating, and a chance to get back towards one of these 3 sites with presence towards middle. Sky pushed up on short. If they choose to go to lobby, they might get exploited pretty quickly here.
Oh, most definitely. We got Sky over there camping around. You got Torfi just sitting there ready with this Phantom in hand. That's the last thing you want to run into. You have so many players that have these Spectres, that have these Frenzies, but a Phantom is probably the least likely option you really want to go with. That's at least the least favorable out of every single one you have presented to you. But it looks like they're going to rub around back to the speed side, go for a second little go around, see if they can get one last little hoorah. And as Rilla and Manuel find themselves a pick, they can clear out enough breathing space to really get the spike down.
Oh, big dink though. Rankin eats a bit of troll dust there. He gets picked off. However, Plaza responds. The big Ares Torify there coming out of window with that big old Phantom on round number 2. Oh, Giga Crosshair placement though. Hello, Rilla now in a 1 versus 1. Sky on Sky action. He thinks he's Cubby, and Torify just outplays that so well. Rilla so committed to that Cubby angle and falls short. My goodness, Eldance, way to bring in round number 2.
Yeah, a great way to go ahead and get themselves on the board once again. Go ahead and double down that count they have right now, locking out Last Resistance to some extent, but it was still a great attempt across the board to go ahead and shut down so many members as they did unexpectedly, get themselves a little bit of a gun upgrade to work off of, find some more trades here and there, just play into each other. A great little double round towards that B site. I mean, when you expect the rotations to come out, but it was just a massive pinch play that was set up by Torfi there to go ahead and get in towards the back, go ahead and shoot a man in the back, and have yourself in a 50-50 that you're most likely going to win if you have a Phantom, regardless of which way you swing from. So it was a great setup for Eldance to go ahead and give themselves a second, but this is where Last Resistance has to make their fight back. They have to go ahead and retaliate to some extent with these rifles in hands. Otherwise, things are going to be spelled pretty unfortunately for them for the next couple rounds afterwards.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see here, looks like the LR squad are just kind of taking it slow and steady. Silver taking a lot of early damage here. Senti towards this B site. Actually, was thinking about crawling under. Doesn't work out in his favor, so he decides to break that. But they have full B positioning and actually uncontested.
Well, at least they got to double check before they even really do commit on anything. They've seen a couple men on one side. They have a smoke on the other, and Seni's going to find himself a couple headshots to work with. So is Irritive, as we already see a little bit of a push go for other sides of the map. But the way they're just allocated out right now, going ahead in a 4-man setup and getting that spike down towards this A site, a great little distraction, a great little split for these guys to go ahead and give themselves a little bit of a lead and have this spike down.
Love that B to link push. It's so strong now with the rotates coming up from the defender's side. 3 members against 4 of LR. They're playing it really far back though. Believe more setting up for some cheeky plays with some utility. We'll see what the Silva contributes on that attacker side to this defuse. And at this point, Eldance like, wait a minute, guys, where's everybody at? What's going on?
Which the shocking thing is you don't have those shock arrows to play off of. You have no absolute kind of assault from utility on that side of the Soba. You just have to rely on your teammates. And honestly, with the way that Eldance is really retaliating, is looking like it could bite back so long as Manuel can win this engagement. But with the spike already ticked down long enough, it's going to be another round closed out. But for this time, it's going to be for the likes of Last Resistance to get their first on the board.
Cheeky. I mean, the way they played that was definitely a vibe. They completely gave up that site and they were so far back. I didn't expect it to unfold the way that it did. I'm going to say bravo to them. I mean, in the end, it worked out dividends. Close one, though, for the side of Eldance. And we have to appreciate the fact that 4 members fell on that defender side. So economy also not the greatest. You can see Troll was the last man. He's got 24. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is just bleeding money here. But they are going to buy back nonetheless into this round and hopefully a chance at picking up a third for themselves.
Yeah, and the way this round has really switched up, the way the momentum has really gone back and forth, this is a massive round here. Because as you said, that economy that's in each player's pockets, nobody really has enough to go ahead and buy in the next. And especially Tokyo going ahead and choosing that operator, deciding to go with that for this round and heading up towards that C. You got to make sure you're not caught out by the Hunter's Fury. And it looks like Plaz is going to be the first one. Troll to be the next as a double comes through for the Hunter's Fury. But Tokyo will find a second, as there's a little bit of action going towards the C site and a little bit of a retake that's probably going to come through here soon.
Big Papa Manual. I mean, I'm happy to see that Hunter's Fury going to good use, not falling short whatsoever. And that operator from the side of Tokyo also doing a nice number. It's gotten L-Dance down to just 2 members on the retake here. And you can see Last Resistance love playing it nice and safe and steady. Cypher watching Garage. They got Long on lock. So the retake pretty much open sight for the side of L-Dance. They're going to walk right on through. And by now they probably put 1-on-1 together. There ain't nobody here for the party. They're playing a team.
Oh, they most definitely have to. The way they've already had set themselves up for it, they've already grabbed a pick because it's absolutely working out for them. And when you have a player like Riken there in the back to go ahead and get a little bit of a flank coming through, there's a lot of potential where you're not really feeling too much stress. You just get a little recon dart to go out, scout where your whole opposers are, and then find a way to just go ahead and grab these picks and grab yourself another round and another buy to go ahead and top it off as well. As we see Last Resistance getting back into this game and in a very fashionable manner as well, because they have 3 ultimates to be working with. They were already down in the dumps a little bit, being down 0-2, but now they're definitely fighting back. And when you can tell they get these rifles, they're almost a completely different squad.
And this is those moment where I want to just kind of say, hold on a second. This Sheriff and half armor buy, I don't necessarily feel it. I mean, it is early on, but for me, especially on Haven, it's such a tricky map, and the way things have been, I'd much rather them keep that money moving forward and use that towards a more serious buy, especially if they continue to utilize that buy repeatedly and really bleed themselves to nothing, more or less.
I think it all comes down to the level of aggression that they really want to work off of and the level of confidence they have, because when you've got so many players pushing up B, trying to go ahead and find Riken, he'll actually strike back, getting himself 1, 2, and possibly looking for a third out of old Tokyo, who's there matched up with the Classic, but won't find it. Everybody goes back to their respective positions and looks for a different encounter at a different angle.
Talk about encounters here. Manuel is also dancing with the devil in the form of Astra on the opposing end. He gets a huggy from Sky, back to full hit points. He is. LR now, number advantage, looking good. Troll mid jump, gets caught off guard. Irritative, galactical tap there through the wall. What wall, he says. Rilla also on the board. Tokyo now 1v3.
Oh, that's a snitch. That's a snitch right there. You really can't do much about that. You already see the rest of the squad saying, all right, you know what? We really don't have too much else to be playing with. Our Sova is the last man that needs to go ahead and get himself into a fight, especially when we want to go ahead and look for more money to be playing with in the next couple. We can go ahead and let them suffice with the Sheriff for this one, or at least in Tokyo's stance of Phantom, especially when he got that first pick. Go ahead and say, all right, we'll tap out, let him keep what he needs to, because the rest of his team kind of needs it going forward, because we got a lot more money to be working with now.
You can see that in the slow-mo, Riken's gun is just doing a dandy old time left and right, every which way. It's like knife, 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 right click, no connection, and Riken just joust right on through his wall. And despite the rough scenario, it worked out marvelously for the side of Last Resistance. They look really good moving ahead. They got big guns, and after a save scenario, L-Dance is also on the board. Let's see what they can do here. They do have a lot of presence on this map. They've done a good job early on. I need to see the early picks from the side of L-Dance if they want to get some numbers off quick and early and give them some chance to breathe, but Senti getting tapped. That's rough early on.
Yeah, you mentioned a little bit of an engagement. I was hoping to see a first blood, but honestly, I was hoping to see it out of an operator instead of seeing Senti be the first one to take a couple shots, and he's not sitting all too healthy. I mean, thankfully, you got a Sky to get a little bit of more healing going down, but honestly, Caster's Curse comes through because Rilla's going to be the first one to go ahead and die to where you don't have those heals to work off of anymore.
Bravo, Tokyo. That's what we wanted to see. The defender early aggressive push right in mid. Now he's pinned, gets a dash away into Cubby. He goes. Can he make it to safety? And that he does. So really good job in the end. Sky will probably offer a bit of a hug, and you can see that going up on the top board there. And we're back to square zero for the most part for the side of L-Dance. Meanwhile, square zero -1 for LR. Let's see what they can do here with Senti at the helm. Ooh, that would have been interesting. But
Gorgeous.
Not so much. 40 seconds, the divide. That's a commitment here, I'd say.
Oh, it's got to be.
There it is. Off we go to the races, Mick. Utility activated every which way. Tokyo going for a roller coaster ride. Pin. Riken there. Wings is good for 1 centi connection. And that Plaza in the corner, my God, somehow survives. Alas, Irritative gets that one out of the equation quickly. 2v2, 20 seconds. Something's got to happen. It's got to happen now, Mick.
Oh, and it looks like it's going to happen when you got Waffle right there to grab a first pick to go ahead and give this team a little bit of a lead to work off of. And honestly, when you see Irritative trying to go ahead and say, I don't really have the spike nearby, I got to get it down, though, regardless of the circumstances, with only 5 seconds left, you're forced to rush as quick as you can. And it doesn't look like they're going to go to is only Troll Speed the man to go for it. Honestly, a plant was most definitely doable there, but the reaction time to go ahead and pick the gun back up and work with it isn't going to be all that optimal for him, as Troll does grab that operator. Once they hand it over to old Tokyo's 9-4 now, quite honestly, working with the momentum they got, it's going to be their best chance to get themselves a little bit more of a lead to be playing off of.
Yeah, a very malleable and moldable Tokyo is going to be a differentiating factor on the side of Eldance here. They got to stay fluid and let Tokyo work this map early on, get some picks. This time, you know, leaving B, going more towards that A. That presence on grass the last round was amazing. So we'll see here at long. Oh my God, there's actually 5 people caboosed here. Is there a pick on the board, Mick?
I sure hope there is, when we're seeing so much aggression towards this A side right off the start, and Tokyo already lined up there with that operator. You got to hope these flashes can come through, come clutch, and find themselves a pick as well to follow through with it. But when you see the aggression following through, everybody on Blast Resistance just push it even more so. You will find an operator shot. You'll find a little bit more contention and a lot of damage across the field. For this side to be melted down by Troll, absolutely finding himself a bloodbath to give his team another round on the board in a very, very quick fashion.
Love the way they completely backed off there. Sky survived. I mean, fell quickly from the short end of the spectrum, but I can't even, like, it was a flurry of kills. I'm going to backtrack and say I will comment though on one thing. Troll backing up Tokyo there and keeping him alive, marvelous job, and just goes to show you how united they are on that hold. So really good job, great picks. They don't lose the op. The funds continue to build, and they're basically 4 out of 5 on the Christmas tree for ultimate. So really good job. Eldance building some steam, and again, looks like Sheriff is on the menu for Last Resistance here, and these guys not really shy away from buying at any opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, you speak of opportunities, they went ahead and found one to go ahead and close this round out just as quick as it started, because you see everybody going through, popping out utility as much as they can. Last Resistance trying to get themselves a pick there in the middle, a little bit cheeky-like, but it's not going to finesse anything just yet, because now they only had 2 members to be playing off of, 2 sheriffs in their hands, and now dwindling down to 1 as Riken is their last hope.
Riken on the prowl has got to worry about 3. Not the best number to deal with.
No.
And Waffle is just is 1 step ahead of him, man. Crosser on lock, the headshot connection there, and we proceed ahead. Eldance pulling away nicely. Looking at the funds though, looks like the side of Last Resistance are really digging deep into their wallets, Mick.
Oh, they most definitely are. There's not really too much they can do in this stage when you've already sat there and gotten yourself shut down so many times. You know, you're getting to this kind of close halfway point, I would say, because you're setting to 7 rounds. You're 1 over the halfway mark, and you want to make sure that nobody either A, gets themselves a guaranteed half, and that's really what it's coming down to, is we see Eldance getting that much closer to it. But we also see Last Resistance trying to find themselves in a scenario knowing that being on the attacking side, which I would say is still the most favorable side, even though we've seen some kind of big variables across the board, with the element of surprise, you have a lot more sites to hit. And quite honestly, you can never get the chance. The Torify is there to shut down Riken as Mango finds a trade, and Tokyo at that operator will find his first.
The dash still available as well. So here Plaza in his usual corner, and he's going to activate a bit of utility there. Looks like the side of Last Resistance are looking to keep him away, push him from his post. And they do just that. Great response. Irritative though from, I believe that was from Garage side, or whatever that happened there, Mick. I mean, great response and trade back to a 3v2 scenario. And on the retake here, Tokyo, Bladestorm, and op in hand too. Going to be juicy here. Senti, spotted at the back. Tokyo's crosshair, good. The ping is available. And at this point, Rilla just getting slapped, man, for the 3-piece combination.
And Tokyo there just with an absolute wombo combo. It was just gorgeous to see. Go ahead, say, all right, I got an operator, but I can't really close in on that. I can sit there, and if I have an angle or something already set up where they have to push into me, it's definitely worth the shot to go ahead and wait it out. But when I have to get back onto the site and I need to back up my teammates to make sure we lose nobody and keep this economy rising as quickly as it is, I need to be in that fight and make sure I can win it. So I'm gonna go ahead and guarantee this right-click kill, get right in their face, close out another round, and give us a guaranteed half in exchange for it. Seeing Eldance absolutely just run away with this half, I would say at least.
I'm hoping for some sort of magic here from the side of Last Resistance. They're going to have to wake up and smell the roses and do it darn soon, Mick. They only got 3 rounds to their name here on that attacker side, and it's kind of becoming a rinse and repeat of our previous matchups, though. But looks like Troll's going to be assuming this C site, setting Astra off to A, so hopefully this change-up delivers some sort of results. Tokyo. Oh boy, 2 pump.
Doable and done.
Beautiful.
Oh, speaking of beautiful, there it is. Throw the 3-piece to back up with Torify to give themselves a quick little round. L-Dance, we just talked about them. We just mentioned how they really started to feel themselves and run away with these rounds. And quite honestly, I think that hurt us, man, because they are definitely getting even more so. They're getting higher up the ladder. They're really climbing up these steps, getting themselves even closer to the being in the end. But honestly, Last Resistance wants to go ahead and create a little bit of a stall with a little bit of a timeout. And I can't blame them with the way they've been shut down these past couple rounds, only finessing 1 in the last 4. Things are a little bit questionable for them right now.
Yeah, questionable to say the least. And if we don't see LR wake up and smell the roses sooner than later, this is just basically going to be straight up highway robbery. So
yep.
I want to see them just, mimic kind of what L-Dance has been doing, real decisive pushes. And this has been like the theme for Haven tonight, Mick. It's just been really tough for the attackers. No traction. The 3 rounds, 4 rounds kind of viable on the board. But then from there, it's just been an absolute landslide. And I can't quite pinpoint what it is that's delivering this result. It's just honestly been defender sided, and they're just one step ahead of the game. I will say composition wise though, you can kind of rule that one out and out of the equation. That's not on the table. So it really just comes down to team play and unity, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. They just got to go ahead, find some little trades here and there, play into each other, because we've seen a lot of isolation. Be on this attacking side, we've seen some defaults here and there where they like to spread out, but I feel like they're a little too overextending themselves because they're finding these picks and it's not the ones that they want, because it's their players that are the ones that are dropping like flies. And it's really not that good of a scenario to be sitting in when you finally have to commit to a site and you don't have as many resources as you were really expecting in the front hand to really get yourself on somewhere. So I feel like Last Resistance, they just need to go ahead and commit to something and actually commit to it. They can't drop out, they can't go through, they can't double down, because they're only going to try go somewhere else and do it with even less than what they had in the first place.
And yet again on the board, not what you want to see thematically. Has just been constant pressure from the side of L-Dance as they're on the board yet again. Nice and early. Troll has support there. Love this C-centric play. They got a lot of members over, and I think for good reason. They're very fluid towards that B. They're quick on the rotate. Torify.
Oh!
I mean, hello? Nothing but paper mache walls for him this round.
Great little shots there to go ahead and give themselves a little bit of a breathing room in the middle of the map, at least for the side of L-Dance, because they've been doing nothing but breathe this entire game. I mean, you can tell their sinuses are not a problem for them during this fall season, because they are just absolutely out here to play. They are right attentive as they need to be, and you see the reaction speeds coming through for them. They're getting some great shots. They're getting some great angles to hold down. They now have to be on this retake scenario. And honestly, with the way these shot darts are coming out, a great little first one, but not enough damage out of the second to really get in them any results. And the Cosmic Divide, it's a little bit of insult to injury, maybe the one chance that Last Resistance has in this round to really play off of.
Cosmic Divide active, Hunter's Fury out as well. Manual, he's been successful with this time and time again though. Meanwhile, Senti and Irritative are just stealing all the frags possible. Big swing from Tokyo though. Amazing job there. Senti not expecting that. The dart goes up from Manual. Gonna ping, but Tokyo's safe here in the bubble. Ooh.
Is it?
I mean, Manual. Style points for him trying to wiggle his way through, but Tokyo one step ahead of the game. Big brainy that right away through. And you hear the announcer loud and clear, Mick. 8-3, last round and a half. This could very well be that 9-3 curse that we've been seeing here on Haven time and time again.
Yeah, it could be a curse or it could be a blessing, depending on which side you're on. Because, I mean, L-Dance, they could really just run away with the game from him. Because we're seeing, I mean, we have a mirror comp. We mentioned that earlier, right at the start of the game. We saw it in Agent Select, and everybody could see it with their own eyes. And I mean, everything going through, I feel like this is L-Dance just being a lot more collaborative when it comes to things. So them, the way they're retaking these sites on the defense, as long as they just translate that to the opposite side of the field, get themselves onto a site and take it, I feel like they know exactly what they're looking for when they're trying to infiltrate something. And I know they could really just manipulate those cracks and make it that much larger so long as they get the opportunity.
Hoping they can do something about this situation. Meanwhile, Senti there, knives out. Got to be careful. Watch your back. The discipline from Troll. He's good. Cannot transfer for more. Maybe a bit preemptive there on the mouse one trigger. Meanwhile, Rilla and Manual, one apiece. Tokyo yet again on the board. Never failing to show up here in these rounds. Back to a 3v3. No Sky to give Tokyo a hug. And Riken says, yeah, definitely not today, my guy. So off you go.
Exactly
Neuro Theft. And this is it. This might be the LR round I've been waiting for, Mick.
It could be, but when you see a Sky that's literally, I would say, a spit away from death, and then you have two other players, it's almost even to some extent. You just have a little bit better utility out of that Sova to go ahead and know that you have that much more time to be playing off of. You got that recon dart already refreshed for your squad, so you just need to make sure to watch your corners, know which angles you're checking, get onto a site, and just make sure to play off it, because you know they're setting up C long. You just need to know where exactly they are and have those preemptive fires to go ahead and cover those angles when they do decide to curve, which would be right now as we see Rilla trying to get some shots in. But honestly, the pinch play here from the Cypher there in the back, Riken, maybe the hero of the moment, as he finds himself one, looks for the second one, Plaza being right around the corner, but it doesn't matter. Irritive is still in the bat to go ahead and close this one to give Last Resistance themselves a fighting chance at an 8-4 at the half.
Switching sides.
Mega, and that's it. We switch it off 8-4. We've seen this before, Mick. The early pistol rounds are going to really set the tempo here. Eldan's now on that opposing end. Let's see what they got in the tank, man. If anything has shown itself thus far, is there a formidable opponent for the side of LR? But I do know for a fact that these boys aren't going to go down with a fight. I just feel it in my gut here in this third attempt at Haven.
Oh, most definitely agree. I mean, everything going through right now for the side of Last Resistance, they've gone ahead and found themselves a little bit of workarounds here and there. And honestly, that was only doable because of their man advantage. That pinch play that came in from out of Riken, he was a defensive player on the offense, albeit. So, I mean, for him to be now and within his element to say, okay, this is where these Sentinels really start to excel, he could definitely step up the game right now. But you also got to concern yourself with the fact that Tokyo is now on that offense, and he was an absolute just monster when it came around to being on defense. So we see so many players out of their element still excelling. Now that they're in their comfort zone, they have that much more potential to really go off.
They got to go off, and it's got to be now. Let's see what they do here. Tokyo on the prowl towards mid. A lot of control towards garage. They're going to go for the C plant. This is a great cheeky play here. Plaza is a designated bomb carrier. It gets spiked into the ground. Tokyo at mid. Not enough bullets in the chamber. He's good for one. Big trades coming out there. Torify, though, meanwhile, up and personal. Just a bit of a hug or a slap on the forehead. Senti not choosing to bail. Tapping. Plaza lit. Manual is tapping away. Troll as well. My God, this plant is so big. Let's see if Eldans can capitalize.
You know exactly where they're sitting at. You've had the bullets come through. You know exactly where everybody's sitting at because Troll was the last one to win that last engagement. And he's still sitting in the back, surviving to some extent. Going ahead, a great play to go ahead and put that cam out to use it as a bait to some extent because honestly, you just got to buy the time. Make sure Rilla can't go ahead and get that defuse off. Time has gone on so long at this point, but it won't matter. Rilla will go ahead and find the kill, but won't find the plant to give Last Resistance the first one of this half. A little bit of a fighting chance, I would say, but excuse me, that was actually Eldance. I'm so sorry. Yeah, they're just honestly playing this so much better.
Yeah, that post plant worked out marvelously. Great finesse there. I mean, the shot itself coming out from the retake from LR was pretty galactical there, Rilla, but it's not enough. Yet again, time reigns supreme. So Eldance yet again on pace to be the first to hit the double digits. And oh yeah, Torify says we're going for it, man. Round 2 Phantom is on the menu for me.
I mean, and he did it in the last half as well. He went ahead and found himself out in the round 2. He got the pinch play to come out, and he found himself a great little attempt and a great little way to win the round off of that Phantom alone when you know you have that much of a gunfire advantage. And honestly, I don't know what the best sight hit could be for the likes of Last Resistance if they're going to go ahead and find a defensive chance, I would feel. I mean, Eldance, they can essentially go wherever they want. This map feels like their playground. The only thing I would say is this little double setup right here in A short. That's going to be the biggest hindrance to him if anybody decides to go there. But it looks like all the members are going to be going towards this outside. And with the Tasmanian Tiger getting a little bit of scout of his own, snitching on where these players are going to be sitting at, it's a great little setup to go ahead and know that, nah, we're not doing that today.
Senti's good for one, but the pinch coming out of long and short is proven to be mega strong for the side of Eldance here, getting set up there. Cages and wires aplenty for Troll. And with that, we chill. We take it easy. We get a pick or two, says Tokyo. Manual gets one, and that's big, but they're not going to be able to get any weaponry off that pick as well. With Astro Utility coming out of heaven, ain't going to be a fun time. It's going to be basically blind until that does fade, and by then, man, it's a lot of time off the board for the defuse.
Oh, it is. And when you already got another player falling as quickly as that, and when you see Emmanuel literally falling out of the sky and finding himself 6 feet under just as quickly, it's another swift little round for the likes of Eldance. This is where Last Resistance has to pick it up and run away with it. Otherwise, this game is going to be robbed out from under their nose.
Yeah, this is at this point, the way things are looking, I mean, Last Resistance need a timeout to recuperate and understand what they're going to do. They got to pull out some early picks. If they want to get on the board, I got to see some Senti get cheeky with an op, some early aggressive picks. And I think that actually might be on the menu here. You can see he's face checking that barrier here in that pre-round. So if he can get control on mid like we've seen previously from other teams, especially Team Mystic, it might be good. And he's going for it, actually.
He wants to, but when you hit the Astra smoke there, it doesn't matter because you have such a great angle on the side to shut down Eldance so efficiently, leaving them with only 2 players left and another site where they had to rope back around for that spike.
And now with ample time on the clock and what we really wanted to see from LR, they're looking good. They just got to be steady here, cover all the sites, work together, swing together, and they can be successful against L-Dance. But knowing Waffle and Co, and they might have a bit of a hurting in store for them before they give up this round.
Yeah, and I'm quite honest with you. I mean, I feel like they're in those same shoes. They're thinking that exact thing, knowing that they have so much utility set up towards the back side of the map. They don't have to worry about that aggression coming their way. They really just need to wait out and use this utility. I mean, you see here within, like, I would say 15 seconds, Waffle is going to have himself another recon dart to be playing off of, and that's exactly what they want to play into. But it doesn't seem like it's going to come out. They're going to save it for a post plant because they know that recon dart, that recon drone, excuse me, is going to be there. Going ahead and giving it a little bit of a snitch when you got Trolls still alive, finding the shots is not that big of a concern.
Last player standing.
And with the barrage early on, I mean, I will say L-Dance, despite the scenario, actually pulled off a good number off of the last resistance. Two members can't blink your eye at that one, making you can see they're also feeling it on their side too financially. You see the two Phantoms remain, but the rest of the team just digging deep for whatever they can get. If they can keep the pressure on, I believe there might be some more fight in them early on here in this second half.
And that's most definitely doable. You're not sitting at 11. You don't have to worry about a reset and then go into the Sheriffs and give them a guaranteed match point. They have a little bit still in store for them. And Last Resistance is their last chance, especially not only in this game, but this bracket, the entirety of the day, sitting in semifinals. This is where it all comes down to. This is that final fight when you really deserve yourself a second chance, a third chance when it comes around to it. But honestly, you find yourself a first shot, a second shot, and a third to come through, and only one of them hit for the likes of Old Manuel. The Hunter's Fury not doing enough work as he expected it to.
Unfortunate, because that's a big bit of utility off the board early on. And you can see now Tokyo on the prowl as well, looking for something with the Blade Storm. Torify playing a very cheeky angle, has support to his immediate left as well, so all's good for him. And we're just taking it easy here this round, it seems. No real major pressure on either ends. Meanwhile, the consolidation towards the C site seems to be on the menu, and despite the three members there, they have a Sky in a completely different area code, so don't know what the play is here.
Yeah, I'm quite with you. They got to make a move somewhere, because sitting at 46 seconds is usually the time you go ahead and make a decision on where you're going to make that push at. And while we already see a Sky trying to rush in all rogue onto the A side to create a little bit of distraction, you got the rest of the squad transferring over to C.
Troll, oh my god, Riken is just running by Usain bolting, no connection there for him. He's now jousting, good for the one onto Riken, and that's good. Cage now protecting him. Pops the Nero theft, back he goes. The Dogi getting destroyed. Irritative has a hunch that there's someone there, but Troll's protected at this point. Nothing major. He's got support as well from the Jet. Blade Storm active. Gonna wire it up, maybe? No, not so much. Tokyo, one and done. That's actually a big amount of damage pulled away from the side of Tokyo, but Torify there. In the end, his lurk worked out wonders, Mick. He gets 2 picks, and Senti finally has something to say about it. So that Sky that was just baking cookies at A, I think might have been one of the differentiating factors for the side of L-Dance. Marvelous job from that play. Can't dismiss that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a free plant. You see only one member over there on the side of the map. You see Riken being the only one to retaliate, going back to his respective position. And honestly, at that point, it was too late. You have too many players. You're going right into the Wolves' Den. That's not your territory anymore, my guy. There's a spike there. There's a whole entire team. And unless you can pull off a 1v5 right in front of their face, there's not really much hope there for you to be playing with. And with him being the first one to fall, you have all the utility coming out for the likes of L-Dance, going ahead and shrouding where they came from, where their approach really just came out of the shadows. They retreat right back into him and just work on more and more kills, especially with all the damage done just kind of here and there. So a great little push from him, a great little distraction to come through, a great little set of aggression off the start to give L-Dance a little bit of a fighting chance, because they've already lost themselves a player.
And now you can see it looks like they're going to go ahead and capitalize. They've already pulled a whack load of rotates towards C, lacing up those Jordans off. They go towards A. Asher to set them up nicely, activating one of the multiple stars. This time going to be a smoke. And they're good, planning it in a bit of a cheeky spot and maybe an expectation of some default Soviet drones, but nothing major happens here. They're good, and this is a really good spot here for the post plan on long especially.
Most definitely is. You're just going to find the right places to run it off of. When Cindy's right there with that Blade Storm, that's going to be a little bit of a, sound like it was a right click, so the blades are not done actually. It was a left click, but it doesn't matter when you got so many players there in the back trying to find whatever they can. Plaza trying to be the last man standing to have a little bit of a fighting chance. But Last Resistance find themselves another on the board, sitting at 6-11 now, getting themselves back in this game to some extent.
I'd say so. I mean, back in the game is still a little bit of a stretch, I'd say. Mick.
Yeah.
We're in it. We're fighting. I mean, we're definitely jousting. We're not sidelining by any means. No, we're not FFing by any means. But 11-5 is where things get cheeky, right? Okay, alas is the timeout. So happy to see it. This time coming from the side of L-Dance, the winners, or the stronger team thus far in this matchup. 11-6 the scoreline. We'll see what they can do. They got 2 to close it out, and this is where things might get hairy. Haven's interesting, at least from what I've seen time and time again, Mick. You either have the moment where it's just an absolute slide or like a complete roller coaster and it goes one way, or you get that I can't close out the game type of matches. And this might be one of those trouble closing out matches if things continue suit towards LR's side.
Yeah, I'm most definitely with you there. I mean, everything coming out for L-Dance, and I love the positioning, just the absolute timing of this timeout to know that, okay, we're not going to play it any kind of crazy way. We're not going to do it on match point to get in their head. We need to just go ahead and close this out because everything has been stacked up in our favor so far. In Last Resistance, they found a couple kills here and there. We need to know how we can bait out these ultimates. We need to know how to get all this utility and all these resources out of their hands and make it feel like it was for naught. So we can just play into that and get onto a site, find a pick here or there, play the game as slow as possible, and find a free plane onto a site because they've been sitting in the sky as like a Trojan horse every here and there, kind of as a solo agent. And Rilla's done a great job, I mean, of retaliating that. But I mean, speaking of Torify being that wild card, he's done a great job at his role. But there's only so far that can really take you before they start to catch on. I think Last Resistance is starting to read up their sleeve a little bit.
Little bit, and breathe up your sleeve is a good way to put it. You got to be careful. You got to tread very lightly here. A lot of push towards this C, or pressure towards this B site, rather, getting up close and personal. Oh my God, nice opening pick there with that utility in hand, irritative. Plaza though, come on right through, please. Take your turn in line. Senti. 3 steps ahead of the game, expecting the push and that wrap right on through. Tokyo now up and down, elevator action, and it's down to poor old Senti now in a 1v3 to deal with. And you can see they're so mobile and fluid, lacing up the good old Jordans and trying to find some more footing. But I thought they're actually going towards C, but not giving up posts. They really want Senti here.
I mean, you really can't blame them, right? You know where that spike's gonna be laid down out now. You know you want to surround that entire engagement just in case it does happen, and it does, and it fell right into the hands of all L-Dance to grab themselves their own match point, sitting at 12-6, able to close it out right here, right now. I'm assuming Last Resistance is going to use every single thing within their pocket, within their utility, within their ultimates, everything within their power to either shut them down for at least 3 more to get a little bit of initiative going and a reset on them pockets. But regardless of that, I mean, if they don't ever hit that point, they don't have much room for error margin.
This is it, man. Do or die. And for the side of LR, they're not even going to be able to die with everything that they could possibly die with in terms of weaponry. Torify sending the dog out, but he's also, I believe, got pain. Might have not. But meanwhile, they spot Manual. Tokyo leading the push through. Shock Dart avoided. Troll opens it up with a great pick towards Garage, and that's free. I mean, in a complete different area code, Troll has already established presence. The divide is also going to keep them away. And at this point, with that divide, you can basically say you're kind of free reign. They can't hear much of anything if they're not in the right position, at least. So C is on the agenda here. Mick, final round for LR if they want to hold steady.
Yeah, you're not really too worried about it. You got a Sky there in the back. You have a little bit of heals to go ahead and buff out that fight as much as you can. And with the Seekers coming out, you already know they're on C side. You just want to know how close and relative to your position they are. And it doesn't really matter because Torify's going to get right up in your face. Troll's going to be there with the swings as well to go ahead and swing hard enough to knock Last Resistance out of this circuit, out for the night, to put themselves in a position to be in the grand finals.
I mean, dude, style points, and that's it. I was kind of feeling that maybe cannot close type vibe, but I got the, it ended up being the polar opposite. I will say there was some really key highlights here that I want to point out that I think really made it for me. From the side, like there were some very cheeky lurks on the attack side, especially like that Sky. I believe that was the likes of Rilla, if I'm not mistaken, was kind of being a little cheeky there, coming up from the behind on A, and it was Torify. I apologize. And that lurk picking up 2, and then I believe it was Troll who picked up the 3-piece combo on top of that. Like those small little cheeky things, and keeping the kind of that defense honest, and making noise and doing whatever to allow the rest of your team to push on to C in this case, and then coming in from behind like 15-20 seconds later. How do you expect that? And that's the kind of stuff that builds you little advantages, and they just kind of surmount to be what you saw or witness here right now, that 13-6 win.
Yeah, and you can see L-Dance. I would say the best way to compare the way they played out the game, when you look at Troll, Tokyo, and Torify, just all absolutely doing their own madness in their own respect. their team almost had such a unique pacing to it. It felt like a Newton's cradle when it came around at Haven. They'd sit there and they'd swing out, find a kill over here, tap back in, swing out, find a kill over here. Just dwindle you down. By the time you actually get onto a site, you're saying, we don't have as much as we expected to. I mean, if this was a 5v5 and a little bit of a chaos, it'd be doable. But the fact that they've already sat there and picked so much off, and then when they get that spike down, they just spread out again. You expect all that contention on site. You expect so much chaos. You expect so much retaliation and so much fight and grit there. But whenever you go onto site and you're just like, it's empty, it's a little bit shocking in its own respect to say, where the heck are they? And how do I react without just pressing this 4 button and praying to God somebody doesn't swing on me?
That's true. And like I'll say, you touched on one point. It's like the early picks are so big, and the diligence and patience ended up being like just the play. I'll say like Haven ended up being a cheeky thing this matchup. It wasn't brute force by any means. It wasn't like we, from rinse and repeat, go see until the sun comes up tomorrow. It was just cheeky plays. 1 pick here, 2 picks there, half a lurk here, a quarter of a lurk there, and these advantages just, like I said, surmounted to the result that you saw today. So I believe L Dance is going to be going ahead as well for our beautiful viewers. You guys know that BO3 Grands are coming up next. They're going up against Godset, not an unknown or new face to us here on these Pit of Valor. So for y'all that are tuning in and saw how this unfolded, get ready for some saucy action. Maybe it's going to be Haven again. We don't know, but at the very minimum, there's going to be a potential of 3 maps, 2 guaranteed. So ain't nobody complaining here tonight, Mick.
I know there's definitely not. Another thing you really can't complain about is if you get yourself a free copy of New World. I mean, quite honestly, it's been the talk of the town. Everybody's been mentioning it. I know everybody in their Discord servers, at least in mine. I'm sitting there playing League or Valor at some free to play game because I don't want to spend money on another title. But everybody's playing New World right now, and you can win yourself a copy. So long as you just type ! giveaway in the chat, you can find yourself for all the rules and into the entry. You get yourself one of those 6 copies to be playing with, enjoying your old buddies in whatever server their guild or whatever they got going on. I don't know the terminology. I just know you can get yourself one for free. And everything coming out as well, you can also get yourself a GLG membership status. The country club is what we like to call it over here, a little bit prestigious, to go ahead and get yourself guaranteed entry into every single tournament that we have, because these Pit of Valors are filling up more so and more so and more so. And it only takes $10 from one of your members to get your entire team entered. So with that, I mean, you really can't complain at the end of the day. And even then, I feel like we got some exclusive tournaments coming up here soon for those members as well. So I'm sure we got a lot in store. And when it comes around to perks, you really can't complain for $10. But everything going through as well, we will find ourselves sitting in these grand finals. I'll be joined around again by Becky Strive. I know he's had himself a night so far casting all that Haven. And quite honestly, you deserve a break, buddy. I feel so bad for you. I'm so sorry to put you through that.
You don't have to apologize. I'm a hungry cow with 5 stomachs. Plenty of things to do here for this best of 3, including mulching through 7 acres of grass. But on the real, guys, like Mick said, please be sure to check out all the goodness that we bring you. We don't plug these just for the giggles. We plug it because we want you guys to be involved in the love and the community that we built here and get a chance to win some New World. Also support us a little bit too. It means the absolute world to us. And on that note, Mick, let's send these beautiful viewers off to a very quick and snappy break. From my side, I want to thank everybody for tuning in and dealing with my banter and my pretty trashy cow puns. But on the real, don't go too far. Becky and Mick, the 2 beauties, are going to be bringing you more casting here. BO3 Grands, Godset going up against L Dance. Please sit tight. Talk to you guys momentarily.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. Welcome to Pit of Valor number 63. We are in the finals. I am Becky Bear, joined by my Pikachu companion and also my lovely casting companion, Mick. This is probably the first time I've ever gestured in the correct direction while casting. Congratulations, you're the lucky winner. What do you want to make about predictions going into this game? You can see those nice, beautiful map picks in the bottom. We will be going Icebox into Split into potentially Breeze. What do you want to say? We just watched Dance take down Last Resistance. What do you want to predictions? Ideas?
Predictions, quite honestly, Dance, they looked absolutely massive when it came around to Haven. I mean, everything that they've done today, they've had a really impressive run so far. I feel like, though, Godset, they've been in these shoes a lot more often than the other side. I mean, Godset, we've seen them in grand finals, we've seen them in semifinals. They made themselves home here in these kind of playoff scenarios on the Pit of Valor. And quite honestly, I feel like when it comes to being in the long haul, having the stamina to go that far, say even theoretically, if we do go to an overtime anywhere, I feel like they'll have more experience in that competition setting, especially in Pit of Valor, knowing all the oppositions, knowing who can beat who, and knowing those matchups and how they've already participated and how much damage they've already done to those teams that Dance has ran through today. I feel like they have a little bit of, like, I would say, some wisdom when it comes to the bracket and being here today. But quite honestly, I'm looking to be kind of proven wrong. I want to see Dance at least take a map here on the board because I would love to see some Breeze tonight, and I would love to see us have a little bit of a contention on our hands and a little bit of a nail biter to some extent.
Oh, I'm so with you. I really want to see some Breeze. I've been itching for some Fracture, but I understand that players not super ready to be playing Fracture yet. Understandable, new map, makes a lot of sense. But Breeze has now been around a while. People kind of have some strategies going into it. Yeah. So I love to see that it's something that is starting to be picked up. But also happy to see some Icebox, see some Split. Haven't seen those maps today, so it'll be really interesting to get into those. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, I believe we are. I've heard agent selects are ready. I see the loading screen there on our feed, and I know that we're getting right into it here for Icebox. And honestly, I would talk about predictions for this map, but quite honestly, we all know we're going to see a Viper, and we already see Euro locking that in. We're going to see possibly a KJ and Warmest Aloha on Godset. This man's gone off so many times, I can't even start to explain to really just praise him. But quite honestly, looking at Waffle, he's had a really impressive run tonight. I've seen some great things out of him. Torify being on that sky, now going over to Arena, being that more oppressive agent. I'm really excited to see what kind of matchup could go through there, because we see Godset still trying to figure out what duelists they really want to go for this map, and Troll trying to figure out whether or not he wants to run that KJ, which is now going to be locked in. But I really don't know if they have too many other options here.
Yeah, not a ton. If we do see this Reyna and this Jet locked in, we will be looking at a little bit of a mirror match. It'll be interesting to see the Reynas picked up. I feel like we are more used to seeing something like a Sky on Icebox and one duelist compositions. So this is very interesting to see both of these teams lock in this Reyna. I have to imagine that Bad is gonna, lock in this Jet and go for both of these double duelist comps. Complete mirror match. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I love watching me a mirror match. It doesn't come down to which agent and which composition was better. The game isn't super decided in this agent select. It is decided by who has the better gunplay, who knows how to synergize with their team better, and we will be seeing which one of these teams is going to come out on top. Will it be Dance on the attacker's side, or will it be Godset on the defending side to start?
Yeah, I completely agree. It just comes down to the adaptability, showing which team has more potential of having that synergy, that natural synergy, I feel like more so, because I mentioned the last match with Strive. I mean, sure, you can sit there and have strats, but this isn't chess. This isn't, okay, if they do this move, we have, or move A, move B, move C. I mean, you only have two options on the map. You want to either hit B site or you want to hit A site. And there's a little bit of differential there, but quite honestly, at the end of the day, you only have so many approaches, and knowing the kind of adaptability, the amount of people that can be killed off, all that utility that can be robbed out from you, it comes down to how adaptable you are with your agents that you still have, how you can allocate those resources. Like, say, a Sova, the recon dart off the start, knowing when to go ahead and use that again once it's refreshed and ready up again. I mean, there's so much to consider. And speaking of considerations, we already have CS2A considering to find himself a little bit of a double to start us up.
S2A with a very nice aggressive push to be able to take down 2 members of L Dance with the swiftness, while Sova is in Owl Drone form, catching them kind of out guard there with a nice little push, bringing Godset to a very commanding position here at these early stages of round 1. And it looks like we will see Warmest Aloha and the remaining members of Godset get ready to pinch the final 2 members of L Dance here on this A side push. Waffle kind of taking a moment, trying to figure out where the last member Tokyo was killed from, is going to find Warmest Aloha, but Warmest Aloha with a little bit of the jump, taking down Waffle, and that's going to be an easy first round to the side of Godset.
And it all started right there off the rip when you had that Reina really just push up. S2A grabbing that double kill, not even allowing that spike to get on the site. I mean, that's not only just a hitter to know that you lost that round, but that's 300 creds for every single one of your teammates. That is not even an option anymore to really set yourself up for the next couple rounds. Because, I mean, I would say it's not that big of a deal so long as you're saving anyways for this round, as we don't see Torrified doing. He's actually saying, you know what, I'm going to run this Sheriff this time around. But, I mean, you kind of need that in the big scheme of things. That could be the difference between a buy round and a save round in the later stages once you do get there. But as of right now, they're going to go for the A hit again, which I feel like is the correct option. And when you have everything kind of going through and you have some massive guns opposing you on that side, it's going to be a little bit rocky.
Yeah, and you mentioned that the Sheriff was a strong pickup, but S2A actually picking up the Vandal, the only person to bring up a full gun for the side of Godset. We'll see if S2A is able to make as commanding of a play as we saw in the last round coming into the second round. And we see L Dance kind of taking the hint from that first round and now playing a lot more passively, a lot more scared now, which I think is the right play considering how aggressive Godset was in the first round. But this round, Godset hanging back, not making the same aggressive pushes, and kind of just, it seems like, toying with L Dance a little bit.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I mean, that's a great move. Go ahead, play it as slow as you can. Know that you have a little bit more of an upper hand because you have such much better guns in your hands. As we already see 3 players fall, it's going to be just quick little picks to go ahead and cause them to second guess themselves. And honestly, Tokyo isn't alive long enough to do that.
Ooh. Bad with not bad shots on this Marshall, making some aggressive pushes at the end when they were in a 5v2 situation. And Godset with a very strong start here. First 2 rounds in their pocket, and now kind of hanging out on these same guns that we saw last round. We'll see some bigger guns picked up for the side of L Dance. Looks like Tokyo will be going with a Marshall. Torrify going with those light shields as a result of the Sheriff buy last round. Plaza not really able to pick anything up, but at least we've got some good guns for the side of L Dance, and it looks like they'll be trying to attempt an A push yet again.
Yeah, and you just look at L Dance, the setup they have, they really don't have that much money. I mean, honestly, so long as they get a spike plant in the past 2 rounds, they could have at least have more to play off of, but you don't even have a player to really work off of now because the Waffle already getting picked off. They're looking to go A, time in, time out, and quite honestly, there has to be a turning point where they just decide to hit somewhere else.
Yeah, Bad making some beautiful shots with this Marshall. Might as well be a real gun, but Plaza with some nice shots through the smoke, able to take down Euro, and now using these shock darts to clear out some of these backup site areas, getting some damage onto Delight, but Delight with a beautiful deagle headshot onto Tokyo as Torrify is able to trade a little bit for Warmest Aloha. It looks like we will finally be getting to see a spike come down for the side of L Dance on this attacking side. Torrify holding this angle after taking down Sova for the side of Godset is just S2A, and this Jet left for the side of Godset. Will they be able to pull it back?
It's not very often where you can say, oh, finally on round 3, we finally get a spike planted. I mean, that's just a case scenario in itself that's already very, very kind of a wild card when it comes around to Godset with how they're just, well, they're running this right now. But with the setups coming through, Torrify knowing that there's somebody on that spike, they're just holding the diffuser. And quite honestly, if Bad wasn't there, that would have been a free round for them.
Wow, just Bad and Troll left. Bad trying to get the shot onto Troll, but Troll with a little bit faster on the trigger there. The round will end before the bomb goes off and Troll will be safe, and that is the first round going to the side of L Dance. What did they do well that round? What really enabled the side of L Dance to be able to finally get a point back from the side of Godset? Because Godset was looking dominating in those first 2 rounds, and then all of a sudden L Dance was able to squeak something back in their favor.
I think honestly it just came down to being just the difference in firepower. Quite honestly, they found themselves a lot better picks when not even just the superior weaponry for the likes of L-Dance, the lack of weaponry for Godset is really what it came down to, because we've seen them time in, time out find these trades, obviously get a whole lot of clutch ability and a lot of shots and multi-kills from some of their players. But I mean, when you don't have that much to really deal with, and when you can't really one-up your players, and not only that, one-up a couple players and win a 1vx scenario, it really chokes you out for any other options. So L-Dance really just trying to play that as best they can. And even then, Godset, having only one player alive there towards the end, that's still something doable in itself, as we see Bad opening up this one on the Plaza.
Wow, a beautiful shot there. I was looking a little bit of a sticky situation when we saw Tokyo and Bad, both these jets with these operators, kind of staring down each other in the mid. They couldn't really see each other, but we knew that they were both there, and Bad able to get another kill onto Waffle before Tokyo gets that trade back onto Bad. And now we're going to see the side of L-Dance finally make this little push into Kitchen and try to push on to this B side of the map. But they don't know that two members of Godset are still hanging out over there.
Yeah, they most definitely are, and they definitely got some weapons in hand to go ahead and grab themselves one. As you see, the warmest Aloha saying hello just as quickly as he says goodbye, and as Aloha in Hawaiian. But I mean, everything going through for them. They have a great little setup right now. They have some great shots going on the outside as Euro picks out Torify as well. Everything really just working in their favor as Tokyo's the last man standing, not even close to that spike, saying, I got an op in hand. Nah, I'm getting out. But it doesn't matter because S2A is hunting him down.
Hunt and taken, killed. S2A grabbing that operator, probably going to hand it off to Bad here, as Bad was the only person to die that round. Make sure that that op is in the hands of your Jet player. Got to make sure. That's like peanut butter and jelly, Jet and the operator. So I love this, as well as the Blade Storm ready for the side of Bad. Could potentially be a way to make sure that some of the smaller skirmishes that the operator doesn't really flourish in can be made in the favor of Godset. So it'll be interesting to see how they play that. But Bad going to continue to play on this defensive A side with a little bit of an aggressive push as well with the Sova. But this time, L-Dance not going towards A, looking towards B, looking towards the side of Euro. They know that Euro typically plays this site, the little bit of a Viper wall, making it very difficult for them to really see what exactly is the plan. Both Viper walls are down, and now the Viper on the side of L-Dance being down. Euro with some beautiful long-range headshots there, showing that that's why I'm defending the side on my own most of the time. I can handle my own.
And even then, it was also the fact they were just trying to buy time for Tokyo there to go ahead and grab that ult orb. He was only one off. He wanted to go ahead and get that Blade Storm to be playing with. And quite honestly, it was a little bit too expensive because he only finds one pick out of all the 3 members that died in Euro's hands already. So, I mean, that in itself is not going to be worth it because it's just going to an easy little dissection for the likes of Godset to close out this one and find themselves a 4th on the board.
Yeah, Troll with a little bit of a, potentially a troll move there, taking that zip line across, right across Delight's vision. Gonna be cleaned up there. Godset demanding and dominating this game 4-1. What do we think L-Dance is gonna have to do? What weaknesses can they exploit on the side of Godset to take control of this game?
I mean, L-Dance, they really just got to use these ultimates they have in hand right now. They got to get that spike down, which is something that we really haven't seen but once this entire game so far, and that was the one round they won. So I mean, I think that's probably a pretty good suggestion when we're talking about being injected and on the offense. You got to get that spike down, but when you already got Bad and S2A to lock you out where you can't even get on that site once again, it's just a lot to deal with. And honestly, L-Dance already being choked up saying, how do we even get ourselves to be consideration? We got so many players in our face.
That did not even look like S2A at all. The spray not being able to connect with Plaza to finish them off. Plaza nicely sitting at probably about 10 HP there, but still alive. That's what matters, as Waffle is going to watch the flank here. 2v3 situation. Tries to find Euro's head, but Euro is going to get the headshot first. And now it is all left up to Plaza, and that's just a rough situation as Warmest Aloha cleans it up.
Yeah, a great little ending there for the likes of Godset to go ahead and get themselves another round on the board. I mean, they're just, I wouldn't say they're just cleaning up rounds. They're cleaning up this entire game. I mean, they're like Mr. Clean. They're just absolutely just getting all spots of dirt on this field, just having some kind of magic eraser to really just wipe it up. And that just comes down to their crosshair placement, the fact that they just played that much better of a game with the guns in their hands. You see the economy in their hands. They really just don't have to worry. They have so much money, they can just slap you with their wallets and still finesse a kill. So, I mean, everything going through for them right now, they're looking super comfy with this map pick. They really have the setups, and quite honestly, Eldance needs to just get onto his site because that's their biggest challenge right now.
Yeah, Euro with a little bit of a scuffed poison grenade there. And that move back is actually going to open up the site for Torify. Going to miss Euro a little bit, kind of running around, but Euro just faster on the draw than almost everyone, except for when you're trying to spew a bunch of poison gas out of your hands, as Plaza with the nice deagle kill there. The spike is down, and the attacker side Killjoy lockdown is going to make sure that Godset has to take a step back here, but Warmest Aloha trying to play it aggressively as possible, tries to go for the lockdown destruction there and isn't able to make it as bad on this flank. Takes down Troll and Plaza. 1-2 punch, and the defuse is going to be good for Godset.
And that's absolutely massive. Just looking at how you can have a player there in all that contention, all that chaos, still finesse these operator kills, knowing exactly what angles to come from. You can tell their comms are really just on here. They are finding themselves some super comfortable scenarios to be sitting in and saying, all right, he's on the right side, don't even check that left. I mean, you don't even need to concern yourself of what options are, because I get it. A is very, very complicated. You have all these kinds of obstructions in your way. You don't have a full read of the map, even if you are that high up in the air as a jet. But when you have the comms that come through, you have the players, the trades coming out, all the just intel out of your mouths that's just feeding you this information to be playing off of. Bad is a great player, a great example of making the most of that, finding himself opportunities across the board. And he may get a little over antsy and be the one player with, you know, the most deaths on their team, but it doesn't matter when you got the most kills as well.
When you've got the most kills by twice that above anyone else on your team. You thought Bad was good with the Marshal. Wait until you see Bad with the Operator. Euro making some aggressive pushes, gonna try and go for this ult orb, but Waffle's gonna try and keep the members of Godset that he can see off of that site. Looks like Euro is gonna pull back a little bit and try to relieve some of that tension towards the middle side of the map as Bad continues to watch this angle with that Operator. And it looks like we're gonna see Eldance continue to make this push through mid, kind of just playing this really slow. I don't know if I like how slow they're playing this or if it's actually a genius play compared to how they've been playing this map.
I mean, it really just comes down to one thing, and whether or not they get onto his side. Because sure, they can go bouncing back and forth all day, but when you have all these picks coming through, you see S2A grabbing himself one, and Delight grabbing that Hunter's Fury pick as well. There's so much stacked up against them, and Troll in the center, not having all that much health to be playing off of. I mean, sure, it was great to really maneuver around, get yourself into a great little standing to go ahead and get a couple picks here and there, but when you've only finessed one, and Godset has 4 players still standing, it really didn't work that well out for you.
No, Godset is completely commanding this map. Godset Bad with 15 kills, Operator in hand every single round from round 3 onward, just making sure to hold these angles and really exploit the fact that there really aren't any smokes for the side of Eldance. Understanding this is one of those situations I constantly mentioned where if you have a team composition and you know a map, you probably know how an opponent who is playing the exact same agents as you kind of plan to play it. And Bad understands that, okay, we play this composition all the time too. Our weakness is probably not having smokes, and Bad is just doing a fantastic job of exploiting that left and right for the side of Eldance.
I mean, that was perfectly explained. Everything going through for him, you know exactly what's in their heads. You know what the meta is. You know how to exactly get onto his site, and they're shutting it down left and right. You just see the greatest attempt out of Godset, shutting these guys down, not even letting them touch a single spot. You see Euro on the outside. They never touched B since then, knowing him getting that 3-piece, and you see the pinch plays come through. Tokyo with a Marshal in hand, already being spotted out by a turret, saying, you know what, just kill me. I mean, this is really all I can do. I'm not going to shoot it. I'm not going to try anything. It's a 1v5. Arma is essentially just falling to his knees, which I don't really know if I like the attitude. I mean, quite honestly, there was nothing there. There was no shot towards that turret. There was no attempt there at all. And it really sucks to see that. I mean, sure, you're in a 1-8 deficit, but right now, Eldance needs to step it up. You don't have any leers when you're getting onto these sites. Sure, you don't have smokes, but you have blinds. Sure, I mean, you have cloud bursts out of that jet. You have those bubbles. You have those walls out of Waffle. You have potential there. We just haven't seen any of it off the start. And we finally see a Viper wall coming down off the rip, seeing if we can possibly get any initiative towards the side. And Tokyo opening may be the move they need.
Yeah, certainly gonna open up this game a lot for the side of L-Dance. We do see that trade coming onto Tokyo, but even still, with Bad down, that has to be a little bit of a relief for the side of L-Dance. But the rest of Godset kind of saying, don't count us all out, warmest aloha, and the rest of them making these aggressive pushes that Godset is known for, continuing to just make sure that, sure, you thought you had this game without Bad on the field, but we're gonna make sure that you for sure don't.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, Bad, at the end of the day, he's like a warden, and the rest of the team is officers. They're still going to get the job done. They're still going to find kills here and there. They're going to shut something down, but Troll's going to look for some kills of his own, putting him in a 1v2 scenario. This is probably the most doable scenario we've seen out of him so far. The last 2v1 we saw was that one round that L-Dance has won, but they also had a spike down. So without that objective pressure to come through, with Troll still having that spike in hand, he's got to make some work of this, and with full utility at his exposure, I feel like it could be doable so long as you get the right setups.
I agree with you here, especially seeing how the last two members of Godset are so far apart. If Troll can just get this little bit of a trade, make it into a 1v1 situation, get this spike down. The last member of Godset, Delight, is just so far away that the spike is going to go down, this utility can come down, and maybe between all of that with this operator, this is exactly what L-Dance needs to be able to take around. The Owl Drone is going to be able to try and find out Troll, and is able to see it, but with the beautiful operator pickup and shot, Troll finally is able to get another round on the board, 2-8, but L-Dance with a big gun pickup there, and also hopefully a little morale on their faces.
I mean, that's it. When we saw it there at the start, there's a little bit of a preemptive plan there. It wasn't all just off the start, something that you didn't expect, a plan you didn't have ready. They went ahead and picked off Bad, and sure, that's great and all. That's the first person you want to kill, but I mean, honestly, everybody in their own right is a threat. You look at Warmest Aloha, what he's done an absolute bit of damage as well on himself. So you got to make sure to get some kind of plan going on. You've got to use this utility, and we finally see it coming through. We see the likes of L-Dance making the most of it and finding an actual game plan as they're once again pushing onto this B site, saying, we did it once, we can do it again, but this time Euro's going to find himself a kill as a compensation prize.
Yeah, not too bad of a start if you're on the defense side, but Waffle with the Viper's Pit able to open up this site for the side of L-Dance quite a bit, and it's going to be a little bit difficult for Godset to be able to make picks now trying to go into this Viper Pit unless they're able to take down Waffle as soon as possible. Troll holding this flank and trying to get kills onto S2A, but S2A able to find Waffle. That Viper's Pit is going to go down as S2A also finds the last two kills onto Troll and Plaza, just swiftly taking it down. S2A with a beautiful 3K, and of course grabbing that op for Bed.
I mean, there's so much there to play in for the side of Godset. You haven't pressured these ultimates off of them yet. So, I mean, with the way they've just been fragging out, they know that saying, okay, we don't need to do anything until we get to that stage where they pop another ult in retaliation or really force our hand. And they haven't been putting those scenarios yet. So you finally see L-Dance getting onto a site, getting on the objective, putting a spike down, putting down a Viper's Pit, and Godset finally saying, okay, we can't just play with our toes anymore. We got to actually sit there and try. So press that X button, get a shutdown to come through, get an Empress out, and we're going to find ourselves around because, I mean, that's an edge that we want, and that's the edge that's not only going to even this out, but we know that we're just that much better when it comes to gunfights.
Very true. Euro with the Viper's Pit coming down to hold off any A-side pushes that could come down. S2A with a nice early kill onto Torify is also going to find that nice headshot onto Waffle there, taking down two members of L-Dance before a push can even come out onto any site. This A-side is locked down by the Viper's Pit, and the Troll with a nice point blank shot onto Bad, not even going to allow him to see anything. If you're looking through that scope, I don't want you to even know. I'm just gonna go right next to your head, take the shots, get it easy. But S2A won't let it be so easy, getting that 3K with the kill onto Troll and continuing to hold down this B site as they have to push this if they don't want to go through a Viper Pit.
Yeah, I'm quite honest with you there. I mean, I completely agree. When you already see the shots going through, you see L-Dance getting a little bit of initiative towards this B side. They got to make a little bit more because you see Warmus Aloha once again doing that kind of pinch play, which is almost a signature at this point with how well it's really performed so far. You just got to go ahead and knock out Tokyo in there in the back with the operator, knowing that that spike is going to go down and he's going to make sure to defend it. And when you see the point of view, you see the angles coming out from every single one of those players, knowing where they are. It has to be there to fight it. And Warmus Aloha is now at the party, participating in his own manner.
But Plaza was able to get that nice kill into Warmus Aloha, understanding where that flank was coming from. But when you're on a deficit of agents, you know, Euro just gets to exploit that, and while you're looking at Warmus Aloha, I'm gonna shoot you in the back of the head. Takes it down 10-2. That's not really where you want to be going on to a side swap. So unless L-Dance has got some sick defense strategies, I think that Godset might just swiftly take this through.
Yeah, I'm completely with you there. When you're sitting at a 10-2 half, L-Dance took really no time to sit down and discuss what the heck was going on. And you could tell they still haven't figured it out. And now that you're at the start of a new half at a 10-2 deficit, it's a little bit too late to start discussing that because, I mean, you have no second chance. You go ahead, get yourself onto a site. If you lose this round, you have a force into the hands of Godset. They're going to probably get themselves another round to play with and go ahead and give themselves probably the freest first map I've ever seen in Pit of Valor history when it comes to grand finals. And that's not a track record you want, especially when you already see S2A on site doing just that.
Oh, S2A doing what every duelist should, making some commanding plays onto a site at the beginning of the round. But Torify with some nice trades back, able to take down Bad and Delight, bringing it slowly more in L-Dance's favor with that nice third kill onto S2A. And it looks like we might see Godset make a little bit of a rotation, but Euro with a nasty flank here through the middle side, the middle part of the map, picking up that ghost. Hopefully that extra little bit of firepower will allow Euro to clutch this up for the side of Godset. But the last two members of L-Dance trying to watch from all spots that Euro could be trying to come and grab this spike from.
Yeah, and they just got to set up on these sites. They got to double dip it, essentially. They can't be by themselves right now. They got to play as a unit because, I mean, Euro, if you split up like you are right now, Euro finds this shot over here onto the edge, onto Tokyo. That's a 1v1 then. I mean, they're splitting up. They're doing the worst thing they possibly could, but the way they were so allocated out, so far from each other, it almost worked in a sense to know that Euro's going to get in between them eventually, and they just have to know when to collapse on.
Yeah, but one of those situations where you look away at the wrong time and Tokyo is able to get that nice final shot onto Euro there, bringing it to 10-3. This is one of those situations, especially in the first half, where I say it time and time again, but I wish the players would have taken the moment to have that timeout, collect their thoughts, figure out a game plan, because L-Dance has just got such an uphill battle as far as score goes to come back into this game.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. I think it was a little bit too late for that, and it's a little bit too late for Plaza to really have a pitch in on this round, at least, as you already see Bad getting super aggressive, finding that first kill of the round. Honestly, the reason y'all heard me in chat going, there in the background during that mid-round buy was saying that Godset is still forcing up to some extent during this round, trying to get themselves in here. And when you got Torify on the edge and a Vandal now in the hands of Euro, that is the last one.
Yeah, that's gotta feel really bad if you're on the side of L-Dance, losing to a classic in the hands of Euro, and now Euro has this Vandal. That's some nice some nice gunpowder, but Waffle and the last member of L-Dance trying to figure out how to retake this, but every member of Godset is quite far away from the spike and gonna make L-Dance have to be aggressive onto their side of the map to get anything out of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, look at the trades coming through. You see a great attempt from Waffle. Honestly, I was a little bit concerned there for a little bit, but Troll still being alive, you know how it is. Viper plays, and it's still not enough because Waffle still there in the back, and Euro for the three-piece will find Godset turning this round around and getting themselves into an 11-3 lead.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was a little bit worried when I saw Euro miss that snake bite onto the generator there. I was like, oh no, this is not how I want this to go. But then making that aggressive push, maybe it was all just a farce.
It was the only thing he had.
Yeah, if you don't think that I'm gonna land my my lineups, then maybe I'll just make an aggressive push and win the gunfight instead. Euro nicely locking that up for the side of Godset, and we're 1 win away from match point.
Yeah, and that in itself is really concerning to think about. I mean, when you see that not only you have a Viper that wins gunfights like he does, it's not that big of a concern, but we're talking about whole Vipers winning gunfights. Waffle's going to have a great little introduction to this round saying, okay, I got a chunky Marshall, and I'm going to find a little bit of a kill with it off the start. See if I can get a little bit more work to put in here and give ourselves at least a little bit of a lead. But with no heals besides that Reyna, you have no kind of reset to come through right now because you got to consider Euro there in kitchen looking to hold his own little defense.
Yeah, nicely finding a kill there onto Troll. I'm loving the phrase of Chunky Marshall personally. Some beautiful little jargon there for you as Euro makes some aggressive pushes into the mid and then rejoining final members of Godset as this plant is starting to go down from Bad, making a nice dash away, trying to reconvene on the side with the rest of the teammates. 2 members of L-Dance left after Torify goes down, and the Viper Pit is going to make it just that much harder for Waffle to be able to bring us to 11-4.
It most definitely is. I mean, when you see everything going in the way of Godset right now, they've really turned this round around and gave themselves a little bit more of a fighting chance because Waffle's still surviving with that. Oh, Marshall missing the first shot, but managing a second and a third. He'll actually find himself in a 1v1 scenario against Bad, who knows exactly where he is, and he only has 33 health to really work with. Bad, do not tell me this man's actually... you can't do this. This is not legal.
But Bad begs to differ, runs Waffle all around this A site, trickily throwing the Vandal, just trying to get a little bit of a distraction. If you're looking at me, you can't be defusing the spike, and I'm going to bring us into match point. Beautifully done by Bad. Waffle being run around. There's some beautiful Marshall shots, but ultimately not enough to bring us to an 11-4, and now we are at 12-3 in favor of Godset. Can they take it down and finish this map up? Icebox was actually L-Dance's map pick. So this is quite stifling to feel like even now on this swap to defense that they haven't had a better plan, but Tokyo, that's what Tokyo's got to be doing to bring this back in L-Dance's favor. 2 operator shots taking down the 2 duelists for the side of Godset. 3rd kill there, 4th kill for Tokyo before going down to Delight. Only Delight is left for the side of Godset, and no spike in hand, stuck on top of pipes here, nicely grabbing that. And if you're gonna try and run away, one of the members of L-Dance is on the flank and is gonna find you, and Plaza is gonna finish that up with that kill onto Delight. And beautifully done for Tokyo. That's what we need to be seeing for L-Dance to stay in this game.
Tokyo, if you have your point of view, if you're streaming or recording that, put it on Twitter, create a clip out of it, and play Tokyo Drift in the background. Because quite honestly, if we had
Deja vu.
I would have lost it. That was the first thing that came to mind, thinking, okay, this guy's got 1, he's got 2. He's creating a rhythm right now, and that in itself is something to really work off of. As much as a great attempt as it was, and as much of a great round it was for Tokyo, that's only L-Dance's 4th. I mean, Tokyo got as many kills in that round as L-Dance has rounds in its entirety. So that's still not something really too happy to be about just yet, because you got to double down and do that 8 more times to get yourself into an overtime. And that's a little bit too much to ask for, I feel.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot to ask for, but if anybody can do it, I think that L-Dance made it this far into the finals that they could pull it off. We'll see if they're able to make that aggressive push. We see a Viper flank all the way on B side, but Troll able to take down a Euro. No shenanigans over here, and likely gonna go join the team on a little bit of a flank. Only 2 members of Godset left in a 2v4 situation, but it is S2A and Bad. If anybody can pull it off and bring us into a match win, it's gonna be them. S2A getting shot from the back by Waffle and is going to be taken down. Finally, that flank from Troll is going to be the end of Bad. 12-5. This is how L-Dance is going to have to bring it back into their favor.
Yeah, they got to do this a lot more, and they got to find to do it time in, time out. They can get a little bit of a breather in the next round if they end up winning this one, because, I mean, you're going to see Godset being forced to not really have too much to work with. They got to go ahead and get these sheriffs. They got to get these pistol rounds we're playing off of, or just some kind of budget buy. And quite honestly, with the way that everybody's been using marshals tonight, I don't think is that much of a hindrance, but you just got to consider the other factors that are really going to be playing to the table. Looking at these ultimates coming through, you have a Hunter's Fury and an Empress on the side of Godset, and quite honestly, I could see him going ahead and saying, you know what, we don't want to give him a 6, so let's go ahead and pop it in this round. And so long as they get that spike down, I think we'll be anticipating it fairly soon here.
Yeah, Delight has had some very nice lineups with the Recon Bolt on both sides of the map. Quite impressive as it leads in for Bad to be able to get that first kill onto Troll. Potentially going to find a kill onto Waffle, but goes down. Tokyo with 2 nice op shots, kind of 1-2ing all the members of Godset, making it very difficult for them to find a place to plant, as we see Warmest Aloha now making a sprint towards A site.
Yeah, everything going through right now, this is about as even as you really want to ask for, but Godset has that spike down now. You have the shutdown to be working off of, and Euro has a kill to be playing with as well. Tokyo, he found a 4-piece earlier with the Operator, and with the Blade Storm in hand, it's a little bit more aggressive. You can actually get in people's face, but you got to find those 3 knives to be playing with at the headshot, because the right click isn't a reset. Otherwise, this will be a lot more doable. But with Euro right there around the corner, waiting for Tokyo to find those shots and close out this round, we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a map 1 to be done and toasted for the likes of L-Dance to go into the favor of old Godset. I kind of said at the beginning of the match they were coming here to play. I didn't think they were coming here to just that wasn't even playing. They weren't even playing. They were just
not playing at all.
That was disrespectful. I mean, you even saw the round from Bad being like, here's my gun. Here's my classic. I don't care. The bomb's about to go off. I'm going to mess around with you as much as I can.
Yeah, Godset completely just commanding that whole game, being aggressive on attack and defense side. Very impressive to see. Again, we mentioned it earlier. I'm going to mention it again. L-Dance had actually picked Icebox. So to see them kind of swiftly go down like that is a little bit worrisome going into a map that Godset has picked, which is going to be our next map, Split.
Yeah, and that in itself, knowing that on Split, you don't really see too many Sovas. That's one thing that I really want to mention before we go in here to a little bit of a break. But I mean, Sova is such a massive selection. You have such a great ultimate to be playing off of for those post-plant scenarios. You don't really have too much maneuverance room because everything's very, very choked off. It's more vertical than it is horizontal. There's a lot more lateral play to it. And honestly, that in itself, I think you can't just check left and right anymore. You got to look up and down. And looking at the way that Godset kind of manipulated the field, found so many different angles to be coming from with these flank plays, with these being up in the air, finding these shots here and there, having 2 more directions to look in to go ahead and protect yourself from is really concerning. But with that, it's not going to be all that big a deal. I mean, we could see L-Dance pull this back, but before we do go to a break, I want to go ahead and let y'all know once again that this is the last day for the sock fundraiser. That's the most important thing I want to put out there tonight. Put exclamation point socks in the chat. Look at them links. Go ahead and give them a little look-see. See if you want to go ahead and cop yourself a pair, because it helps us, it helps you, it helps the entire production, it helps just GLG as an entirety, especially when they got a gaming facility coming up here soon, which you could also go ahead and get yourself a little discounted membership for. But regardless of that, everything coming through, we got another round to come up here to cast for, and we got to get ourselves a little break, and L-Dance has to get themselves a little bit of a I would say a mentality refresher, if anything, to go ahead and get themselves ready for this one. So we'll go ahead and catch y'all here in a little bit as we go to a short break and be right back where we started. Catch y'all here in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor number 63. We're here. We're ready. We're here in the grand finals in map 2 after we saw a dominant performance out of Godset. They are honestly, I mean, me being a Viking, I have plenty of gods. And honestly, with the way that Godset, I know they have one for each one of their members with the way they went off in that last game. Thing is, are they going to answer their prayers again for this map 2 as we go over to Split? Or will L Dance be able to dance on their graves to find themselves a map of their own and take us to Breeze? I am Mick. Over to my right is going to be old Becky joining you here tonight. And we're back. We're ready for this. And I know if you're here the first one, you want to see the conclusion of this or possibly the continuation.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it looks like Godset is going to be looking for a conclusion. L Dance is looking for a continuation. They've got to have quite the plan going into Split, but Split was not their map choice. This was Godset's map choice. So I imagine that they are going to have a strong plan going into it. And it looks like we're probably going to have to see quite some cheeky plays, maybe some good strategy from the side of L Dance. We know that their gunplay is pretty much on the same point, but it just seemed on Icebox like Godset just, they had a plan, they executed it, and it was almost like they were playing with their food at some points. It was a little rough, but we will hopefully be able to see a closer match here between L Dance and Godset. If Godset takes it down, they will have won this series 2-0 and take the crown. And L Dance will have to take down Split and Breeze if they want to have a chance at this crown. We're seeing a lock-ins coming down, single duelist strategies coming in. I imagine we'll see Tokyo pick up a jet as well, as we've seen Tokyo make some quite good plays on the jet. We mentioned a little bit of a Tokyo drift kind of fun scenario on Triple Kill the round before. Made us laugh quite a bit. I loved the reference. And now we're seeing maybe this Cypher lock walk in, which would be an interesting difference to this Killjoy as the Sentinel for the side of Godset.
And one thing I'm a little bit disappointed in is the fact that S2A, I saw him kind of eyeing that KO pick, and I would have loved to see that, quite honestly, because knowing KO, I mean, Sova isn't viable in this map because of just how close quarters everything is. You can't really get a wide open area to really get a scan of where somebody is or how they're playing out, or get too many characters pinged off of a single recon dart or a drone. And with that, KO having that knife, having that free intel, and having the suppression as well, all you need to know is know generally where they are. Say if you got towards mid and you go ahead and towards restaurant, you find yourself a little bit of a ping. Or you go ahead, do that towards garage, towards B main, or towards A right there in heaven. There's so many just closed off areas that it literally lets you know where everybody is, because so long as you just run in there and spray, you can find yourself a kill. So I'm kind of disappointed that we missed out on that potential, but I mean, the Sky is still a great pick. You can find yourself the same amount of intel and also flash them at the same time, so you're not really too concerned about that. But the way Godset's going ahead and into this, the biggest difference we see is the Cypher v Sage matchup, and that in itself, I think the reses are going to really go a long way.
Yeah, we also see a little bit of a difference between like the Killjoy and the Viper as well. So some interesting differentiations. I feel like I have to mention that I think Sky probably just a stronger pick on this map in general. We mentioned the verticality of it and being able to manipulate those birds to go up into those areas that you're trying to push into just has to count for so much, as we see Godset making a slow push through mid and potentially going on to this A side heaven. Not surprisingly, not running into any members of Eldan's quite yet, but gonna go into a tripwire, and finally their location will be made known. But Delight with a nice right click, had to have been a double head tap onto Tokyo there before Tokyo can get the point blank shorty shot. Gotta be a little heartbreaking.
Yeah, most definitely has to. And you got to sit there and look for a little bit more potential out of it, because Godset doing exactly what they did the last time, but being there starting on attack, they're already doing a lot better, I would say, than the last map. Getting themselves on the site, getting themselves a spike down, that extra 300 to work off of. Because whether or not they win this round, which it looks like they're going to, with sitting in a 4v1 scenario, they're definitely setting up for this next one and possibly closing this out. But Waffle finding a clean little two-piece before he is closed out by S2A on that Sky this time around. He may be in a different role, but he still has the same amount of fragability.
That's how I feel about Killjoy turrets as well. I'm gonna be honest. That little turret finds me in a game, and it just bothers me so much. And on those pistol rounds, the turret is just so hard to kill. Kind of feeling that one in my bones there. Godset able to take down that first map with a very kind of clean, just push through mid into A side heaven, completely undetected until running into a Cypher trip on that A site. Kind of interesting to see how Eldance has really shifted how they're handling this round now and making this aggressive push, and they're gonna run into each other in Ramen here.
Yeah, it's a great little encounter for both sides, because they come out respectively even to some extent before Bab wants to go ahead and put a little bit of a cherry on top and find Tokyo with that Bucky. But I mean, it's a great little setup for them. They now have 3 players still alive, looking to go ahead and get themselves onto a site. But the way they're split up, knowing that Troll is pushing onto the side a little bit more so, it's a lot of damage to deal with. But when you have a Spectre in hand and a Bucky to go ahead and get that first shot off, it's not that big of a concern.
Yeah, now with a nice little heal up, the Sage and Sky combo going to be able to heal each other if Delight hadn't used their heal already. But the potential to maybe in 30 seconds do a little bit of topping off on to Sky's HP there. Got to be quite nice in this 2v1 situation. Spike going to go down before Eldance's Sky is able to be remotely close to the last 2 members of Godset.
And everything they're set up for right now, they have themselves a spike on site, so that's all you really want to look for. You want a little bit of aggression. You want to force their hand and see what you can do with it. And as we already see, Torify trying to get himself on the side, getting a fairly clean kill. S2A thankfully is there to go ahead and get that trade out, make sure that that 2v1 doesn't get lost by any means necessary to get themselves a second.
Oh, I'm very surprised that Torify was even able to make that push onto site while blinded and find the kill. Impressive nonetheless there. S2A gonna have to go back and grab this spike and rejoin the team, as it looks like they're gonna hang out in Ramen and potentially make a mid or B side push here towards the start of the round. S2A gonna join a Warmest Aloha on this A site and maybe just try to spread the side of Eldance a little bit thin here with some distractions.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the plan they want to go ahead and get, but Bad, he has no distractions of his own. He's going to say, I'm going to get it in their face as quick as possible. Whatever distractions they want to make, I'll go ahead and kill them before they can put it out. And it was a great attempt. It was a great execution right there. When you have everybody spread out across the map, you're going to have kills coming left and right. You're going to have no idea where Godset's coming from. And it's a confusion that's really going to play into their favor.
Oh yeah, Bad. It is spooky season, and Bad is bad to the bone. Torify gonna be able to take down Bad though there, and Tokyo's gonna find a nice little 2K there. Torify also, whoa, okay. Just all of L-Dance being able to take out the pushing side of Godset. That nice little initial kill, not able to pull through enough for Bad and the rest of Godset there, unfortunately. But now we're going to see some lighter buys likely for the side of Godset, while we see a lot of full guns on the side of L-Dance. This round probably going to go to the side of L-Dance unless Godset has got some impressive plans in the making.
Yeah, split's a much different scenario, especially when you're on that attacking side. Because, I mean, I've said it time in, time out. You can go ahead and win yourself, I would say, a sheriff round on defense. When you hold those angles, so long as you expect somebody to go ahead and miss those shots, I mean, Tokyo isn't going to do that. So it's going to be a lot more hard to do, knowing that he's going to be the aggressor, be right in your face with those shots.
Oh.
But Bad, being alive with that Blade Storm, already finding one, could possibly look for a couple more.
Yeah, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. Warmest Aloha and Bad, the final two members left for Godset. Warmest Aloha bringing it down to a 2v3. It's looking a little bit better, but they do know where the last two members of Godset are. And the members of L-Dance are starting to close in as Plaza takes down Bad. Warmest Aloha trades out, but gets taken down by Troll, and that's going to even it up to a 2v2. Godset versus L-Dance, and now we get to see who will really pull ahead with some even buys going into this round.
It's one of those scenarios where you see Tokyo buying that operator, finally getting some kind of ace up the sleeves to be playing with, because so far we've seen a lot of back and forth, and even then when it just comes to buys, I would say specifically on the side of L-Dance, but we see Godset finally having their hands forced, finally finessing themselves a save buy to some extent, because we saw that not once when it came around to that first map. So, I mean, with everything going through for them, and we are going to be going to a little pause right quick to go ahead and take yourself back to the old desk. Here joining by us, but everything coming out for him. We finally saw L-Dance. We say it sometimes. Some dogs are all bark, no bite. And honestly, I thought that's what L-Dance was. But you can finally see that every now and then, whenever you force their hand, if you get your face a little bit too close, they feel like they're forced to bite at that point. And we saw it in that last round. Every single member really just protecting themselves. That's something I haven't seen yet. They're usually relying on one guy or another to sit there and be like, oh, I need help. Torify, come over here and, give your boy some help, or to just kind of swing with us. Do something because you are the better player. That last round, I didn't see that out of them at all. I saw L-Dance finally step up to the plate and say, all right, we got to do something different. We're making this work. We're doing what we can.
Yeah, and it was quite a different play than we've seen from them in the previous round. We saw a very dominant Godset really take down Icebox. Pretty much almost uncontested. We only saw 5 rounds taken for the side of L-Dance. So it's kind of interesting to see how even this game is, even this early in the match. And L-Dance kind of looked completely different than how we saw them play in the last round. And especially weird considering that Icebox was L-Dance's map pick and Godset has picked Split, which we are now on. Kind of weird to see that difference now.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, everything going through for him. I feel like the operator on Tokyo is a little confusing because, I mean, Split, I don't feel like the operator is that viable on it. You don't have that many long angles to be playing off of. I mean, sure, you got A and you got mid, but that's really it. When you see Godset pushing towards B, you really have your hand forced, and you can see that close angle being held and being forced out by the old, by the shutdown, but it's going to be a little bit late as Tokyo unexpectedly holds the angle and finds the first pick on the S2A.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you mentioned it being kind of a strange pickup, but working out for Tokyo there. However, now we are in a quick 3v3 situation. The lockdown, not able to find anybody for the side of Godset, but that B site is open as we see now Euro and Bad trying to make a reconvene with Warmest Aloha. Cosmic Divide coming down. And I don't think Euro's going to be running into Troll anytime soon. Is going to actually find that kill onto Troll as Warmest Aloha finds one onto Tokyo. Only Plaza is left, and Plaza will go down before the spike is even able to go down.
Yeah, and that's a big factor to really consider, knowing that God said they want to go ahead and find that bonus money to be playing off of when you see the L Dance is really evening out the odds here they're playing. And it's great to go ahead and keep some players alive, keep your team alive, keep all these weapons in hand where you don't have to go ahead and buy. But you had so many players die in that round in the process because of the trades coming through that you really just don't have the best buys coming into this one, because we could see S2A forcing his hand a little bit, Delight only having a Spectre in hand. They're kind of, I wouldn't say backs against the walls, but they're not sitting as comfortable as they would wish to be. And knowing that this next round is the Econ's going to balance out a little bit for both sides, I mean, the God set really isn't sitting as great in terms of wallet as they want to, purely off of that alone.
Yeah, very, very true. Bad continuing to do as duelists do, making a lot of space and pushing on to this A site, finding this kill onto Torify, trying to make some hops and jumps around, but getting taken down by Troll with a classic. And now S2A gonna make the decision, can I push onto the site or do I want to go join up with my team on the other side of the map? It looks like S2A will be going to join up with the rest of Godset on this B side of the map, as Delight has made a strong push and opened up this B site along with Euro.
Yeah, everything going through for him right now. L-Dance really just kind of having their hand forced right now, knowing that they are getting picked off left and right. The only man standing is going to be Troll with that Vandal in hand, and quite honestly, I think a save would be the best option. When you sit there and look at the rest of your squad, not really having too much to do with, probably just play for exits, find yourself a nice little cheeky angle to be playing with, and just hold it as best you can. And that looks like exactly what he's going to do, unless he gets himself forced out, because you already see these Godset members trying to hunt him down.
Oh, that little peek. S2A saw him, but you know, sometimes the muscle memory, you peek an angle and you see it, and then you just aren't able to really dedicate yourself to it, as Euro finally going to be able to end this round, taking down Troll 3-2, or 4-2 in the favor of Godset now.
Yeah, great little collaboration there from the likes of Godset to go ahead and get themselves together, find their way to double down on these rounds, get themselves to a 4-2 lead. But the biggest deficit they have against them right now is the fact that they don't have too many ultimates to really play off of. You see the likes of these L-Dance players, they have full rifles still to be working off of, but it's really just their safety net they're digging into right now. They really just don't have too much to back it up, because that was just remnants of what they've had prior. So everything against them right now, they have 4 ultimates so to really give themselves an edge to work with, and that Viper's Pit's going to go down instantaneously in the middle of the map, where it doesn't look like anybody's really trying to eye. But it doesn't matter, because Euro and Tokyo are going to find their own respective little picks in different areas of the map.
Yeah, this has got to be the round that Godset has to be really careful. You can see 4 ultimates for the side of L-Dance, but this is just as pivotal of a round for L-Dance. They have to make sure that they don't lose this round, or their wallets are going to be right in the dirt. Ultimates coming out left and right for both sides here. Delight getting that kill onto Torify, and now I bet we're going to see Godset make this aggressive push onto this B site while getting collapsed on by Troll coming from CT side.
Yeah, everything going through for him right now. We see Godset just with a great little retake, possibly when it comes to getting onto this site generally, and just trying to hold it out. You already see the setups coming through in the heaven. You see it towards CT a little bit. You see the flashes coming out, all kinds of intel to play off of, but the guiding light went a little bit too far for S2A's liking, so Troll's going to find that first pick, but you got to consider the rest of these players allocated out, looking for these edges, and Tokyo especially trying to go ahead and work with all that, but snitching on his own position, saying, all right, I'm back here. I got an operator. Please don't rush me. Oh, no, I got a shorty in the second.
At least you got that shorty in the back pocket. Tokyo able to find a kill onto an aggressive bad, trying to go over that wall and find that kill. But Tokyo holding this close angle with this shorty, but not going to be able to find it close enough to kill Delight. Delight with a beautiful 3K and bringing it home. 5 rounds to Godset, 2 to L-Dance. L-Dance has got to just do a little bit of a save round here with, we see some Sheriff and Light and Heavy and no armors. Waffle maybe gonna buy a Sheriff also, maybe gonna stick to this classic, maybe gonna pick up a Marshall. We saw Waffle with the chunky Marshall plays in the previous map. It'll be nice to see if we can find some cute little picks with that in this round. That would be exactly what the side of L-Dance would need.
I hate Eric so much, but I love him. Chunky Marshall, that's actually great. And so are these shots from Delight to go ahead and get themselves a start in the round. We see L-Dance trying to have a retaliation of their own, respectively trading, so keeping themselves relevant in this fight, but they just need a little bit more with the shots to come out from Torify specifically, showing they can step up and get an edge.
Wow, that's a beautiful headshot through two members of Godset with the Sheriff. Nicely done, Torify holding down the save round. This would be a beautiful thrifty round for the side of Eldance, and it does end up being just that, grabbing these guns from the dead bodies of Godset, bringing it back. 3-5. Eldance, hopefully now their econ not going to look too shabby, but with a lot of wins in a row for the side of Godset, going to be able to continue to buy up pretty safely this round, other than for the likes of S2A here, and we'll probably just see, yeah, nice little Sheriff pickup. If somebody dies, I'll pick up their gun, but probably going to see S2A kind of hold back this round as a result of that lower gun buy.
Yeah, not playing nearly as aggressive as we've seen out of the likes of S2A recently, being on the duelist pick, switching over to the initiator. I mean, you want that aggression, but there's only so far it can go when you have a Sheriff in hand. And I mean, it's enough to protect yourself, but you got to get a little bit more to play off of. And quite honestly, Euro is going to go ahead and take that same role, saying, all right, G2A can't go ahead and push up, or S2A, excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and do it myself as an Astra. And something you really don't expect, because you see the shots coming through, you see the damage across the board, you see the shutdown coming down, and you see a final kill coming out for the likes of Plaza onto Delight.
Yeah, that's going to start us off strong, but Warmest Aloha is going to take that trade back and get an extra kill there onto Tokyo. Nice little 2K that is really going to allow them to make this push and plant onto this B site, and now it's going to have to be a swift retake from the side of Eldance as Troll and Torify find their respective kills, respective 2 kills for Troll, leaving only Bad for the side of Godset, almost getting that nice little bit of spray transfer to fight back, but it isn't going to be enough as Eldance brings this one home, bringing us to a 4-5.
And Eldance doing a great job just across the board. I mean, they just got to stay relevant. And it's that much more of an attempt than what we saw at Icebox, because I feel like when the half came around, they just weren't relevant. I mean, I feel like quite honestly, I feel like everybody counted them out to some extent. They surprised us to some extent, actually bringing it back, getting a couple rounds to really fight back, and so they're not counted out just yet. But I mean, sitting right now, they have a much better shot. They haven't gone ahead and been dusted out by any means. They're actually staying relevant. They're keeping the game relatively close, and they can show that they have a fighting chance, at least when you force their hand and get closer to them, because they just don't do as well when it comes to these long lineups, because Godset just excels in those areas.
Yeah, now this has got to be a rough situation if you're on the side of Godset. Some light buys for their side, only 2 rifles bought for Euro and S2A, so it's going to hinge on them being the playmakers for their team. We see some aggressive pushes for the side of Godset, for the side of Eldance, 4 ultimates ready and available, and if there was a time to try and just push Godset further down, this would be the round. Throw out those ultimates, try and get yourself as much of an advantage as possible. Tokyo with a little bit of a missed op shot there onto S2A. This has got to be a little bit of a scary spot to be holding if you are Godset. So we're going to send in the dog first as Bad tries to get that kill onto Tokyo, but not going to be able to find it. S2A only with a kill onto Troll. That operator is still safe in the hands of Tokyo as Plaza finds a kill onto Warmest Aloha. Torify taking down S2A. Delight is the only member of Godset left, being able to take out that operator, but now has to try and find Plaza, but Plaza with a faster trigger finger taking down Delight and bringing us to an even game, 5-5, Eldance versus Godset.
And a great run Eldance has had so far. I mean, going ahead, getting those 3 rounds back to back. I mean, we haven't seen much of a spread and allocation of rounds. I mean, you see it right now on the scoreboard, 2-2, 3-3. I mean, we can't follow suit, get a 4-4, 5-5. I mean, that'd be a little bit of illegal, but I mean, everything coming out for them, we see a great just showing from Eldance, showing that no matter what that Godset puts on, when they go ahead and win a round, Eldance says, this isn't it. We're at least going to get it to tie before we really find ourselves tripping up again. And I mean, they've already done that just by itself. They're just going to make sure to win themselves one more to get this edge to be playing off of, this win and this advantage. But we just don't have that yet because we already have trades coming through 1-1, and S-Way with a gorgeous shot through that Viper wall.
A beautiful shot indeed. Delight gonna go ahead and use the resurrection onto Bad. Kind of a risky play, I think, on a round where you are playing with lower powered guns, but gonna go ahead and take the momentum where we can find it. Waffle able to get the kill onto S2A, but bad getting that trade to Waffle. 4v2 situation. If there was ever a round where I would be surprised for Godset to win, it would have to be this round. I will be impressed if they are able to take it down as Troll makes an aggressive push onto Bad, taking him down, but Warmest Aloha getting that nice trade. Godset doing exactly what they have to do in these situations and trading all of their members. A beautiful thrifty round going down to the side of Godset.
And is that right there? The fact they even won a thrifty, because I mean, that means it's really too much of a concern in this round. I mean, sure, some of the players had to buy, but they know that enough players picked up enough guns to really allocate accordingly. You see Bad being the only one having to buy, but I mean, that's not that big a deal. Even if you did want to go ahead and trade something out, Delight could buy him. Delight could buy him an op if he really wanted that bad. I mean, everybody has enough resources to allocate across the field. When speaking about Godset's team, an entire wallet. Collectively, they're sitting really comfortable, but it's the last round and a half. It's all going to go away, so they got to make sure to spend as much as they can and make sure it is worth it to sit at a 7-5 lead, or L-Dance even once more.
Yeah, L-Dance looking to even it up. The Blade Storm is out, as well as the Operator, kind of holding this close, precarious angle. An interesting play from Tokyo, but it's going to pay off as Tokyo is able to find a kill onto Delight in this garage area. Now with the Blade Storm out, gonna try and get another little pick from the side of Godset, but isn't able to find anyone. Now making a little bit of a tactical retreat onto the CT side as Bad and Warmest Aloha try to secure this B side for the side of Godset.
The shutdown coming through, a respective trade for each side to go ahead and get themselves to a 4-4, but S2A finally getting themselves an edge to say, all right, we're going to need to make sure to get some manpower advantage here, but Torify just really catching that man off guard. That was a great little rotation there for L-Dance to be coming from heaven. It's an approach you don't really expect, and you still have a player back there towards CT if they do decide to go for that option, but we haven't seen it just yet. Aloha still here on site, looking to go ahead and clutch this up as best he can to play with his teammate. Everybody looking for a respective trade, and as Euro is here on the outside with that trigger discipline.
Wow.
Just great attempt to go ahead and hold it out for Godset to grab their 7.
I thought my brain was lagging for a second. I was like, is that not an enemy? And then you mentioned it beautifully, the trigger discipline coming up from the members of Godset, really showing that up, bringing us to 5-7. Not the worst place that you could be if you're on the side of L-Dance, hopefully coming into this attacking side with a plan. And what do you think they got to do? What do you think? We've seen Godset play a lot. This is kind of the first we've seen of L-Dance, at least for my side. And what do you think they've got to do to really pull ahead on this attacking side?
I mean, quite honestly, I think they just got to, I would say, follow suit to some extent, but you really can't do that when you have a completely different comp. I mean, you don't have a Killjoy for that post plant. You have a Viper. And honestly, I mean, it's equally efficient, but I feel when it comes around to split, it's just not as good of an option because, as I said, you obviously have a lot more high ground to be working with, and that's really going to inhibit those snake bites in those post-plant scenarios to be as efficient. But I mean, so long as Tokyo can make the most of the Sheriff, get a little bit of aggressive and find at least 1 or 2 picks with it, I mean, that's not going to be too much of a concern. But in the big scheme of things, you got to make sure to work off that Astra, work off that Cypher, because your post-plant isn't nearly as strong as Godset's was.
And now we do see Troll making these nice little lines of tripwires, trying to make sure that if somebody does decide to flank, they will be made known. But with a nice kill, Euro taking down Troll, that's not going to be the situation for the side of L-Dance. Waffle getting that kill onto Euro, and now this aggressive push is starting to pay off as the spike goes down.
Yep, so we already have ourselves a little bit of a change of flow right now as L-Dance already gets themselves onto his site and gets the spike down, which they really struggled with in that last map, but they're showing that things are a little bit different here. They're spelling a different story, with Plaza and Torify absolutely just rushing those screens. They find themselves a 3-piece to go ahead and close it out and get L-Dance that closer to tying it up again.
That's one of those heartbreaking things where good if you're Torify being able to hit that tab button and see enemies blinded, 3. Beautifully done with that push onto screens for the side of Torify and Plaza, bringing down that first pistol round for the side of L-Dance and bringing our game 6-7.
Yeah, so a great little way to go ahead and possibly even out the game right now, but a concern you do have to still consider is the fact that Godset has now found themselves trying to force their hand to some extent, going ahead and buying these sheriffs, buying a stinger, possibly looking to work whatever they can. Bad almost had that Marshall in hand, but when you get the Tasmanian Tiger coming through and Delight finding the first shot, it's a great little opener for Godset to get themselves a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, and now we see a lot of angles being held for both attacking and defending players, but Plaza and the rest of L-Dance making some aggressive pushes onto A as they're able to find two members of Godset and take them down. A Waffle with a second kill there onto Delight. Members of Godset dropping a left and right S2A, having to continue to make a little bit of a slow push, knowing that somebody is in on the mid side of the map as Warmest Aloha drops. Only S2A is left in with a Sheriff, but the foil out is not going to be enough to take down a Waffle with a nice 3K, evening us up 7-7. Now this is the round where we hopefully can see Godset take back a little bit of control.
Yeah, and everything coming through for, I mean, Godset has an advantage to some extent. They went ahead and bought that timeout in the last half, saying, all right, it doesn't matter, that's 2 rounds for them to go ahead and even things up, but I mean, they're going to have a bonus to be playing off of in that case. And I really don't think they expect this operator to be coming out from Tokyo, because you expect it to be even. You expect yourself to have an advantage, if anything, with all these rifles in hands. Because, I mean, they went ahead, bought a little bit, and sure, you go ahead and have Bad on that Guardian. But, I mean, it's still a very solid weapon. But you have mostly rifles expecting to win these fights. But if you go ahead and peek the wrong corner, Tokyo will be there looking to punish you for it.
Yeah, and every time I've wanted to say that I don't like an operator buy from Tokyo, Tokyo has almost immediately gone and gotten an early kill. So I don't want to say anything too assuredly just yet. Delight putting down this wall and it immediately getting shot down by the multitude of L-Dance members that are in this mid side as we see members of Godset start to make this collapse.
Yeah, and I mean, collapsing is exactly what they're doing, as you see just Godset making some great little shots. L-Dance looking to get themselves onto a site. And that's the biggest hold up right now. We saw them whenever they get put under pressure, they really just can't make a decision to go ahead and push into sight. We haven't seen them press that W key yet. They got to do that. They got to get somewhere. They got to get some kind of initiative. They got to get some kind of drive somewhere to be playing off of. And Torify looking for a little bit of a cheeky little pick there on the edge, but Troll finding the pick onto a Warmest Aloha is going to say, all right, B may be open, but the mid definitely isn't when you got Bad there or looking at Sewers.
Here.
Oh, looking at Sewers, going to try and find members of L-Dance to take down. Knows that Plaza is there. Maybe doesn't realize where this Waffle is. Where Waffle is hanging out, and Waffle's going to make those nice shots onto S2A there, taking members of Godset down 1 by 1 in a 2v1 situation. Little HP left and ultimately going to go down to Delight, but a valiant effort for the side of Waffle, and Delight's going to be able to pick up this operator and take one home to bed.
Hey, Lego my ego, let's go. Great little shots there from Waffle to go ahead and get themselves a little bit more of an edge to be playing off of. And I mean, that in itself, the rotations coming through, we see Godset just having some great little setups. And I think that's all it comes down to. Godset going ahead, putting that pressure towards the middle of the map. Whether or not L-Dance is even there or not, they're going to make the most of it. They're going to find either a pinch play. They're going to go ahead and set themselves up to get back onto Heaven. If it's a retaliation on B, go ahead and look for the sewer play if they're going towards A. L-Dance just needs to hold this middle of the map. And when you have a Viper, or not a Viper, excuse me, but a Cypher, you need to make sure to use that utility to keep an eye on there, because you already see them holding it to some extent. And you see Bad having that pressure towards that B side, looking to go ahead and get the pick on a Torify.
Oh.
Misses a shot, but doesn't die just yet of his own.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that you really want to have the operator on an agent like Jet. Missing that shot, but being able to take that dash to safety away from danger is exactly why you see Jets loving the gun like the operator. Trades back and forth for the side of Godset and L-Dance, evening us up to a 3v3 situation. Jet and Astras left respectively for both sides now in a 2v2 as Tokyo takes down the final 2. Euro and Bad fall to Tokyo and the Phantom as the plant also goes down, shoring up an extra amount of gold for the side of L-Dance.
Yeah, and there's so much here for L-Dance to go ahead and get this back into it, because, I mean, we saw in the last round they had a great little close off. They had a great little pinch when it came around to just closing off these sites, and it's a great little way to get themselves back in the game, because you see Godset, this is, once again, a scenario they're not used to being in. Just getting back on these pistols. They've really been struggling here on split, which oddly enough has been their map pick. But for them to go ahead and run it like this, I mean, when you see the way they did Icebox, maybe Icebox would have been their pick if L-Dance didn't have that selection, quite honestly. But You see Dance making the most of it, finding themselves a shot, finding an operator right there towards the edge for Tokyo to grab that first pick towards that B site, creating a little bit more breathing space over there.
Yeah, and it looks like we will see Dance continue to make a push through this mid, as that is where the spike is. But Bad trying to make some commanding plays of his own there. Gonna try and go fight the rest of the members of Dance potentially, but that's gonna be a little bit of a rough situation in a 1v4. The spike gonna go down, and Tokyo is gonna just watch these angles with this operator and try to catch out Bad. But Bad with this Blade Storm popping up, gonna try and just run at members of Dance and find kills where they can. Getting this first kill onto Torify, absolutely beautiful, and now just stomping through the site, trying to figure out where everyone is, and this is a dead situation.
Did Bad break out the ammonia? I mean, look at the way he's just flicking around. The dude found the smelling salts and he's taking a big old whiff out of them. But whether or not he can find the kills is another question we're really got to consider. When you see the aggression coming through, Waffle and Tokyo taking that little double strip out to him, he's going to bring the action, they're going to bring the kills, and they're going to bring a tie game as well to come back it up.
Absolutely a beautiful attempt from Bad, trying to check all those angles. But when you've got just this triangulation strategy from Dance, there aren't enough angles for you to check and safely be able to do that, especially when you have to face an Astra on that post plant. It's just so tough, and a wonderful effort by Bad, but it just isn't enough. 9-8 now. Dance leads against Godset.
Yeah, everything really stacking in LDS's favor right now, but Godset, they just got to bring this back because they've done it before. They've gotten the game to at least be at a tie, and they found a lead once again. But, I mean, with the way this has been so tense, so back and forth, it really just comes down to, I guarantee, when we get around to these 11-12 rounds, whether or not somebody can finish and grab a lead by 2 and go ahead and end it, or whether or not it goes to the overtime. And that's the biggest consideration right now. If Dance doesn't keep this pace up, go ahead and get themselves into a map 3, because there's a lot on the line right now. They got to go ahead and get themselves ahead, having 3 ultimates, having the buys on the field, having still guns in the hands of their players, and being on the attacking end with an operator. You got to make sure to have that aggression, have those players to make those angles and really buy into the aggression to get onto a site.
Yeah, and we see Godset being extremely patient, holding as many angles as possible. And the Cosmic Divide came down for Dance, but able to get some nice kills as they make this push regardless. Troll finding Warmest Aloha. This is going to be a little bit of a rough situation. Never mind. Bad is just going to make the point blank headshot onto Plaza and find those last 2 kills to bring it back in Godset's favor. I was expecting that not to go in Bad's favor, but sometimes you can quick scope at point blank range and it just goes your way.
Bad. Everybody's got their own theme song tonight, but what's going through right now, Bad just does absolutely work. I mean, we see it already getting himself back into the game, because Bad has, I wouldn't say a lackluster performance by any means, but we expected him to be positive by this stage in the game, to really be going off, getting more kills with those Blade Storms, looking for a round where he can play into his team with that utility in itself. But we haven't seen that just yet. Instead, we see a lot of kind of nitty-gritty picks. We see some peaks here on the side where you're just trying to find the edges to work off of, and quite honestly, Godset just hasn't had that mentality to play defense, to really slow down the game just yet and back off, until you see Delight finally making that move, saying, I can step back and rely on Warmest Aloha to get right in their face to find 1, possibly a 2nd, with everybody going to chase the man out, saying, no, come back, you know what you're doing. And honestly, facing them right onto the A site where Euro's already waiting for him.
Oh, trade after trade, shoring us up to a 3v3 situation. Still no plant for the side of Dance, but they're making moves onto this A site. But Waffle getting that nice kill onto Euro is going to make sure that this plant is able to go down, and the Viper's Pit is going to be the follow-up.
Yeah, Viper's Pit's going to be a great move here. This is really where you want to invest it to go ahead and get that lead, or at least try to secure it, because S2A does not have those seekers available. You can't go ahead and get an idea of where these players are unless you have somebody in the flank trying to shoot you in the back of the head. But when you see the aggression coming through with the questionable play out of Bad, it was a great attempt, but just the wrong way to go about it when you don't have S2A there to back you up. To give Dance their 10th round here, find the lead once again.
Yeah, that's got to be such a rough situation if you're Bad. You know that Troll is behind you, and you can't spend time looking down onto that A site while somebody is behind you. So making that aggressive push, I respect the play. I respect the idea. it's just a hard execution when it's into a Viper pit, and ultimately that means that it's going to go the way of L-Dance 10-9. Much closer game than we watched on Icebox, and L-Dance looks to be a completely different team, twice the amount of rounds that they had on Icebox, and that's a nice place to be in. This wall going to be able to make sure that nobody can rotate through this sewer side, but luckily most of the members of L-Dance on A site and potentially just going to commit to that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, a great commitment. They got to make it somewhere, and they got to get onto a site, because L-Dance, where they've exceeded is in these post-plant scenarios, whether it's map 1, map 2, and possibly map 3 if we get there. Everything has come down to that spike being down. They have to make that move because they haven't found too many preemptive shots or preemptive picks to really set them up for that. But speaking of preemptive, we see a shutdown going on towards this A site to go ahead and give them some time. But honestly, Troll does not care, because he will go ahead and find himself to pick off Euros. Warmus Aloha sniffs him out. But knowing the rotations are going through, that spike is going towards the B site with that shutdown to be out. You will want to run over there as quickly as possible and check all your corners on the way.
3 of the members of Godset seem to think that somebody is on that stair Heaven B side, but nobody's actually there, as the Tasmanian Tiger is able to find out for them. And all of a sudden, we're only 2 members after that little fake out. Tokyo watching Heaven with this operator is going to make it very difficult for the last 2 members of Godset to be able to find anyone, as Waffle takes this kill onto S2A. Delight able to make a little bit of a trade, but immediately falling to Plaza. And L-Dance is creeping into more of a lead, 11-9 now.
Yeah, and this scenario they need. I mean, L-Dance did not have the best showing when it came around to map 1. On Icebox, they were just falling short, I feel like, at every single burner, and they were just kind of thrown into the rear view. But now they're really stepping up. They force Godset's hand. They don't have themselves a bye completely this round. And honestly, if they don't win this one, they're not going to find one in the next either, especially when you had that round switch up. So Godset has to keep not only a clutchable play here to go ahead and get themselves on top to win this round, but they got to make sure to finesse somehow and get that edge, get those guns in their hands to really just, I would say, kill those dividends they have to go ahead and be a deficit to some extent. So they have to work extremely hard in this one, and with no ultimates in their hand, that's the most concerning thing. When you don't have a blaze storm, you don't have seekers, you don't have a resurrection, you don't have a shutdown, you are completely robbed of resources. But Warmus Aloha does not care.
Does not care, and is going to watch closely with this Cosmic Divide, going to make sure that if somebody is going to come through, holding that same angle as Torify, Bad able to get that kill, or Torify able to get that kill onto Bad, making that step over that Cosmic Divide. S2A with some beautiful Deagle kills, leaving only Troll left. Not what I would have expected on a round where ultimates were being used for the side of L-Dance, but Troll, it's making me eat my words with a nice 4K there and bringing it to L-Dance's match point. What just happened there? That's a clip. That's going in Troll's highlight reel for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it has to. When you have your back up against the wall, when you're in Troll's shoes, quite honestly, I thought things were not looking too good for him. With the picks coming through left and right for the likes of Godset to get themselves back into here, you see the amount of attention and the kind of just nitpickiness, the grittiness they had going on here and there to grab these kills. But when you have Troll, his back up against the wall, him sitting literally in a corner where he cannot rotate or really maneuver, and Godset to just go ahead and choke up and have nothing to play off of. This is their last attempt, because, I mean, obviously it's match point. Their best case scenario is going into overtime and winning it there, but they got to win 3 rounds to get there first.
Yeah, 3 rounds back to back. At least they have guns on this round. And hopefully their defense starts to look better than it has in previous rounds. They just really have to be patient and try not to get pulled apart by the members of L-Dance.
Get everything going through for them right now. Having that aggression come your way towards the B side, you need to call for rotation right now. You just got to play as a unit. You can already see Euro saying, all right, I got to get out of here. It doesn't matter whether they come A or not. We can just play this together, win these fights, because it's a 4v3 regardless of the case scenario. And honestly, Euro says, I don't care. I really don't. I can go ahead and win whatever fight you throw at me.
A Euro is making Torify quake in his boots right now as Tokyo holds this rotation angle, and Euro is gonna have to win these gunfights and hopefully free up the site and make sure that Tokyo can't make any aggressive plays, but it looks like Tokyo is gonna try and be aggressive, but Euro gonna be able to win that. That's how we gotta do it, and that's how Godset has to be making plays to get this to a 12-12. They have no room to breathe. They've got to make sure that their plays are immaculate to bring us to an overtime situation.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it's most definitely doable. We saw the return. Look at that first half, people. It was a 2-2, 3-3, 2-2, 1, and like everything really was going completely even until we got around to that second half, when you go ahead and had that start from Dance to get those 2-round advantages, and they just kind of ran with it. Godset has that potential to go ahead and get those runs in as well, so long as they can just find that momentum to be working with. And this is it. When they have that ult advantage, they have the jet knives to be playing off of, but Tokyo wants to go ahead and beat them to the chase and say, I'm gonna pop mine first because we got to win this round and we can just go ahead and secure map 3. Last thing we want to go to is in an overtime, because sure, we can go ahead and win one side and the other, but with how close one half was, it's a little bit too risky to take.
Dance making some very light steps around this Sage wall. Godset and Delight specifically choosing to change it up this round and use this wall on this A site instead of using it to stave off a mid push. Now choosing to kind of hold this angle up ramps into heaven. The Tasmanian Tiger gonna get a little bit of information as to where Delight is now, and Delight making some shots through this box to try and get some damage onto the members of Dance.
Get everything coming through for him. The trades right there and the shots that come out from Troll. It's really giving them an edge to play with. Now you have a 5v4. You had that Sage dead. S2A has something to say about it. But when you got that spike wrapping right back around the map, Dance just has to get a spike down, and they have to pace for that post plant, because God said they are sniffing these guys out, and you can already see them in heaven, winning those trades, winning those gunfights, showing that they are still here to play. And knowing that that spike is towards that B main area, you got Bad already watching areas over there. You got the sniff going through. You got Warmus a little hard with the shots. Last man sending his waffle. He's their last chance, and it doesn't matter because we're now sitting at 12-11 for Godset. One more, and they can get this to overtime.
And let's do it. This game has been tense. Why not bring it all the way? Let's see if Godset is able to bring us to that point. And the guns on the side of Dance looking a little weak. So if there was ever a time that Godset was going to be able to shore it up for themselves and bring us into an overtime where it will be even, this is how they're going to be set up. They have 3 ultimates. They have the better guns. This is how we're going to be seeing them go into a situation where they're trying to pull ahead and bring us to a 3 wins for Dance, 3 wins for Godset. That's just how it's been for most of this game. Very back and forth, and I would be ecstatic to see us go into an overtime situation.
Oh, I would as well, especially with how close this game has been so far. And the only time we saw the edge really go to somebody's side was over on this exact half, when you see Godset on this defensive end. But you can see that it's taking them a while to really adapt and kind of wake up, because I'll admit it's getting kind of late for them, I'm sure, but everything coming out for them, that doesn't mean they're tapping out just yet. They're finding some great shots to be working off of. They're managing to stay alive as best they can, slow down the game, get themselves an edge to play off of, because Godset now, you see the ultimate edge is working in their favor. They have 4 to be working with. You don't have that Sage Resurrection when you have Seekers, a Cosmic Divide, and a Shutdown to be playing with. They need to get some kind of intel off of it and find a pick or 2 at least.
Oh, S2A making some spooky little jumps over here when we know that 3 of them are near, but it looks like all the members of Dance are instead going to choose to potentially go onto this rope side and make an A push after getting a pick onto Warmest Aloha, but it seems like they'll instead choose to go through sewers, meet up with Troll, and go for that side instead. The Seekers finally coming out and allowing S2A and Delight to find some kills onto Waffle and Torify, as Euro also says, I want in on this action. Let's get a kill from P2, and Delight with a res.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, too fast, too furious. 12-12. We will be going to overtime in this game against Dance and Godset.
And that's it right there. Godset finally waking up, saying, okay, look, we ran these guys on map 1. How in the actual heck are we going to let them sit there and take a second map from us like this, especially with how even it was? We just win engagements. I mean, we have this kind of context, this resume against them, showing we can win this. If we go ahead and choke up on our map pick, That's extremely embarrassing. And you can see them going ahead, breaking out whatever they can right now. Warmus Aloha not only warming up now, he's on fire, Aloha, because he is woken up. He's ready to play this game. You can see the rest of the squad backing him up. And the only one I feel is falling short is Bab, but he has his moments. And quite honestly, I don't have too much I can say about Eldance because they've just been consistent in this entirety of this map.
Very consistent indeed. You would never guess based on the picks that happened for each of these teams and these maps. But now, Tokyo with this operator as the full 5,000 credit buy. No armor, but hopefully able to take somebody down before anything is able to be too shored up. All the members of Godset kind of all over the map, 2A, 2 mid, and 1B, the spike hanging out by Ramen, trying to see exactly where we can find a little bit of breathing room and where we can push onto.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, they got to go ahead and get somewhere, and having that spike in the back of the map and seeing where Godset has themselves up, they have such a spread out composition right now. Obviously, they're trying to play for some, like, I would say, really nitty-gritty pick to go ahead and work off of. But when you're that far up, you don't know where somebody else is. So say you go ahead and grab a pick and you try and get out, get right back with your teammates. That's a sticky situation to be in because there's so many angles where you can get caught off from and die before even get backing with your squad. But you see everybody collapsing a little bit. Euro already being in a spot to where he's saying, I'm going to stick where I am and go ahead and call this rotation when it comes to it because they already had the setup. They're just going to make sure Tokyo doesn't grab a couple picks here to play off of with this operator.
Oh, this is an... I feel like some of their intel was bad. All the members were moving off of A, but they decide to make this push onto B site. 3-3 now as they make this aggressive push on to A or onto B. The spike is down, and now it is a retake for the side of Eldance as Waffle finds a kill onto Euro. Bad, little HP, trying to just hold these angles and make it a little bit more difficult for Eldance to push back onto this site.
And the wall is still down, so that's a lot of cover to be working with, knowing you only have to worry about CT. You see Warmus Aloha getting a little over antsy, I'll admit, saying, okay, I can be in the back of the map, but, I mean, you see Bad, and the shots to come through, the shutdown to be coming out. Great exchanges. Warmus Aloha literally just has to play ring around the Rosie. That much better than Waffle. With the shots to come through, it doesn't matter. He finds himself at 13th. Godset taking the lead on the offensive end. One more to close it out.
Absolutely beautifully done from Warmus Aloha, making sure that that lockdown pulls Waffle towards another side, getting to do exactly what you said, play a little bit of ring around the Rosie and just toy with Waffle there. I was a little worried at those shots through the box, going to give away Warmus Aloha's location, but ultimately the faster trigger finger wins, and we are a round up for Godset in this overtime. Switching now, defense for Godset, can they bring it home?
This is where things get a little bit concerning because, I mean, Godset found the later momentum when it came around to this defensive side. They started to figure out eventually, and they started to play off of it. But Eldance, for such a long time on this attacking side, they really had the edge. They really had that nitty-gritty. They were really working for it, and they were running with it as well, finding themselves a massive lead until Godset decided, okay, yeah, let's wake up. Let's not do this anymore. And honestly, that's the most concerning thing, to know that they could go ahead and turn this around right here, especially if S2A gets that intel, knows what to push on, and can make a call to say, okay, they're in heaven on B site. Let's get a rotation possibly coming through.
Oh, yes, and hopefully that does mean that the rotations will come through. We see Delight booking it towards this B site, trying to join up with the rest of the members of Godset. Bad holding down this B site, but it looks like a lot of the members of Eldance are in this B side heaven. Trades coming down S2A and Plaza.
Everything coming through for him. Just gonna find some shots, and that is exactly what Delight is doing, because good God, getting an edge to play with like that, knowing that Bad has failed, it doesn't matter when you have a Sage who has so much. He finds another kill, he can get the Raz out now, so that's Bad back in the game if he can find him. Oh, Tokyo being on the edge. Warmus Aloha will go ahead and close him out. For Godset to find their second map to close out the night and win themselves once again another grand finals here at Pit of Valor.
I was so intense, I took my hat off at some point. That game was so back and forth. I'm so glad that we got to see them go into an overtime and watch an intense final match for our players. Godset, fantastic job in those overtime matches, played extremely patiently, used what they had learned from playing against L Dance 2 rounds in a row and just shoring it up for them at the end there. Beautifully done. Great shots by Delight at the end there. Couldn't get the res off, but didn't matter. Completely taking it home. Beautifully done for the side of Godset. Congratulations on your crown and your victory tonight.
Yeah, and the way Godset played that out, I mean, quite honestly, I said it at the very beginning, this is their first ever Pit of Valor win. But we've seen them in these grand final scenarios time and time again. Like, they have been in these areas so much that's how I know their name, because I've had to cast them in these scenarios. Because, I mean, first round, obviously, it's like, okay, you can show up, but to go ahead and make the running like this and find yourself at the finish line so close, and either you trip in front of it or you make sure to actually cross it. And Godset finally reached that stage, and it's well deserved, because I said it when the series just started. I said that they have had the stamina, they have the wisdom when it comes around to this, and quite honestly, that was the most concerning thing on map 2, knowing that if you don't go ahead and close it out as L Dance, you're not probably going to win that overtime, because Godset, you saw them just absolutely run it when they came around to that first half. They just have the wisdom there. They have the adaptability, and in the game of Valorant, that's exactly what you need to go ahead and pull yourself out an entire series.
Yep, and pull it out. They did. Godset taking it down, as you mentioned, their first crown. A big congratulations. If you want the chance to fight for the crown yourself, you could play in next week's Pit of Valor number 64. We have a $50 prize pool. It is free to enter. If you want more information, you can check out GLG Gaming Lounge, our Twitter. You can do !GLGCC in chat for all of that information that you could possibly need as well.
Yeah, so with that being said, once again, a massive congratulations over to the likes of Godset to go ahead and close out your first crown. It's well deserved. You've been here so many times in the grand finals. I think you eventually deserve to get it. And tonight was your night here with all of us dressed up in our costumes. Sadly, they won't be coming back next week, so y'all won't have a Viking and a Detective Pikachu here to go ahead and cast y'all. But it is what it is. So long as you win some money, it's not going to matter all that much. But I mean, so long as we're talking about people spending or winning money, we also got to talk about people spending money. Once again, tonight, last night for Socks. I cannot stress it enough. This will be my last hoorah. GLG's last hoorah here. Exclamation point Socks in the chat. All we ask is for you to get a little bit of merch to represent us and to help us out as a cast, as a production, as an entire organization and business going through. We wouldn't be here generally if it wasn't for y'all. I would never come on to cast. Becky would never come on to cast. Strive, Eric, everybody else wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for y'all watching at home. And if you really want to help us find that more people to get there and get our production to become tenfold of what it is now, to sit there and get that much more people behind the scenes working, get that much more people out to the LAN center to interact with you in person. If we raise enough money, I might be able to show up there in person, because I'm in South Georgia and that's a really long fly. And tickets, I don't know if I can afford that as a college kid. Regardless, so also jokes aside, seriously, go ahead, support yourself, support us. Make sure to go ahead and get all this going. But with that being said, it's been a pleasure. Get yourself New World for free on exclamation giveaway. But besides all that being said, and the dog in Becky's background, I'm sure he wants to say goodbye as well and a good night, because I'm sure Godset wants to go ahead and have themselves a celebration. We will see you here next week with some more Pit of Valor action at 5 o'clock Eastern time next Wednesday as well, and every Wednesday after that. We'll catch y'all here soon. Peace out and good night.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
The opposing opponent picking up from garage, could be in a position, but the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and they strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Top shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.